Welcome to Sally Fox Audiobook Player's Journey in Anime World, FGO, 91 to 143. Books 53 chapters, Memo 119,508 words, Stopwatch 478-minute read. Chapter 91, FGO, 91. 2,502 words. A bunch of useless beings. We placed some expectations on you, yet this is the result? No matter how much time passes, humans remain weak. In the end, we have to take matters into our own hands. The gods looked down with contemptuous eyes as if gazing at ants, their gaze sweeping over all the adventurers present. Anger flickered across the adventurers' faces, but the gods' overwhelming presence weighed on them like a mountain, rendering them speechless. Unleashing their divine power, and transcending the boundaries between gods and mortals, the gods finally removed their masks, revealing the ferocious faces hidden beneath. A blonde male god, exuding a frivolous aura, with long flowing hair and dressed in a gentleman's suit, separated from the group of gods. He floated in the air as if the ground itself would dirty his shoes. Get out of the way, you're blocking the path. With a scornful shout, a sudden gust of wind appeared, blowing away all the adventurers and guild soldiers in his path. Many lower-level adventurers and those with weaker constitutions were thrown into the surrounding buildings by the wind, seriously injured and unable to get up. However, the actions of this wind god did not provoke any discontent among the other gods, not even from the patron deities of the injured adventurers. They viewed mortals as nothing more than pigs and dogs. This was the gods' truest attitude towards humans. Humph. A magical barrier trying to block the path of us gods? Disperse. The wind god waved his hand, and a massive storm suddenly arose, instantly engulfing the entire hotel. The storm formed a gigantic tornado, sucking the purple poisonous mist into the sky. In just a few seconds, the thick mist, which had been so dense that nothing inside could be seen, thinned out visibly. Amidst the astonished gazes of the mortals, the wind god nonchalantly brushed his golden hair. Just as I was saying. A red beam of light, like a laser, shot straight through, instantly piercing his heart and stopping the rest of his words in his throat. He tried to shout but was horrified to find that his life was rapidly slipping away. A god's body is far beyond that of a human. Even if vital parts like the head or heart are pierced, they can recover as long as they have divine power. However, this red beam seemed to carry a power akin to a natural enemy of the gods. This power instantly sealed his divine energy while continuously draining his life force, making him as fragile as a mortal. Soon, he silently fell dead. The once arrogant gods were suddenly struck with unparalleled shock. Wasn't this supposed to be an easy victory? Finish the battle and split the spoils? Why is it not going as planned? In an instant, fear and a desire to preserve their lives resurfaced among the gods. Some gods immediately surrounded a heroic goddess dressed in dazzling golden armor. Athena, what is going on here? Didn't you say that mortal only killed Ishtar using despicable means? Now even our lives are at risk, how are you going to take responsibility for this? Faced with the gods' accusations, Athena showed no panic, instead smirking. Responsibility? You don't want to take any risks but only want to divide the spoils. Where in the world is there such a good deal? Athena. You. Do you want to become the enemy of all the gods? One god, furious, pointed at Athena. Enemy? That's quite a big accusation. Athena waved her hand. The Olympian gods were the first to stand behind her, followed by a portion of the Asgardian gods led by Loki. But the most surprising scene was that the Takamagara gods also stood behind Athena. Even the leader of Takamagara, Amaterasu, hugged Athena's waist affectionately, like a little bird clinging to a person. The Olympian gods were already a powerful force, and with the rise of Loki and Freya, the Asgardian gods were not to be underestimated. Adding the moderately sized Takamagara gods, the number of gods behind Athena had now exceeded 1/3. The gods who had just been indignant immediately fell silent. After all, they were only looking for an excuse to get a bigger share of the spoils. But now, with so many gods supporting Athena, those who had their schemes had to abandon them. If the infighting continued, and Athena left with more than 1/3 of the gods, the battle would be unwinnable. The opponent had a means to instantly kill gods in a single strike, which was no trivial matter. Without Athena and her allies' help, the gods had no confidence now. Most importantly, having more people to share the risk was crucial. The scene of that blonde wind god being instantly killed was too terrifying for the gods, who were now all afraid of becoming the next target. Athena continued to smirk inwardly. Seeing that the time was ripe, she spoke up directly. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we have attacked the Godako Hotel, we have become mortal enemies with our opponents. If we don't seize this opportunity to annihilate them, are we simply going to wait for them to pick us off one by one? Or, Athena paused, letting her words hang in the air, after witnessing that strike just now, does anyone here have the confidence to stand against it and survive? Athena's words left the gods exchanging uneasy glances. At this point, the gods were like arrows on a drawn bow, they had no choice but to release. If they retreated now, what would become of their dignity as gods? Even if they didn't care about their pride, how would they defend themselves when their enemies came knocking one by one? Should they retreat to the heavens and hide like cowards? They had finally been given a chance to take their power, which had long since plateaued, to the next level, perhaps even to ascend directly to the pinnacle. How could they possibly give up now? Seeing that the gods were already wavering, Athena inwardly scorned them while outwardly maintaining a facade of righteous resolve. We have no way out. We must push forward bravely. Charge into. Athena raised her golden scepter high with her left hand, loudly rallying the gods, when suddenly the deadly red beam reappeared, shooting straight towards her. The gods were immediately shocked, and some who were displeased with Athena's prominence even felt a secret joy. For a moment, the gods' gazes, some jealous, some pleased, some mocking, all turned to the golden-armored goddess of war. But the gods' dark hopes were destined to be dashed. Several Olympian gods quickly intervened, unleashing flames, arrows, and beams of light towards the red beam. Even Amaterasu, who stood beside Athena with an adoring expression, like a starstruck fan, pulled out a folding fan and fiercely fanned it towards the red beam. A black, eerie flame shot from the fan, flying straight at the red beam. Meanwhile, Athena calmly raised her large golden shield with her right hand, firmly protecting herself behind it. What happened next shocked the gods once again. The red beam seemed to come to life, dodging left and right like a nimble snake, avoiding most of the attacks launched by the gods. Even though it was hit by a few scattered attacks, the red beam only dimmed slightly. Finally, under the watchful eyes of all, and to Athena's horrified gaze, the red beam curved at an impossible angle, bypassing the giant shield in her hand and piercing her chest, right at the heart. Sizzle. The red beam clashed violently with Athena's golden armor. Only then did the gods see clearly, this red beam was just a branch. A plain, ordinary branch that could be found anywhere. And yet, this very branch had easily taken the life of a god who had lived for millions of years. And now, it was about to take the life of another. Though the armor Athena wore was crafted by her irresponsible parents, surpassing ordinary divine artifacts, under the drilling force of the red beam, it was quickly punctured, millimeter by millimeter. Knowing she couldn't sit back and do nothing, Athena immediately discarded her shield and spear, her golden divine power surging as she grabbed the tail end of the red beam with both hands and began to pull it out with all her strength. Thanks to Athena's desperate efforts, the red beam's speed finally began to slow down. Eventually, the beam penetrated Athena's armor, leaving a bloody mark on her chest before it stopped. A drop of cold sweat slid down Athena's forehead. Inside the Godako Hotel, Ishtar Rin placed her hand on her forehead as she observed the scene, then spoke with a tone of regret. Oh, I just missed it by a bit. It's fine, she'll make a good opponent. Killing her like this would be a real waste, Skathak said as she dropped the branch. With a flick of her slender hand, a crimson magic spear appeared in her grasp. Well then, I'll leave the main battlefield to you. Raya sighed deeply. Only now did he realize that his power was still far from sufficient. Although his growth had been remarkable compared to the beginning, even rivaling some of the servants, in the eyes of the gods, no matter how strong an ant is, it remains an ant. The wind god who was just killed by Skathak in an instant could have unleashed a casual attack with the force equivalent to a full-powered anti-army noble phantasm. And there were many more gods like him on the opposing side. To recklessly step onto such a battlefield would be to court death without even knowing how to write the word. For now, he could only rely on his two strongest contracted servants. This sense of powerlessness was frustrating. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Lost in his deep frustration, he didn't notice that Skathaka's gaze had suddenly shifted towards him. Frustrated, are you? Then become stronger, stronger than anyone. I, Skathak, look forward to that day. When it comes, you'll be able to. Sensing something, Raya looked over at her, but she had already turned her gaze back to the front. There, nearly 500 enemies barely capable of fighting awaited. Come, gods, show me your strength. If not, you'll die, and it will be a meaningless death. A surge of fierce battle spirit erupted from Skathak, like a bloodthirsty magic spear, craving the enemy's blood to satisfy its hunger. Ishtar Rin, however, seemed like the complete opposite of Skathak. She lazily leaned against the side of the heavenly boat, casually playing with a shiny gemstone in her hand. I'll leave the main battlefield to you, Queen of the Land of Shadows. I'll cover you, how about that? Just as I wished. Skathak had no objection, even welcoming Ishtar Rin's proposal to take a back seat. If she couldn't find a worthy opponent, she might as well make up for it with sheer numbers. On the other side, Athena, barely escaping death, discovered that the wound on her chest wouldn't heal, no matter how much divine power she poured into it. It was as if she had been cursed like a mortal. Damn it. You harm my noble body. Once I find out who you are, I'll tear you to pieces. Athena knew now wasn't the time to be dwelling on it. She raised the branch high in her hand and snapped it in half. The enemy is not invincible. Charge. Inspired by Athena, the gods launched a charge toward the Godako Hotel. Even though there were only about 500 enemies, their momentum surpassed that of millions of troops. This was an unprecedented coalition of gods. Just then, a purple figure shot out from the thick mist, leaving a trail of afterimages behind, as if teleporting, before plunging into the front ranks of the gods. Swish! The spear struck like rain, and in an instant, a scarlet curtain of light, 10 meters in diameter, formed around the figure. Then, as the light curtain retracted, dozens of gods within its reach suddenly developed countless holes piercing through their bodies, dying instantly. In less than a second, dozens of immensely powerful gods had been slain. The Queen of the Land of Shadows, her power surpassed the gods' wildest imaginations. Seeing this, even Athena couldn't help but secretly swallow nervously. As she subtly shifted her steps to blend in among the other gods, she loudly encouraged them. No matter how powerful the opponent is, they can't exceed their limits, or they would be banished. Keep your distance and attack from afar. The gods, catching on to her strategy, immediately launched a ranged assault. For the gods, there was no such thing as a specific profession, the only distinction was in what they were proficient at. In an instant, they unleashed a barrage of attacks, intensely hot white flames capable of turning everything to sand, hurricanes that could easily petrify anything, hail that could freeze even the air, and various other strange and powerful assaults, all aimed at Skathak in the center of the battlefield. The sheer force of the attacks flattened everything within a radius of several square kilometers around the whole. Yet, these attacks posed no threat to Skathak. Her magic spear cut through the sand, precisely striking and shattering each incoming attack. Athena's objective was achieved, Skathak was pinned in place. However, Athena's plan, though perfect in theory, failed to account for one crucial factor: Skathak was not alone. At that moment, countless golden beams of light rained down from the sky, instantly turning many gods into pincushions. This was the long-awaited attack from Ishtar Rin, who had been biding her time. While Ishtar Rin's attack lacked the god-slaying properties needed to counteract the divine beings, her power lay in its sheer force. Each golden beam appeared to be just light, but in reality, it was a part of the liquid substance from the stars. With a temperature rivaling that of the sun's surface, combined with the strong adhesive nature of the liquid and the concentrated power of the stars within it, the gods that were pierced didn't die instantly. Instead, they were caught in a vicious cycle of using their divine power to heal, only to be continuously burned, leading to their eventual death by the searing liquid starfire. As the battlefield filled with agonizing screams, many gods were burned alive by the liquid from the stars. Witnessing the scene before her, Athena bit her lip in frustration. Despite their overwhelming advantage, how had they ended up in such a dire situation? How could humans command two superpowerful beings, each comparable to the king gods of various pantheons at their peak? It was utterly incomprehensible. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds, followed by a lightning bolt that split the heavens, striking the center of the battlefield with immense force. Chapter 92, FGO, 92. 2,317 words. A terrifying old man, dressed in a white ancient Greek robe with his upper body exposed, emerged slowly. Lightning wrapped around his body, his hair and beard were silvery white, and his eyes flickered with golden lightning. He exuded an aura of authority without anger, as if he were the incarnation of thunder. However, as soon as this old man opened his mouth, a lecherous aura immediately permeated the air. "Oh, my dearest daughter, it seems you've run into some trouble." He was Zeus, the current king of the Olympian pantheon, god of the sky and lightning. Yet, despite his majestic and imposing entrance, Zeus now exuded the aura of a creepy old man ogling a young lady's legs. His gaze roamed over Athena's body as if he wanted to lick her with his eyes. Athena immediately showed an expression of disgust. "Shut up, you pervert who leers at his daughter. Ha ha ha. You never change. Serves you right to be scolded." The voice came before the person arrived. At that moment, the faint sound of ocean waves could be heard, followed by a huge column of water gushing from the ground. The air filled with the slight smell of the sea. An old man with blue hair, whose face bore a strong resemblance to Zeus, stepped out slowly from the water column holding a trident. He was Poseidon, Zeus's brother, and the king of the sea. "Humph." Zeus snorted coldly and immediately defended himself. "You old fool? How can caring for my daughter be called perversion? This is called fatherly love." Zeus explained shamelessly. "You can explain that to Hera," Poseidon scoffed coldly. "All right, we three haven't seen each other in a long time. Why do you start arguing as soon as you meet?" At this moment, Hades also walked out silently from the shadows, smiling as he played the role of peacemaker. "Humph, X2. Zeus and Poseidon, in almost identical movements, folded their arms and turned their heads away, refusing to look at each other. "Sorry to interrupt your reunion, but if you keep dawdling, the enemy will kill all our allies," Athena interjected, her face showing no sign of apology. The three Olympian giants' expressions darkened as they looked toward the battlefield. Perhaps sensing the presence of strong enemies, Skathaka's fighting spirit grew even stronger. As a result, the gods who had been tricked by Athena to serve as cannon fodder met with great misfortune. In the time it took for the three god kings to speak, Skathak unleashed her divine might and, with Ishtar's help, killed nearly 100 gods in one fell swoop. The ground was littered with divine corpses in various gruesome states. When the queen of the land of shadows got serious, no one could stand in her way. "It seems our reunion will have to wait," Zeus said seriously. "I thought you'd be stupid enough to get horny over her," Poseidon instinctively retorted. "Would you get horny over a god-slaying spear?" Zeus immediately looked at him with eyes full of concern for the mentally challenged. "You. Both of you, enough." Hades' face suddenly turned cold as he placed his hands on Zeus's and Poseidon's heads simultaneously. "Yes, X2. Zeus and Poseidon, now serious, seemed to transform into different people. Their expressions became imposing, displaying the supreme majesty of the god of the sky and the god of the seas. Golden lightning and azure seawater swirled around the two of them. As their aura rose, the sky flashed with lightning and thunder, and the distant sound of tidal waves could be heard. Sensing her opponent's fighting spirit, Skathaka's battle intent similarly soared. Those crimson eyes gradually changed from coldness to excitement and bloodthirst, as if a demon beast in the abyss had finally begun to open its eyes. The sheer force of her aura was enough to paralyze the gods surrounding her. Simultaneously, the three god kings Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades engaged Skathak in battle. Though the three gods appeared to have a poor relationship on the surface, their teamwork was highly coordinated. Zeus led the offense, sometimes hurling lightning-like javelins at Skathak, other times condensing lightning into whips to lash at her repeatedly. Poseidon focused on defense, constantly wielding his Sea King's trident to summon seawater from the ground. He either formed water walls to defend against Skathaka's thrusts, created water whips to entangle her ankles, or shot countless water arrows to harass her. Hades continuously cast various god-level curses, occasionally summoning undead spirits from the underworld to restrain Skathak. For a time, the four exchanged blows back and forth. Thick bolts of lightning occasionally plowed through the surroundings. The ground was littered with various creatures' skeletons, and seawater nearly submerged the nearby land. Suddenly, the four figures separated simultaneously, with the three God King facing Scathach. As for the allied army of gods, they had long since retreated hundreds of meters away. The three gods exchanged glances, each discovering horror in the other's eyes. They no longer looked as composed as when they first appeared. Zeus, who led the attack, had about a dozen bleeding holes throughout his body, gushing golden divine blood. Fortunately, none hit vital areas, and with his powerful strength as the king of gods, Zeus could barely hold on. Poseidon, being more cunning and skilled at manipulating water, had a better defense. Despite this, a long bloody gash appeared on his face, marring his handsome visage. Only Hades fared slightly better, with just a bloody hole in his right arm that temporarily disabled his right hand. In contrast, Scathach still looked composed, with almost no visible wounds except for a small charred mark on her shoulder, likely from a lightning strike. Outside the battlefield, Athena watched with shining eyes as Scathach displayed her divine might, overpowering the three great god kings. She subdued these powerful gods, whom even Athena herself feared, appearing as the war goddess among war goddesses, exuding an overwhelming queenly aura. For the first time, Athena felt intensely jealous of a mortal. How could a mortal command such a powerful and beautiful war goddess? She was nearly driven mad with envy. "Aren't you coming over?" Scathach licked her alluring red lips, her body exuding a deadly charm as the queen of the land of shadows fighting spirit sword. However, even Zeus, the number one womanizer, dared not let his mind wander. A moment's distraction would mean death. "Then I'll come to you." Before her words faded, Scathach's figure appeared before Zeus, her crimson magic spear thrusting directly at his throat. Zeus was greatly alarmed and hastily erupted with a terrifying lightning storm, desperately forcing her back. The cost, however, was another bloody hole in his shoulder. "This can't go on, or we'll lose." The three god king, connected in thought, almost simultaneously came to the same conclusion. With a glance at each other, their millions of years of tacit understanding allowed them to know what the others were thinking, and they began to act almost in unison. Scathach seemed to welcome this development, surprisingly not taking the opportunity to attack. Those crimson eyes observed the three gods with interest as if appraising high-quality prey. Zeus's divine power surged, golden thunder manifesting around him like lightning-forged armor. "In the name of the Lord of Thunder, come forth, Thunderbolt!" Zeus shouted, raising his right hand. A thunderous boom resounded as the sky instantly filled with dark clouds. Suddenly, a lightning pillar over 10 meters in diameter descended from the heavens and grasped firmly in Zeus's hand. The massive lightning pillar was instantly compressed to its limit, condensing into a spear-shaped light weapon in Zeus's grip. Lightning continued to fall, and the light spear in Zeus's hand grew more solid, its radiance increasingly dazzling, emanating an aura of world-ending destruction. Meanwhile, "Seas, heed my command. I am Poseidon, god of the oceans." Poseidon's hair and beard stood on end as he raised his golden trident. A distant rumbling could be heard. From a bird's-eye view, one would be shocked to see the sea beside Rio suddenly recede, followed by a 100-meter-high tsunami rushing toward them with overwhelming force. As the eldest of the three supreme gods, Hades was not to be outdone. "Souls of the underworld, I am the ruler of Hades. By the ancient contract, become my power." Instantly, ghostly winds arose, filled with wails and howls. Despite it being midday, the surrounding light dimmed, and the temperature plummeted. The living could hear the whispers of the dead, sending chills down their spines. Hades made a grasping motion with his empty hand, his eyes glowing an eerie green as he fully embodied the ruler of the dead. Countless souls emerged from the ground, wailing as they flowed into Hades's palm. A gray sword slowly formed in his hand, covered in intricate, strange patterns. Upon closer inspection, these patterns were faces with gaping mouths, screaming in agony. "This is quite the spectacle. How about it, Queen of the Shadow Realm, need any help?" Ishtar's voice reached Scathach's ears. A cold smile played on Scathach's lips. "No need. This level is barely enough for a warm-up." "Is that so? How reliable? Then I'll just watch this good show from the sidelines." With that, Ishtar truly took on the appearance of a bystander, reinforcing the defensive barrier of the Godako Hotel. With her intervention, the barrier that had been on the verge of collapse under the Supreme God's power suddenly stabilized. Shursho, are you sure this is okay? Ryu's telepathic voice reached Skathaka's mind. After all, the might of the three Supreme Gods' attack was truly extraordinary. If just the preparation stage had such a grand effect, one could only imagine the devastation when the attack landed. They are no match for me. Skathak stated this fact calmly in her mental reply. I understand. Ryu immediately chose to trust her unconditionally. Just as he was about to end the communication, Skathaka's voice suddenly came through. This is a good opportunity for a live lesson. As my disciple, you only need to know one thing: killing doesn't rely on grand displays. With that, Skathak began to move. A dense, crimson energy continuously emanated from Skathak, slowly gathering into her magic spear. This unnamed energy was the god-slaying power infused with endless curses, formed from Skathaka's slaughter of countless deities. As the god-slaying power poured in, the magic spear seemed to come alive, as if the entire weapon had gained sentience. However, the aura generated by Skathaka's preparation paled in comparison to that of the three supreme gods. It was like comparing the sun to a flashlight. Seeing such a vast difference in their displays of power, the gathered gods couldn't help but show expressions of joy. This invincible woman who had slain nearly 100 of their divine kin was finally going to die. The high and mighty gods would never admit they were afraid. Even the unparalleled strategist Athena did not doubt that the three supreme gods would win. She only felt regret that such a beautiful and powerful female warrior was about to turn to ashes. Faced with the gods' gazes that regarded her as already dead, Skathaka's heart didn't waver in the slightest. She slightly lowered her body, assuming the stance most suitable for a thrust. Almost simultaneously, the three supreme gods' preparations entered their final stage. As if by prior agreement, both sides launched their attacks at the same time. Almost without any visible movement, Skathaka's entire body transformed into a sharp red light, thrusting forward. Zeus pulled back, fiercely hurling the light spear formed from countless thunderbolts toward the approaching red light. Poseidon swung his golden trident downward with force. A tsunami, larger than an endless mountain range and carrying hundreds of millions of tons of seawater, crashed down violently. Hades, with a solemn expression, raised the grey sword composed of countless souls and slashed forward. The void suddenly filled with the cries of souls. Even the nearby gods felt waves of nausea, while most adventurers in the vicinity, save for a few with iron wills, fainted and collapsed. To defeat their formidable enemy, the three supreme gods fully revealed the cruel side of divinity that views mortals as mere insects. What mortal could withstand even the residual force of such a terrifying attack? The tsunami summoned by Poseidon swept through the city, effortlessly destroying all buildings in its path and nearly wiping out all residents within. To forge the soul sword, Hades forcibly transformed the land of Orario into something akin to the underworld. Though he didn't cause direct damage, the transformed land spawned undead creatures crawling from the earth, attacking every living being they saw with a deep-seated hatred for the living. Moreover, after becoming underworld soil, the entire land of Orario was polluted. Any living beings residing there long-term would rapidly lose their life force, with various curses emerging endlessly. Without purification, this land was no longer suitable for the living. Cold and merciless, the three supreme gods displayed the aloof nature of gods to its fullest extent. Adventurers near the battlefield watched in despair as the great tsunami approached. Fortunately, to save time in nurturing her pawns, Athena had called upon the gods to protect the adventurers and guild soldiers on the battlefield. Just then, the attacks from both sides collided head-on at the center of the battlefield. As Skathak had said, god-slaying doesn't rely on who has the grander display. The moment the attacks made contact, the outcome was decided. Zeus's lightning spear, formed from all his thunder, shattered upon impact with the red light. Poseidon's great tsunami was pierced through and dispersed by the red light. Hades's soul sword only lasted a few seconds before breaking apart piece by piece. The red light, now slightly dimmed, continued its advance toward the three gods as if nothing in the world could impede its progress. Chapter 93, FGO, 93. 2,450 words. It turns out that Ryu's worries were indeed unnecessary. This was just because his level of understanding was too low to see the deeper meaning behind it. The god-slaying power filled with curses in Scatter's body is a force even more mysterious and superior than that of the three supreme gods. However, this power in her hands is like a toy easily manipulated at will. The less apparent the force, the more it proves that Scathach's control over power has reached a level beyond even the gods. On the other hand, the three supreme gods, with their grandiose displays of power and dazzling effects, are merely wasting their strength on trivial matters. The difference between the two sides is immediately clear. If it weren't for the limits imposed by the human world in the Damacy universe, the three supreme gods wouldn't even qualify to make Scathach take them seriously. Facing the seemingly unstoppable lethal red glow, the three gods were terrified and had no choice but to muster all their strength, combining the powers of the three gods in a desperate attempt to block the advance of the red glow. However, with the divine power they could currently use, it still seemed far from enough to stop the red glow. Left with no alternative, the three gods had to continuously unseal more divine power, like drinking poison to quench thirst. Suddenly, the three gods could feel the increasing rejection from the human world while the pull from the heavens grew stronger. With both internal and external crises, the three gods had no time to worry about anything else, almost entirely consumed by the struggle to survive. Yes, survival. They could feel that if they couldn't stop the red glow's advance, there was only one fate awaiting them, death. On the edge of the battlefield, Athena was nervously watching the scene. If the three gods couldn't hold out, the entire war would collapse in an instant, and the alliance of the gods against Ngwyn Ryu would become a huge joke. At this moment, a teasing voice came from beside Athena. "Oh my, it's intense, isn't it?" Hearing that familiar Kansai dialect, Athena frowned and said discontentedly, "Loki, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be managing the barrier?" Even though they were allies, Athena had never trusted Loki. She had never trusted Loki in the slightest from the beginning. That's why, in this critical battle, Athena assigned Loki to handle the divine power barrier, effectively excluding her from the main battlefield. "Don't worry, my real body is still there. This is just a phantom. It's so lively here, I just split off a clone to come and take a look," Loki shrugged. "Humph. You sly fox, even at a time like this, you're still playing tricks." Athena showed a look of disgust on her face and ignored Loki's phantom. At this moment, Loki suddenly said, "Hey Athena, what do you think would happen if the barrier were to be removed right now?" "What nonsense are you talking about? If the divine power barrier is removed, wouldn't the gods be immediately expelled back to the heavens?" "Wait, Loki, what are you planning?" As Athena spoke, she suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly questioned her. "Nothing much. I just think that these old gods have stayed in the human world for too long, so I want to send them back to the heavens to retire. We, the younger generation, will take care of the human world from now on," Loki said, smiling innocently. However, Athena felt as though she had been targeted by a venomous snake, a chill running down her spine. "What are you up to? Don't act recklessly." "Too bad, Athena, your warning is a bit too late," Loki said, spreading her hands with a look of innocence. "You." Before Athena could finish her words, the divine power barrier that covered Orario suddenly disappeared. Caught off guard, the three gods were instantly powerless to resist and were sucked up into the passage leading to the heavens. Many of the gods, to protect their familia adventurers, had no choice but to unseal a large amount of their divine power to resist the aftershocks of the three supreme gods' attacks. Caught off guard, they too were expelled from the human world. In just that moment, the allied forces of the gods lost 100 or 200 members, adding to the nearly 100 who had already died at the hands of Scathach. The allied forces of the gods were now completely crippled. "Loki." Athena furiously raised her golden staff and smashed it down on Loki's head. Poof. With a soft sound, Loki dissipated like a bubble. Athena suddenly remembered that the Loki in front of her was just a phantom. As expected, another Loki suddenly appeared in front of Athena. "Well, Athena, can we talk now?" At this moment, Loki's eyes were fully open, cold and sinister like a venomous snake, making even Athena shiver. As she spoke, the attacks launched by the three supreme gods went out of control, completely rampaging. In an instant, the entire labyrinth city was engulfed in thunder and lightning, tsunamis surged, and all sorts of undead creatures like wraiths and skeletons ran rampant, creating an apocalyptic scene. With her back to this chaotic scene, Loki resembled the ultimate evil god from myth. Loki. What the hell are you trying to do? Are you that mortal's subordinate or ally? Athena gritted her teeth as she spoke. No, in fact, I'm in a camp all by myself, unrelated to anyone else, and the reason I'm doing this. Loki said with a cheerful smile, Athena, shouldn't you be thanking me? Now the old gods who oppressed you have been completely expelled back to the heavens, and most of your competition is gone. Athena opened her mouth, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. You've gone mad. Athena finally spat out through gritted teeth. Thank you for the compliment. Loki shamelessly bowed with a hand over her chest. So, what do we do now? Without the god kings, who can oppose the Godako Hotel? Was there anyone who could oppose her even with the old gods around? Loki pointed at Scathach, who was once again slashing through the gods with ease. Athena's expression darkened. She wasn't blind. In the previous battle, Zeus and the others she had been so wary of had easily lost to Scathach and could only save their lives by using all their strength. So now we're at a disadvantage. Why not change our approach? Let's go from overt to covert, hiding in the shadows, then find a way to secretly send adventurers into the dungeon to steal that secret. Loki continued with a confident expression. We have plenty of time. If it doesn't work in a year, we'll spend 10 years, if 10 years isn't enough, we'll spend 100 years. As time goes on, we'll achieve our goal eventually. After all, the dungeon isn't going anywhere, right? Hearing Loki's words, Athena's expression became even more grim, but she was swayed internally. After all, seeing the old gods defeated before her eyes, Athena didn't know how to defeat this terrifying woman. However, in the next second, Loki's plans were about to be shattered. Time rewinds to 5 minutes ago, inside the hotel. The aftershocks from the attack by the three gods had also caused significant damage to the hotel. The outer barrier creaked and groaned, forming several long cracks, as if it might shatter at any moment. Medea Lily stood beside Ryu, holding her staff high. Beneath her feet was a massive magic circle over 100 meters in diameter, made with mercury as its lines, high-quality magic stones as its nodes, and various precious gems infused with magic as its materials. The mercury emitted a brilliant blue light, but as the aftershocks intensified, the light flickered as if it might go out at any moment. Medea had to grit her teeth and increase the supply of magic while using all her strength to stabilize the barrier. How are you holding up? Ryu naturally wiped the sweat from her forehead. This time, his intentions were pure, he was just concerned about her because she looked flushed, with sweat pouring down her forehead and her slender body swaying as if she might collapse. Huh? But it seemed like his good intentions backfired, as Medea's face suddenly turned bright red, and she looked a bit dazed. At that moment, her expression changed slightly, and she said to him with a troubled look, Master, I accidentally let a crack open in the barrier. I'll fix it right away. Ryu apologized sincerely, I'm sorry, it's my fault for distracting you. No. It's all because I haven't trained enough. Medea quickly waved her hand, then mumbled quietly to herself, in a voice only she could hear, if only it could happen again. Ryu looked puzzled. Lily-chan, did you just say something? No, nothing at all. Oh, by the way, Master, Lady Semiramis just sent word that the ritual is complete. We're ready to activate it any time, just waiting for your command, Medea said, her face showing a hint of guilt as she quickly changed the subject. Then activate it now. I'm going to give these so-called gods a grand gift. Ryu's attention was indeed diverted as he looked toward the front gate of the hotel with a cold smile, where the gods' attack was concentrated. In a certain secret location, Semiramis suddenly let out a playful laugh. What an interesting master indeed. It seems like the days ahead won't be boring. Well then, let's begin. My noble phantasm, hanging gardens of Babylon. With Semiramis's command, the entire Rio suddenly began to tremble violently, felt by both mortals and gods alike. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Heaven's punishment. This must be heaven's punishment, Rio is going to be destroyed. After enduring the assault from the gods, Rio, once a city of over 1 million people, now had less than 1/10 of its population remaining. Seeing the ground shake as if from an earthquake, the survivors panicked and despaired like startled birds. Some futilely ran towards the city gates, others shouted for help, while some knelt and prayed loudly, all of life's emotions condensed into this moment. Looking inward from outside Orario, the center of the labyrinth city suddenly began to rise. It was as if an invisible giant, taller than the heavens and earth, had lifted the very heart of Orario. Centered around Orario's landmark, the Tower of Babel, nearly half the city's area, the very core and essence of the labyrinth city, was uprooted entirely. This enormous piece of land slowly broke free from the earth's grasp and ascended into the sky. The jaws of the civilians who had escaped the city nearly dropped in astonishment. First came lightning, thunder, and tsunamis, as if natural disasters had conspired to strike Orario one after another. Then, an even more exaggerated scene unfolded as half of Orario soared into the sky. A miracle. This was a feat only a god could achieve. As Orario rose higher and higher, the already towering Tower of Babel now seemed to pierce the very stars. And beneath this floating city, instead of dark brown soil, there was a large, blood-red, pulsating mass that resembled a massively enlarged heart. Upon closer inspection, this heart-like object was slowly beating, almost as if it were alive. Yes, this was the true form of the dungeon, now revealed on the outside. Its interior appeared so vast, likely due to the principles of spatial folding. This was the real gift that Ryu had meticulously planned to give the gods. Want to obtain the secret to becoming the ruler of the world? Forget about the door, there isn't even a window. By directly moving Orario along with the dungeon itself, let's see what you'll use to become the ruler of the world. Originally, Semiramis's noble phantasm, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, didn't have such a terrifying effect. This noble phantasm, while powerful, had many limitations. However, after she became Ryu's contracted servant, the most critical limitation was relaxed. That limitation was that the materials required for the ritual had to be the ruins of the place where she lived during her lifetime. Now, this restriction was completely lifted. As long as the materials were ancient and held significant mystique, they could serve as the medium for the ritual. This makes sense, after all, once she became a contracted servant, she would accompany Ryu to various worlds, and these worlds might not have any ruins related to her past life. In some worlds, her existence might even be a question mark. Under such circumstances, it's only natural that the system relaxes the restriction. The higher the mystique of the relic materials used in the ritual, the more magic Semiramis could infuse, resulting in an even larger Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Upon learning the specific effects of this noble phantasm, Ryu immediately had a brilliant idea to present these arrogant gods with a devastating counterattack. As for offending the gods and becoming their enemy, wasn't he already in that position? At this point, he had so many debts that he no longer cared. Since they had already fallen out, he might as well ruthlessly crush his enemies. The only downside to this noble phantasm is that the larger the Hanging Gardens, the more magic it requires to sustain. He had considered exchanging for a greater grail from the system to serve as a magic source, but the system displayed the price, starting with a 1 followed by 7 zeros. And that was just for an inferior version that could serve as an infinite magic source. The full version would undoubtedly cost even more. Ryu had no choice but to use high-quality magic crystals as a temporary substitute. The magic crystals he had exchanged for the cost of 1,000,000 energy points were only enough to keep the Hanging Gardens floating in the sky for 6 months. Before that time, he would have to figure out how to gather 10 million energy points to exchange for the inferior version of the Greater Grail. He could have chosen not to steal the entire dungeon, which would have required much less magic. But if he had made that choice, wouldn't he have become a defeated dog running away with its tail between its legs? In that case, he might as well have chosen to return home. Ryu would rather endure some hardship in the future than fail to make these gods pay. Chapter 94, FGO, 94. 2,263 words. What the hell is going on? Loki got so worked up that she accidentally bit her tongue. He got the better of us this time. Athena bit down hard on her lip, so hard that it started to bleed. For billions of years, she had always been victorious and unstoppable, yet this mortal seemed to be her nemesis, repeatedly thwarting her plans. Athena was ready to curse out loud. But before she could say anything, countless teleportation arrays suddenly lit up before her eyes. On Ryu's command, the affected civilians were directly sent back to the ground. Some of the gods were also thrown out. The reason was simple, two of the main fighters had gone on strike. I'm not interested in these weak opponents. They can serve as tools to hone your skills. Scat hack. This goddess is tired. By a certain young lady disguised as a goddess. It's hunting time. Atlanta, how about we see who can hunt more and better quality prey? With a cold smile on his face, Ryu addressed Atlanta Alter. Atlanta shot him a cold glance, and then, swoosh, she dashed off like a nimble cat. I win. Make me an extra-large apple pie. Her voice finally reached him just as her figure nearly vanished from sight. Ryu shook his head with a smile, realizing that even in her berserk state, her love for food remained unchanged. At that moment, Ryu's expression shifted. Simultaneously, not far away, a surge of resentment almost materialized into something tangible. Before the person even arrived, a voice filled with intense malice echoed. Ngwin Ryu. The hatred in that voice was so overwhelming it seemed like killing him wouldn't be enough. It felt like they wanted to tear him apart and devour him to truly quench their anger. Ryu quickly readied himself as a figure clad in bone armor rushed out from around a corner. The moment he saw her, he felt like he was being targeted by a relentless wolf that would never give up. The figure leaped high into the air, wielding a massive sword over 2 meters long, and brought it down directly on his head. Ryu's face darkened, and he quickly clasped his hands together, summoning the power of elemental fury to defend himself. Boom! The giant bone sword smashed into his gauntlet, and a shockwave spread out in all directions. The terrifying force drove his feet deep into the ground. Go away! Ryu unhesitatingly unleashed Mana Burst, using the surge of magic to force her back. She nimbly flipped through the air, landed on the ground, and revealed her appearance to Ryu. Silver white hair, dark red eyes, a delicate face, yet the deep-seated resentment twisted her features. She was Barry, resurrected by Athena using Bel's ashes. The reason for her overwhelming resentment was obvious. Being killed by someone she once deeply revered was enough to turn a normal person into a hate-filled lunatic. Barry's dark red eyes locked onto him with unyielding focus. Ryu frowned slightly. Who are you? But this question seemed to provoke Barry even further. I'll kill you. Barry screamed and charged at him again with her sword, while Ryu met her head-on. The two clashed, attacking each other like wild beasts, using the most primitive methods. Ryu quickly noticed that this mysterious girl who harbored such intense hatred toward him fought in a style almost identical to his own. Both of them traded blows directly, exchanging injury for injury, life for life. The slight difference was that Ryu relied on his superior endurance and regenerative abilities. But every time he struck her, it felt like he was attacking a rotting tree, with no real impact, making it difficult to cause any damage. This couldn't go on any longer. Ryu's gaze instantly turned cold. Just as Barry leaped into the air for another downward strike, an attacking style she seemed to favor, Ryu slightly tilted his head, avoiding a direct hit to his vital areas. Splat! Blood splattered as the giant sword slashed into his shoulder. However, it only managed to cut a few centimeters deep before being tightly clamped by his muscles. As Barry tried to pull her sword back, Ryu was quicker, seizing her wrist in a firm grip. Clench your teeth. Ryu smirked coldly as he formed a fist with his other hand and struck Barry repeatedly. Whether it was just his imagination or not, he faintly heard a strange aura sound as he kept punching. With each close-range hit, combined with the elemental fury of his attacks, Barry's bone armor shattered, and her delicate face became bruised. Barry tried several times to break free from his grasp, but she couldn't. The relentless barrage of punches left Barry completely dazed, her resistance weakening with each blow. Die. Facing this cold-blooded, bloodthirsty girl, Ryu showed no mercy. He gathered magic in his eyes and, aiming at Bel's head, fired a point-blank shot of his Brahmastra beam. At that moment, a sudden breeze blew by. Ryu was momentarily distracted, and in that instant, Barry, whom he had been holding tightly, vanished without a trace. The solar beam from his eyes shot up into the sky instead. He was shocked and quickly looked around. Above him, at an angle, an elderly man with a stern face, who bore a resemblance to Zeus, was glaring at him coldly. Barry, who had been beaten within an inch of her life, hung limply at the man's side, motionless. Ryu was momentarily stunned as a name popped into his head. Uranus? He blurted out. Humph. Uranus snorted coldly, a flicker of icy killing intent in his eyes. Without saying a word, he flew away with Barry in tow. This girl's soul has an aura almost identical to that of the white-haired boy you killed. At that moment, Ryu heard Scat Haka's lazy voice from beside him. White-haired boy? You mean Bel Cranel? Ryu was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. The poor original protagonist, not only Ryu killed him with his own hands, but he also burned the body to ashes. He prided himself on being thorough. And yet, Bel could still be resurrected. Though I'm not sure what they did, that stench of death on her is unmistakable. They're violating the laws of reincarnation, draining her soul to the limit. What happens when the soul is drained? Ryu swallowed hard, already having a very grim suspicion. When a soul is completely depleted, what else can happen? It's total annihilation, not even a chance for reincarnation. Scat Haka's expression remained cool, but he could sense a hint of anger beneath that indifferent exterior. The ruthless actions of the Olympians were so vile that even the usually detached Scat Hak seemed somewhat displeased. Ha! Ha! If you two don't hurry up, I'll finish you off. Ishtar Rin exclaimed excitedly as she chased after the two figures ahead of her. After giving Ryu a flimsy excuse that she was tired, Ishtar Rin began aimlessly flying around the floating garden. By this time, the entire floating garden had completely become Ryu's domain. Semiramis had unprecedented control over the floating garden, even going so far as to forbid all forms of spatial teleportation. The moment any gods or adventurers were gathering, she unleashed an EX-level magic cannon blast, which was the equivalent of a god-tier attack. Such power could easily injure or even kill a sealed god. Scat Hak had no interest in slaughtering the gods, but the mischievous Empress had no such qualms, bombarding any unlucky gods she came across. Many gods who were not adept at combat perished under her relentless magic cannon fire. As for the adventurers, the aftershock of the blasts was enough to snuff out their lives. As a result, the surviving gods and adventurers still trapped in the floating garden, now as large as half a labyrinth city, fled desperately toward the edges, hoping to jump off. They figured that a high-altitude descent might offer a slim chance of survival while staying in the floating garden was certain death. The choice was a no-brainer. And so, a grand and chaotic escape, involving some of the most prestigious beings, began in earnest. Athena and Loki were among those fleeing. Then, as if guided by fate, the two goddesses, having separated from the main group, rounded a corner and ran directly into Ishtar Rin, who was perched on her heavenly boat, Mana. To make matters worse, Ishtar Rin immediately recognized the two of them. Her eyes lit up with excitement. These two were on Ryu's must-kill list, making them special targets. Just imagine the rewards she'd receive for killing them. A lavish dessert feast made by Ryu himself made Ishtar Rin almost drool. She quickly reminded herself to remain calm and graceful, not wanting to tarnish her goddess image. However, in the few seconds that Ishtar Rin was lost in thought, Athena and Loki turned and ran. The scene of Scat Hak and Ishtar Rin wreaking havoc was still fresh in their minds. Seeing Ishtar Rin freeze at the sight of them, they knew it was the perfect time to flee. How dare they ignore the beauty and supreme dignity of this goddess? Ishtar Rin was instantly enraged and decided not to let them die so easily. With her mischievous nature, she didn't immediately finish them off but instead toyed with them, firing shots here and there as she pursued them. Being treated like prey was too much for the proud Athena to bear. She was ready to turn and face Ishtar Rin in a fight to the death, but Loki stopped her and persuaded her to keep running. So, the two goddesses had no choice but to swallow their pride and speed toward the edge of the floating garden. However, their clothing didn't fare so well. Loki was somewhat fortunate since her boyish outfit didn't reveal much. But Athena wasn't as lucky. Ishtar Rin specifically targeted her clothes. Before long, Athena's white dress had been shredded into a tattered, ultra-short skirt with fashionable rips, revealing her long, perfectly shaped, pale legs. Her once elegant white dress was now in tatters, exposing large areas of her fair skin to the air. Athena's current appearance was not much different from that of a scantily clad courtesan, exuding a provocative aura. Even as they fled, Loki couldn't help but steal frequent glances at Athena. "Era, what a lovely beauty you are, no wonder the master can't stop thinking about you." Ishtar-Rin teased as she toyed with Athena. Her eyes scrutinized Athena, lingering especially on her long legs and curvaceous figure. This seductive fox is so stunning that, with the master's lecherous nature, he might just soften up and let her go. No way, this time I have to make sure she's dead for good. With this resolve, Ishtar-Rin's attacks became much more aggressive. In an instant, hundreds of golden star beams shot out from Mana, aiming directly at the vital areas of the two goddesses, like their heads and hearts. The sudden danger prompted a quick response from the goddesses. Loki turned sharply, summoning with a gesture a giant wolf made of blue ice flames from the void behind her, which charged at the golden star beams. At the same time, Athena quickly raised her shield in front of them. Bang! 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 The highly compressed golden star energy easily pierced through the giant wolf of blue flames, dimming the light slightly, but continued to shoot toward the goddesses. Gritting her teeth, Athena unleashed her golden divine power. The gold shield, originally forged from heavenly divine metal, radiated an even more dazzling brilliance under Athena's power, like a miniature sun. The next second, the golden star beams struck the shield. Sparks flew everywhere, and despite their combined strength, the two goddesses were forced back by sheer power. This won't work. If you've got any tricks left, use them now, or we're both dead. Athena shouted. Loki gritted her teeth. Buy me a minute. Without waiting for Athena's response, Loki began to channel her divine power. Since Loki had disrupted the divine power barrier and the floating garden was encased in its barrier, the gods' power had been significantly reduced, almost to the point where they could barely use demigod-level power. Loki immediately felt that skills she could normally use with ease now required her full effort. Damn it! Athena cursed, but there was nothing she could do except hold the line by herself. Seeing that the two goddesses had stopped running, Ishtar-Rin's attacks grew even fiercer. Countless golden star beams rained down on Athena. Athena had never felt time pass so slowly. Finally, as the minute was almost up, a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Athena's mouth, evidence of the damage from the divine power backlash. I can't hold on much longer. I'm ready. Loki's expression suddenly relaxed. A surge of green divine power erupted from her. Sensing something amiss, Ishtar-Rin instantly intensified her assault. But she was just a fraction too late. In a split second, the two goddesses' figures seemed to warp as if encased in glass, then snapped back to normal. In that brief moment, countless golden star beams engulfed their figures. However, Ishtar-Rin showed no sign of joy on her face. She had seen it clearly, the moment the first golden star beam touched them, their bodies shattered like illusions, dissipating into thin air. They swapped themselves with illusions. Ishtar-Rin's face twisted in frustration. It was as if she could see an entire banquet of desserts slipping away from her grasp. Chapter 95, FGO, 95. 2,330 words. Near the edge of the floating garden, two figures suddenly emerged from the void. Ah, I thought we were done for this time. Loki exclaimed, lying on the ground with a look of relief after narrowly escaping death. Hey! Get up! We're still not out of danger yet. Athena kicked Loki to get her moving. Just let me rest for a bit. I used up every last bit of my divine power to force that blink technique through the barrier, Loki complained. Athena's eyes flashed at Loki's words, and then she said coldly, if you don't want to get caught by them, you'd better get up now. You're so cold and heartless. Loki protested but slowly got to her feet and started walking sluggishly. Come here, I'll help you walk. Athena offered, much to Loki's disbelief. Seeing Loki's expression, Athena's face showed a hint of impatience as she lifted Loki and helped her move forward. After being enhanced by the system, the fully upgraded floating garden was surrounded by a special, complex barrier. Anyone identified as an enemy would have all teleportation methods strongly sealed off, and all attributes drastically suppressed in proportion. Otherwise, with the gods' immensely powerful bodies and far surpassing mortal attributes, they would have escaped long ago. Had it not been for the need to support each other, Athena's cold and selfish nature would have led her to abandon Loki long ago. Athena dragged Loki, running forward with difficulty. However, from an angle Loki couldn't see, a faint golden light flashed in Athena's hand as she supported Loki. With Ishtar-Rin no longer pursuing them and Semiramis busy playing her hunting game, the two goddesses quickly reached the edge of the floating garden and leaped off. When they landed on the ground, Loki immediately spread out in a star shape, lying there in a completely ungraceful manner and panting heavily. "We finally got out." "Yes," Athena replied, patting her ample chest with lingering fear before gritting her teeth. "That damned mortal. Don't let me catch him, or I'll rip out his soul and nail it to the wall of lamentations for eternity." "Count me in," Loki added, seething with anger at the thought of how her Aestun had been snatched away. Ryu's plan not only ruined her reputation but also thwarted all her schemes. At this, the two goddesses exchanged smiles. Having a common enemy and experiencing life and death trials together gradually built a bond of trust between them. "All right, get up. It's not becoming of goddesses to be lying on the ground like this," Athena said with a smile, reaching out naturally to help Loki up. "Thanks." Loki grabbed Athena's flawless hand, allowing herself to be pulled up. Feeling the softness and smoothness of Athena's hand, Loki's mischievous side got the better of her, and she didn't want to let go. "What do you think you're doing?" Athena's expression instantly turned cold. Although Athena was a genuine Yuri, she only liked being the dominant one, so Loki's teasing behavior immediately annoyed her. "Ah, what's the harm? We just survived a life and death ordeal together. Isn't it natural to get a little closer?" Loki shamelessly retorted. "Is that so? Well, if you don't want to let go, don't blame me." Athena's expression suddenly became icy cold. Before Loki could react, golden divine power surged through Athena's body, transferring directly into Loki. What are you doing?" Loki cried out in fear, trying to pull her hand away, only to find that their hands were stuck together as if fused. "After today's battle, I realized something. Without your help, I can't defeat that mortal named Ingwin Ryu." Athena's voice was gentle, and her expression softened, which only made Loki even more terrified. As Athena's divine power continued to flow into Loki's body, a large, golden scroll, as tall as a person, slowly unfurled. "So, I'm going to establish an eternal contract with you. This way, we can be together forever. Of course, I'll be the master, and you'll be my servant," Athena said with a delighted smile, one that came from the heart, as she finally felt her value was being proven. Recently, Athena had suffered repeated setbacks at the hands of Ryu, leaving her with a psychological shadow. Successfully scheming against Loki in the spur of the moment brought her immense pleasure. It reassured her that her wisdom still had its use. "By the way, Amaterasu is also one of my female slaves," Athena added as if she had been repressing her need to vent after so many failures, revealing a huge secret. "What kind of ruler of the Takamagara pantheon?" With just a few sweet words, I had her completely fooled, and she easily surrendered her body to me. After playing with her until she lost consciousness, I forced her into a contract. Now, the entire Takamagara pantheon is under my control. "You're despicable," Loki exclaimed, her face twisted as if she had been bitten by a poisonous snake after hearing Athena's secret. "Who would have thought that goddesses are so stupid? I was just testing the waters, and that foolish goddess fell for it." "Even I was surprised," Athena said with a smirk. At that moment, the enormous scroll fully unfurled, and a complex golden magic circle appeared beneath both goddesses. The inscriptions on it were written in ancient divine script, so intricate that even a glance would make someone dizzy. "Well, it's about time, Loki. Just obediently become my female slave for the rest of your life. Don't worry, once I'm done playing with those cute girls, I'll reward them to you." Feeling confident in her impending victory, Athena no longer hid her cruel nature. "Be careful, you might face retribution for this," Loki said indignantly. Athena dismissed Loki's words as the whimpering of a defeated opponent. Suddenly, the scroll emitted a brilliant light that enveloped both of them, and the magic circle beneath their feet responded, expanding to its limit. From afar, two golden beams shot up into the sky, piercing the clouds. When the light finally receded, the scroll rolled itself up and split into two, merging into the bodies of the two goddesses. "It's done. Now, my dear slave Loki, kneel before me," Athena commanded, her face full of satisfaction, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Loki, exuding the aura of a queen. But to her surprise, Loki looked at her with a knowing smirk, making no move to obey. "Huh? What's going on?" The contract is definitely in effect, so why isn't it working? It's not working because you've got the roles reversed. Now, kneel and meow like a cat, Loki said with a calm smile. Impossible. How could I? Athena instinctively wanted to resist. However, under the powerful influence of the ancient contract, her body acted against her will, slowly kneeling to the ground. Nya. The soft, cute sound paired with the goddess's tearful, humiliated expression was truly exquisite. Oh. So obedient. Facing Athena's volcanic gaze, Loki patted her head as if teasing a pet. Athena had never endured such humiliation. She bit her lips so hard that they bled. Rather than enduring such humiliation forever, it would be better to. As the thought of suicide emerged in Athena's mind, Loki's sinister voice interrupted. Oh, I almost forgot to put a collar on my little kitty. In the name of Loki, I command you, you are not allowed to commit suicide. You are not allowed to escape back to the heavens. In the face of mortal danger, you must strive to survive. Loki had cut off all her escape routes. Athena's heart turned to ashes, and she lay on the ground with vacant eyes, murmuring. Impossible, I checked secretly, and you don't have a trace of divine power on you. Even now, she couldn't believe she was the one who lost. My little kitty, your every move is under my control. If you want to sign a master-servant contract with me, the evil god Loki, you must be prepared to lose even yourself. Loki grinned widely. In contrast, Athena, the once proud goddess of wisdom, lay defeated in front of Loki as if she had succumbed to her overwhelming might. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer gods and adventurers left in the Hanging Garden. Some were turned to ashes by the EX-level magic cannon, while others, like Athena and Loki, escaped by jumping. The number of enemies remaining in the Hanging Garden sharply decreased, and Semiramis's control over the entire Hanging Garden became more proficient, causing the survival chances of the survivors to plummet. Ryu was hunting adventurers when suddenly, a teleportation array glowed beneath his feet, sending him back to the hotel. At that moment, Scat-Hack approached. Sure show? Ryu showed a puzzled expression. Today is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so I've decided to let you experience a chance to fight with a god. Scat-Hack spoke with a cold, commanding tone that brooked no argument. What? How is that possible? He immediately thought he must have entered the teleportation array wrong and was seeing a fake Scat-Hack. With his current average attributes of C and D, he couldn't even handle high-level adventurers, let alone gods. He could only rely on his powerful noble phantasm to bully level 7 or 8 opponents. According to his estimation, gods had average attributes at EX level or higher. Even under the suppression of the barrier, they weren't opponents a third-rate servant like him, who had just entered the heroic servant rank, could handle. So his first reaction was that he must have misheard. I've already consulted Semiramis. If the barrier is focused on a single god, it can directly suppress all their attributes to around level B. Damn, Semiramis, you plotted against me. Hearing Scat-Hack's words, Ryu was instantly furious. I didn't plot against you, oh dear master, I just thought it would be more interesting this way. Swish. Dressed in a black luxurious gown, the Assyrian empress, full of lazy decadence, appeared before the two. Semiramis covered her mouth, chuckling as she looked at him. I'll settle accounts with you later. Ryu pointed at Semiramis and shouted, then turned to Scat-Hack. Sure show, can you? Before he could finish speaking, Scat-Hack interrupted him firmly. You can choose to fight them or choose to fight me. I choose to fight them. In less than a second, Ryu made his choice. Then, master, please choose an opponent from here. Be quick, the longer you take, the fewer options you'll have. Semiramis wore a mischievous smile. She raised her hand and waved gently, and a large screen appeared in front of him, divided into dozens of small squares, each showing different characters. This was the method Semiramis used to monitor the entire Hanging Garden. Ryu gritted his teeth and quickly started browsing. There was no way to escape this time, as Scat-Hack was adamant. Therefore, choosing the right opponent became crucial. First, he naturally ruled out adventurers, as Scat-Hack had clearly stated that he could only choose a god. Next, he eliminated those with legendary bravery or any combat-enhancing roles. The ideal opponent would have roles related to agriculture, commerce, winemaking, or other non-combatant positions. Soon, Ryu locked onto his target but did not immediately speak. Instead, he turned to Scathach and said, "Sure, before the battle, can you help me put on a show? Oh, you want to use tricks to disturb your opponent? Very well, as a warrior, you should do everything to win." Unexpectedly, Scathach nodded in agreement. "Good. Semiramis, transport those two here." Ryu smirked as he pointed to the two figures on the screen. At a time like this, how dare they flaunt their love? Who else should I choose but you two? Semiramis glanced at the scene on the screen and immediately showed an amused expression. Master's choice is indeed interesting. Let me enjoy a good drama. With that, Semiramis waved her hand. The glow of the teleportation array instantly brightened. The screen was showing the figures of a male and female deity. Demeter, come on. We're almost at the edge. A handsome and elegant male god in a purple-blue classical tailcoat with golden hair draped over his shoulders ran ahead while speaking to his female companion behind him. Yes. Dionysus, let's work hard together and escape from here. Being half-dragged and half-pulled by Dionysus, was a beautiful goddess with orange hair and eyes, and an alluring figure. She looked at her lover's back with full affection. Dionysus. The orange-haired goddess suddenly called out softly. What is it, Demeter? Dionysus didn't turn his head, they couldn't afford any distractions now. Last time. Demeter, usually known for her bold and big sister persona, showed a rare shy expression. About what you said last time, I agreed. If Dionysus hadn't been focusing most of his attention on them, he might not have heard what Demeter said. Last time's matter? Dionysus pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered, and his heart began to race. Do you mean, you agreed to my proposal? His voice trembled slightly as if he couldn't quite believe it. Yeah. Demeter whispered. If they weren't fleeing for their lives, Dionysus would have laughed out loud. Demeter, do you mean it? Idiot. Don't make me repeat such things. Demeter shouted, embarrassed and angry. What does it matter? I'm happy now. Let's have the wedding when we get back. Dionysus laughed heartily as he said it. So soon? Demeter looked shocked. Why not? We've been together for 10,000 years, right? I've been waiting for this day for so long. Dionysus said, giving Demeter's hand a firm squeeze. I understand, I agree. Demeter, blushing, nodded slightly. That's great, Demeter. I promise to make you the happiest bride in the world. Dionysus vowed loudly. Yes. I believe in you, Dionysus. Don't ever let go of my hand. In the next second, the light of the teleportation array shone brightly. Chapter 96, FGO, 96. 2,115 words. Well, here we meet again. Ryu smiled as he greeted them. It's you. That mortal. Dionysus exclaimed, his face a mix of surprise and anger, while Demeter hid behind him in fear. At that moment, a figure entered Dionysus's line of sight. When he saw who it was, his heart sank. Scathach looked at him with a calm expression as if she were looking at a flower or a plant. But Dionysus dared not underestimate her in the slightest. He saw this mysterious woman use a magic spear to slaughter over 200 gods. She was a demon god in a beautiful disguise. He keenly noticed the fear in Dionysus's eyes, giving him more confidence in his plan. I don't like your tone, so I've decided to invite you both to play a little game. This game is called Kill or Be Killed. Ryu coldly uttered the name filled with bloodlust. What if we refuse? Demeter cautiously asked from behind Dionysus. You won't. He glanced at Scathach beside him. The meaning was clear, if they didn't want to play, they'd be killed. As for defeating the opponent and escaping, after seeing the figure of that demon who slaughtered gods like mowing grass, Dionysus didn't even dare to think about it. After hesitating slightly, Dionysus said. We will participate. How do we play this game? Me too, Demeter added. The game is simple, you kill each other, and whoever kills the other, I will let go. Ryu's smile was extremely malicious. Of course, you can also choose to resist or commit suicide. He kindly added. We won't let you control us. Demeter emerged from behind Dionysus and shouted. Really? But he doesn't seem to think so. Huh? Demeter instinctively turned her head, only to find Dionysus staring at her with a terrifying expression. What's wrong with you? Demeter felt that his expression was more frightening than ever. Sorry, I was distracted. Dionysus suddenly seemed to come back to his senses, his expression returning to normal. Wouldn't you consider it? If one of you sacrifices yourself, the other could be saved. Aren't you lovers? Sacrificing for each other should be expected, right? As for the one who survives, I promise to let them leave. Rhea taunted. Shut up. Don't think you can tarnish my love with Demeter. Dionysus declared righteously. Then he turned to Demeter with a deep expression of affection. It looks like we can only meet in the underworld. Demeter, with tear-filled eyes, grabbed Dionysus's hand. Yes. I'm willing to go with you, let us reunite in the underworld. Just as they embraced, Dionysus's expression became extremely twisted. Thud. Blood splattered. Demeter suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest and instinctively pushed Dionysus away. The orange-haired goddess was horrified to find a black dagger embedded in her chest. Since you're willing to die with me, it doesn't matter if I live, right? Dionysus's face twisted to the point that Demeter barely recognized him. You. Demeter pulled out the dagger, her blood-stained finger pointing at him. Demeter couldn't believe it. The person who had professed his love for her just moments ago had now stabbed her to save his own life. Demeter wanted to rush at him and grab him by the collar to question him, but she collapsed helplessly to the ground, her face filled with resentment, despair, and unwillingness as she lost her life. Clap, clap, clap. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Rhea applauded. A strong sense of delight surged through him. No wonder Father Kodomine turned into a hedonist with just a few words from Gilgamesh. Indeed, killing someone personally is not as interesting as forcing two lovers to kill each other. Oops, almost became a hedonist myself. Rhea quickly composed himself. Can I leave now? Dionysus asked with a menacing look. Killing Demeter seemed to transform the god of wine from a charming playboy into a venomous snake. Of course, as long as you have a match with me. Win, and I'll let you go. You're not keeping your promise? Dionysus's face darkened. If you say so, then yes. Besides, I see no reason to be honorable to a scoundrel who killed his lover. Rhea scoffed. You forced me to do it. Dionysus clenched his fists in anger. We're in a life and death war, and your Olympian gods are my enemies. Isn't it right for me to do this? Rhea waved his hand as if he didn't want to continue the conversation. Seeing that a fight was inevitable, Dionysus let out a cold laugh, drew a rapier, and lunged at him. With a flick of his wrist, the tip of the sword turned into dozens of silvery stars, aiming for all of Ryu's vital points. Dionysus hated Ryu, attacking with deadly precision. Rhea didn't dodge. Instead, he swung a fist at Dionysus's face. Thud. 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 Dozens of bloody holes appeared on Rya's body, with blood gushing out. Bang. His punch landed on Dionysus's right cheek, sending him spinning in the air. As luck would have it, Ryu's punch triggered the explosive effect of elemental fury, blasting Dionysus away. When Dionysus stood up again, his handsome face was gone. Half of his face was charred black, with some areas exposing white bones, making it look like he had two faces. Ryu was surprised to find that his wounds showed no signs of healing, as if a force was preventing it. Is this divine power? He carefully felt the mysterious and peculiar energy in his wounds and concluded. His biggest reliance was the powerful healing ability granted by his Mystic Code and EX-level Noble Phantasm. If this advantage was taken away, the battle would be difficult, and he might even lose or die. He started to understand Skathaka's purpose in arranging this battle. He had been too successful lately, forgetting that his current power was far from enough to control his fate. A deadly crisis, is it? Isn't this perfect? Always relying on wisdom and schemes to calculate others made him almost forget that he was a warrior. Weapons that aren't wielded often will become dull. Ryu ignored his wounds, raised his fists, and charged forward. After a brief exchange, Dionysus instinctively glanced at Scathach, only to find that the demonic figure showed no signs of intervening. Dionysus's confidence soared instantly. The natural arrogance of a god, combined with the resentment of being forced to kill Demeter, made his killing intent surge. Seeing Ryu rushing at him, he was furious. Insignificant mortal. His expression twisted, and paired with his disfigured face, he looked like a demon crawling out of hell. Boom! A rainbow-glowing gauntlet collided head-on with the silver rapier, producing a loud bang and sparks flying. Immediately, Ryu was pushed back by a tremendous force. Even when suppressed by the barrier, a god is still a god, and the basic attributes of a divine body are unmatched by mortals. What? Do you think you can challenge me with just this level? Challenge me, a god. Don't get too arrogant, human. Having overwhelmed him, Dionysus became even more arrogant. He didn't care anymore. Even with that demonic figure nearby, he was determined to kill this human. Facing Dionysus's verbal assault, Ryu unusually did not retort. This guy is the strongest enemy he has faced so far. Under his relentless onslaught, Ryu didn't even have the space to exchange words. Die. Die. Vile human. Silver divine power surged from Dionysus, sending Ryu flying. Then, like rain, his sword strikes blossomed into countless silvery stars in the sky, beautiful yet deadly. Thud, thud, thud. Ryu fell to the ground, sliding several meters on one knee, his chest riddled with a dozen new bloody holes, with blood gushing out. Ryu's face turned extremely grim. His opponent was strong, that much was certain, even though his main divine role in winemaking was not suited for combat. What surprised him was that the gear second of the reversal war god, a passive trigger state, was ineffective. This was the second time Ryu had endured the god of wine's attacks. Yet, the reflection effect of the reversal war god gear second gear didn't activate. It seemed the mystique level of divine power even exceeded that of the reversal war god. Previously, he had relied on his powerful noble phantasm and attributes to crush others. Being overwhelmed in return was a first for him. The only good news was that Ryu's injuries were healing, albeit very slowly. This indicated that the recovery effect of the reversal war god was significantly weakened but not entirely suppressed or nullified by divine power. Looks like I'll have to use the third state, the Berserk Revenge state. Ryu's eyes grew intensely focused. The more powerful the force, the greater the cost of using it. It's not that he didn't want to use state 3, but using it would impose a heavy burden on his body and even his soul. Exceeding his limit could even damage his soul. Physical injuries can heal, but soul damage is troublesome. Even Scathach and the healing specialist Medea Lily couldn't do anything about it. The reason, as Scathach bluntly told him, was that his body was too weak, with too low basic attributes to withstand such power. So, until he fully matured, Ryu avoided using the third state of the reversal war god whenever possible. But now, against this enemy, not using the third state means defeat. Then use it. He felt the long-dormant warrior's blood in him start to boil. He glanced at Scathach, seemingly understanding the purpose of this battle. Do you want me to break through my limits? Indeed, you are the most severe and ruthless teacher. Also, the best teacher. Ryu's silence made Dionysus even more arrogant. Vile human. Why don't you speak? Do you want to kneel and beg for mercy? Dionysus held his head with one hand and laughed wildly. Killing Demeter with his own hands had completely ruined this once gentlemanly god. You are just human. Humans are the weakest intelligent species. You can't perform magic like elves. Nor are you as robust as orcs and dwarves. All you can do is grovel on the ground, begging for the grace of us gods. You're like maggots in the mud, impossible to crush. And now you even rebel against your master. Too arrogant, vile human. At this moment, a dark red aura suddenly emanated from Ryu's body, accompanied by a thick, bloody scent. Anyone could vaguely hear the sound of iron clashing. Berserk Revenge state, activate. Rhea said coldly. Vile human. No matter how you struggle, it's meaningless. There's not even a 1 in a million, not even a 1 in a billion chance. Dionysus suddenly pulled a clay jar out of thin air. Be proud, vile human. This is my wine of the god of madness. Once I drink it, my combat power will double. To thank you, I will go all out to kill you. As Dionysus spoke, he opened the jar, and the rich aroma of wine wafted over. Just smelling it made one feel deeply intoxicated, while the blood in their body circulated several times faster than usual. If the scent alone had such a terrifying effect, what would happen if one drank it? Dionysus himself revealed the answer. He abruptly tilted his head back, and a crystalline thread flowed from the clay jar into Dionysus's mouth. Just as Dionysus took a small sip, Ryu's figure flashed before him, and he kicked him hard in the face. Dionysus spun several times in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Ryu confiscated the clay jar containing the divine wine and tossed it into his storage space. Fool, where did you get the confidence that I would let you finish your ultimate move? Ryu's voice was full of insults. Human. Dionysus suddenly stood up, a distinct footprint appeared on his intact left cheek, making him look like a clown with the burn on his right cheek. That kick hadn't done much physical harm to him, but mentally. I'll kill you. Even just a small sip, the divine wine had significantly strengthened him. Dionysus's exposed skin, including his head and face, began to turn bright red as if he were drunk. Yet his expression was one of excitement, full of madness and pure killing intent. Kill. I'll kill you. You're just a vile human. You harm my noble divine body and humiliate me. I swear by the name of Dionysus, I will pin your soul to the wall of lamentation. Prepare to die, human. P.S. It was said that Dionysus was Inio, but there is barely any information about this, so it's best to disregard it. Chapter 97, FGO, 97. 2,430 words. Dionysus abandoned the swift and fierce thrusting of his sword, opting instead to swing it like an axe. The air whistled with a whoosh sound as if it were being torn apart. Die, human. Facing Dionysus's overhead strike, Ryu tilted his head slightly, completely disregarding the sword as he aimed a punch at Dionysus's head. Splat. Blood and flesh flew as the blade cut deeply into his body, turning the silver sword completely crimson. Under Dionysus's unmatched strength, the blade sliced down and severed Ryu's left arm entirely. Bang. Ryu's fist connected squarely with the center of Dionysus's face. Several teeth flew out instantly, and Dionysus's face caved in significantly, golden divine blood flowing non-stop from his nose. This clash between man and god immediately resembled a life-and-death struggle between beasts, describable only as brutal. Completely disregarding their injuries, they focused solely on killing each other. Dionysus's brain was heavily impacted, and even with a god's body, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. He shook his head while retreating. Ryu's expression was ice-cold as if it wasn't his arm that had been cut off. He immediately stepped forward, grabbed Dionysus's hair with his remaining right hand, pulled down, and simultaneously kneed upwards. Another vicious knee strike hit the center of Dionysus's face. The god's head was thrown back by the immense force. Golden divine blood drew a beautiful arc in the air. Bang! 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 Ryu pressed his advantage, grabbing Dionysus's hair again and repeating the earlier motion. After 5 consecutive knee strikes, Dionysus seemed completely dazed, offering no resistance. Just as he prepared for the 6th strike, Dionysus suddenly raised both hands in front of his face. Ryu's knee struck his palms. Realizing something was wrong, Ryu immediately tried to change his move, but Dionysus was a step ahead. He pushed off with both feet and headbutt forward fiercely. The hard skull collided with the soft abdomen. Ryu instantly felt as if his internal organs were about to be squeezed out. He hunched over and retreated. The man and god continued fighting like street thugs, without technique or dignity. Every punch connected with flesh, every sword strike sprayed blood. Like two beasts locked in a life-or-death struggle, they kept tearing at each other's flesh. By this time, the battle in the Hanging Garden had essentially ended. The contracted heroic spirits under Ryu's command had paused their work and were watching from the sidelines. The women had different reactions to their bloody fighting style. Scat Hakka's face remained expressionless, displaying the demeanor of an iron-blooded queen. Medea Lily, the most timid, was so frightened that she covered her eyes, but the terrible sounds still reached her ears. Unable to bear it, she finally hid behind Atlanta. Atlanta was still in her darkened state. Watching the flying blood, she unconsciously licked her lips, her eyes showing desire. Ishtar, always eager for excitement, used boredom as an excuse and flew away on her heavenly boat. Semiramis's face no longer held its usual mocking smile. Her expression was extremely serious as she watched the blood-soaked figure in the arena. For a moment, she seemed to see another figure in him. Back then, she had been young and in her prime, while he was already an old general who had been through countless bloody battles. Finally, Jeanne d'Arc couldn't watch anymore. However, as soon as she took a step forward, a crimson magic spear immediately blocked her path. Lady Scathach? Now is not the time for your kindness. Stay back and watch quietly, Scathach said coldly. But this serves no training purpose. They're just trying to kill each other. Jeanne argued. She had a point, as the man and God were now using every method to kill each other, employing any means to tear a piece of flesh from their opponent. Scathach shook her head. Combat experience, skills, techniques, physical qualities, these can all be trained. But there's one thing that can't be trained no matter what, and that's the will to never surrender in the face of any strong enemy. Scathach looked directly into Jeanne's eyes and said with utmost sincerity, "This duel is very important for Master. If he can't succeed here, I will advise him to completely give up on warrior training." The usually taciturn Cherchot explained in such detail for the first time. She knew very well how stubborn the French saint could be. If she didn't explain clearly, Jeanne would interfere in the duel. At that point, Scathach would have no choice but to confront her. To be honest, Scathach quite liked straightforward female warriors like Jeanne, and it would be best to avoid becoming enemies. Jeanne hesitated for a moment, her face showing a trace of unwillingness, but she finally agreed with Scathach's suggestion. "I understand. If danger arises, I will stop it before that happens," Scathach said decisively. The two resumed watching the battle. In the arena, the two seemed to have reached the final stage, seeking an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to their opponent. Dionysus's handsome face was completely disfigured, his beautiful hair that could have been in a shampoo commercial was burned off, and one eye had been forcibly gouged out by Ryu. He now stared intently at him with his remaining eye. Being at a disadvantage, Ryu was naturally more severely injured. Besides his severed left arm, his chest was crisscrossed with wounds deep enough to expose bone. Looking closely, one could see his beating heart through the gaps between his ribs. Blood gushed out like floodgates had been opened, quickly forming a small pool at his feet. Ryu likewise stared unblinkingly at his opponent. They were like two mortally wounded beasts, circling each other, looking for a chance to deliver the fatal blow. Huff, huff. I must say, you humans are indeed troublesome, but that's all. No matter how hard humans try, they are ultimately the most inferior race. Just like mud on the ground. Let me show you the unbridgeable gap between humans and gods. As he spoke, silver divine power surged out from Dionysus's body. Even with Semiramis using all her strength to suppress it, she couldn't hold it back, watching helplessly as his aura steadily rose. Finally, Dionysus's aura crossed a major threshold. Previously, he was equivalent to an epic-level heroic spirit with average B-rank attributes. Now, he was at the level of a mythical-level heroic spirit with average A-rank attributes. Ryu responded to Dionysus's boast with a cold smile. He directly mobilized the power of the revenge state he had been accumulating. This mysterious power was indeed strong. Ryu could feel that this power was far stronger than mana, even stronger than Dionysus's divine power. However, when this power coursed through his body, he felt a pain that seemed to burn even his soul. The revenge state hurts both the target and the user. A dark red mysterious power flowed along his blood vessels throughout his body, finally gathering in his right fist according to his will. The tension in the arena seemed to affect the watching women as well. Medea unconsciously grabbed Atlanta's tail. Atlanta's cat eyes narrowed to slits. Semiramis instinctively folded her arms across her chest. Jeanne clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and began to pray silently. Even Scathach couldn't help but grip her magic spear tightly, her muscles tensed, ready for action. Without any warning, both sides launched their attacks simultaneously. Die, lowly human. That's my line. Die, lowly god. Boom. The silver glowing rapier and the dark red fist collided violently. At the point of impact, the surrounding space is distorted and then shattered like glass. The rapier and fist were locked in a stalemate for just a few seconds. Crack. A faint sound rang out. To Dionysus's horror, the divine artifact in his hand, forged from rare celestial metals by the god of blacksmiths, began to shatter, inch by inch. Then, Ryu's fist, its force undiminished, smashed into Dionysus's face. Impossible. I, a god, actually, lost to a human. This thought barely had time to form in Dionysus's consciousness before everything went dark. His head exploded from Ryu's punch, red and white matter blooming behind him in a fan shape. Ryu slowly straightened up, while Dionysus fell to the ground with a thud. Looks like I won, Mr. God who looked down on humans, Ryu said plainly. The war that had swept through the entire labyrinth city of Orario had finally come to an end. Though the war only occurred in one city, making its scope insignificant in the grand scheme of the world, its impact resonated globally. The dungeon, with its vast array of monsters that allowed adventurers to level up rapidly, was completely occupied by one organization. That organization's name was Chaldea. Yes, Godako Hotel had officially changed its name to Chaldea. Semiramis, always looking to make big news, directly used the Hanging Gardens to broadcast the change. In an instant, people near Orario were shocked, and the surviving gods were furious. She once again helped Ryu attract a huge wave of hatred. Ryu was certain that if this were a game, his infamy among the gods would have solidified into a blood feud. This war completely reshuffled the world order on a global scale. Many familia and even the patron gods behind them perished, and countless forces reorganized. Apart from the biggest winner, Godako Hotel, now it can be called Chaldea, there were some other factions that gained significantly by deliberately preserving their strength. Among them was the Loki familia. After the two goddesses escaped, they announced an alliance representing two major pantheons and also brought in the Takamagara pantheon represented by Amaterasu. Of course, the true nature of the relationship between the three goddesses is known only to themselves. The three pantheons formed a large but loose alliance. Other pantheons were not to be outdone, forming alliances one after another. Meanwhile, the guild, severely weakened by this campaign, officially announced its dissolution. Uranus simply tore off his disguise completely, directly merging the guild into the loose alliance formed by Athena, Loki, and Amaterasu. For a time, alliances sprang up across the land, and the world turned a new page in history. But this still didn't solve the fundamental problem. Except for Orario's underground labyrinth, there were only a few rare places where monsters would spawn, and the total quantity and quality of monsters in the entire world combined couldn't compare to the original underground labyrinth of Orario. The previously open underground labyrinth, where adventurers could enter at will, now shocked adventurers as they found that monsters available for leveling up had become a scarce species. The most crucial point was that, except for Orario's underground labyrinth, no place produced floor bosses. Levels 1 and 2 were manageable, but beyond that, without participating in floor boss fights, it was impossible to achieve the feat of leveling up. In other words, adventurers were doomed to remain low level for life. This became rather awkward. Some forces banded together, joining large races like elves, merfolk, and beastmen to jointly pressure Chaldea. They threatened to completely cut off all trade with the Hanging Gardens unless Ryu opened the underground labyrinth. Ryu couldn't be bothered to give a damn about these self-inflated fools. The Hanging Gardens had a complete ecosystem. As long as the population didn't exceed a certain limit, it could be completely self-sufficient. The area of the gardens could easily support 100,000 people. Currently, the residents of the Hanging Gardens include the Freya familia and their families, and the original Godako Hotel staff and their families, adding up to less than 2,000 people in total. Due to Ryu's grand gestures, the Hanging Gardens had now become an independent small kingdom floating in the sky. Ryu originally thought these guys would protest a bit, issue warnings, and settle down if ignored, much like countries on Earth. Unexpectedly, these arrogant fools directly organized an air force, having some adventurers ride flying mounts like griffins and dragon eagles to raid the Hanging Gardens, hoping to establish a landing point. Ryu immediately ordered Semiramis to annihilate this fantasy version of an air force en route, achieving a deterrent effect. Semiramis, finding controlling the Hanging Gardens too boring, directly treated this air battle like a real-time strategy game. Her method was simple: she activated all the gargoyles. The Air Force, formed at great expense by the various factions, became a joke, torn to pieces by millions of gargoyles before even approaching the Hanging Gardens airspace. Ryu wasn't one to take a beating without fighting back, so he directly had Ishtar take action. Regardless of distance, it was one concentrated Venus beam. As a result, the Elven capital, the gathering place of the Beastmen chieftains, and the underwater city of the sea races were all struck by golden light pillars descending from the sky. On the same day, at the same moment, the leaders of several major races, the Elven Queen, the Great Beastman Chieftain, the Mermaid Queen, all perished simultaneously. A large crater suddenly appeared in the center of these major racial powers' capitals, serving as a conspicuous reminder to the world of the consequences of offending the Chaldea organization. Not to mention the damage this global map attack caused to several major racial powers, the sudden death of leaders would undoubtedly incite overt and covert struggles for power. The world's major powers, including several human kingdoms observing in secret, hoping to reap the benefits as bystanders, and various divine alliances, were all frightened out of their wits by this move. But Ryu knew that the world would never lack rebels. Killing could only instill temporary fear, it couldn't sustain rule for long. What he wanted was stability, so he didn't mind throwing out some benefits for these jackals to fight over. After all, he only needed to ensure that he was the one throwing meat from outside the fence. So Ryu issued a statement: except for forces hostile to Chaldea, the Hanging Gardens would accept a fixed number of adventurers each week, allowing them to enter the dungeon, then rotate weekly. The number was strictly limited by him to 200 people, and qualifications were auctioned off. Moreover, Chaldea would directly take 1/3 of the gains obtained after entering the dungeon. If this were Earth, people would certainly find this familiar. This was hunger marketing plus monopoly plus price gouging. The underground labyrinth was the only one of its kind with no alternatives. If you wanted to fight monsters and level up, you had to hand over the money. Chapter 98, FGO, 98, R. 1559 words. This battle, especially the final deadly confrontation with the God of Wine, was significant to Ryu's growth. In addition to many energy points, he also obtained a mystic code. Berserk God's Wine. Rarity. Attributes: increases strength by 20 points, endurance by 10 points, reduce agility by 10 points. Skill: Drunken Berserk. Doubles all attributes, reduces pain by 50%, but requires a willpower check every 5 minutes. Failure results in forced sleep. As expected of a 5-star item dropped by a god-slaying event, despite its drawbacks, the attributes and effects are nothing short of a treasure. Besides this item, Ryu's attributes also saw a significant increase. Given the severity of his injuries, it was almost possible that he could have died on the spot. However, with the help of his contract servants, he managed to survive. Just as scars are a man's badge of honor, the experience of being injured became the fuel for his physical transformation. At the same time, Ryu also discovered a hidden attribute of the Reversal War God. The higher the rank and mystery of the attack he receives, the greater his improvement. It's like the difference in experience points gained from defeating ordinary monsters versus bosses in a game. This time, the injury was caused by the divine power of the God of Wine, whose rank and mystery far exceeded that of ordinary magic. Ryu could feel the difference. But none of this is the most important thing. No matter what kind of powerful enemy he faces, he must have an indomitable spirit. This was the true lesson he learned from this deadly battle. Exhausted, Ryu was sent back to his room and immediately fell asleep. He slept from noon until midnight. In his sleep, he suddenly felt as if someone was approaching him. As the person got closer, a faint fragrance drifted into Hai's nose. A woman? Could it be a female assassin who had evaded the search? Ryu instantly woke up. He was in his weakest state, though his injuries had almost fully healed after the divine power left by the God of Wine was dispelled. However, his physical strength and energy were truly depleted. So, he kept his eyes closed, pretending to be asleep. At this moment, the female assassin slowly approached his bedside. This female assassin seemed very cautious, moving incredibly slowly and without making a sound. If it weren't for his warrior instincts honed from countless battles, he might not have noticed. The female assassin stood by the bed, seemingly studying his appearance. Is she confirming her target? Ryu showed no signs of alarm, even his breathing and heartbeat remained unchanged. Suddenly, he sharply sensed that the female assassin was extending her hand towards his neck. At that moment, Ryu suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed the female assassin's wrist, and with a quick move, flipped her onto the bed, pinning her down with her arm twisted behind her back. Ah! The female assassin let out a startled cry. Wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? Ryu hurriedly turned on the magic stone lamp by the bed. Tears welled up in Seer's eyes as her face appeared before him. Seer, why is it you? Ryu exclaimed in surprise. Why can't it be me? Seer immediately pouted, burying her head into the pillow. He quickly let go of her, smiling awkwardly. Sorry, I thought you were an assassin from earlier today. Humph. I came to check on you out of the goodness of my heart, and you treat me like this? I'm not talking to you anymore, humph. At first, Seer's tone had a hint of annoyance, but by the end, it had turned into the affectionate tone of a lover. He was stunned and instinctively glanced at Seer. At that moment, he was shocked. Blood began to rush to different parts of his body. In his memory, Seer usually wore a youthful and energetic dress. But tonight, she was wearing a semi-transparent white gauze dress. Her smooth, white skin was faintly visible through the gauze, exuding an irresistible allure, like a statue of a jade goddess under the moonlight. Yet, Seer also radiated a youthful and pure aura. These seemingly contradictory qualities were perfectly combined, making her look incredibly desirable, almost impossible to resist. Faced with such a tempting Seer, Ryu couldn't help but swallow. He wasn't stupid. A girl visiting him alone at night, dressed so provocatively, could only mean one thing: a normal man would understand. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, causing Seer to blush and turn her head away in shyness. Seer, you. He felt his throat dry. Seer, as if making up her mind, suddenly turned back, her starry eyes looking softly at him. She placed a finger to his lips, stopping him from speaking further. Freya said that the best gift for a victorious warrior is a maiden's body, so, kiss me. When Seer said this, her voice trembled, revealing her nervousness, but when she reached the last sentence, her voice grew louder and more resolute. Not wanting to disappoint her, Ryu leaned in for a kiss. As their lips locked together, Ryu felt a wave of desire over him. He responded in kind, deepening the kiss, and exploring Seer's mouth with his tongue. She let out a soft moan, encouraging him to continue. She roamed across his chest, tracing gentle patterns on his skin. He reached up, intertwining his fingers with hers, drawing her closer to him. Their bodies pressed against each other, every inch of skin on fire. After a long moment, they parted, a silver thread of saliva connecting their lips. Seer suddenly bit her lip, gathering her courage. She reached out and gently took hold of his pants, tugging them down until he was exposed. Ryu couldn't believe what was happening. This beautiful woman was offering herself to him, and he couldn't turn her down. He couldn't resist her any longer. With a deep breath, he leaned forward and claimed what she was offering. Seer let out a soft moan as Ryu entered her, filling her up in a way she never imagined possible. It hurt at first, but she bit her lip and endured the pain. Ryu felt her tightness around him, and he couldn't help but lose control. He started moving faster and harder, taking her with him on a wild ride of passion. He couldn't believe how good it felt to be inside her. Seer closed her eyes and let herself go, giving in to the pleasure that Ryu was giving her. To the man she loved dearly, to the man she longed for, she surrendered everything she offered to him. As they moved together, their breaths becoming ragged and their bodies slick with sweat, Seer felt something inside her break. It was a feeling of release, of surrender. She had given herself to Ryu completely, and she knew that she would never be the same again. Ryu collapsed onto the bed next to Seer, his heart pounding and his body aching from the exertion. He looked down at her, taking in her flushed cheeks and tousled hair. She looked beautiful, even amid their shared mess. Seer opened her eyes and looked up at him, a small smile playing on her lips. "Thank you," she whispered. "That was amazing." Ryu couldn't find the words to respond. He felt like he had just experienced something truly special, something he never thought possible. He reached out and gently brushed a strand of hair away from her face, feeling an overwhelming sense of tenderness towards her. Ryu lay in bed, his heart still racing from the intense love he had just shared with Seer. Her soft breathing filled the air as she slept soundly next to him, her face serene in slumber. He couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment wash over him as he gazed at her beautiful features. Just as he began to drift off himself, a cool breeze brushed against his skin, causing him to shiver slightly. He turned his head to the side, trying to catch the source of the wind. That's when he saw her, Freya, the goddess of love herself. She stood at the foot of the bed, her eyes fixed on him, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Freya, Ryu whispered, his voice hoarse with surprise. What are you doing here? She walked slowly towards him, her hips swaying gracefully. I couldn't help myself. Freya purred. I've been watching you for some time now, Ryu. You're quite the lover. I've watched you from afar, admiring your strength and courage. But seeing you like that, with Seer, it made me realize how much I truly want to be with you. I don't know what to say. Ryu stammered. Freya crawled onto the bed, her body pressing against his. She wrapped her arms around him, pulling him close. Then let's make this night one to remember. Freya whispered into his ear. Let me show you what true love feels like. As their lips met in a heated kiss, Ryu knew that he was in over his head. He couldn't resist Freya's allure, and he found himself giving in to the passion that she reignited within him. He knew that this would be a night that he would never forget. Chapter 99, FGO, 99. 2075 words. Ryu wandered around the Hanging Garden. Previously, the labyrinth city of Orario had been the center of the world, expanding outward from the Babel Tower that covered the dungeon, forming the city we know today. It's no exaggeration to say that Orario's total area could rival some of the largest international cities on Earth, like Tokyo or New York. The Hanging Garden now occupied half of the central area, covering the most valuable regions centered around the dungeon. Almost all large and medium-sized Familia headquarters were near the dungeon, along with numerous blacksmith shops and potion stores. Now, with the place deserted, he had no qualms about claiming it as spoils of war for the Chaldea. After all, seizing enemy property during wartime is only natural. Currently, the former Godako hotel staff are working alongside Freya's Familia members to clear out the ownerless buildings. Large quantities of enchanted weapons and high-quality potions were being moved to the Chaldea warehouse. Meanwhile, their families, under organized leadership, began dismantling unnecessary buildings and converting them into farms. Even though this Hanging Garden, almost half the size of the average city, had only about 2,000 people working and living in it, he believed it could become the most desirable and prosperous city in the world again. Just then, Ryu noticed a shadow falling over him. A tall, tower-like figure stood before him. It was Otter. Do you need something? Ryu asked calmly. He was already in a sage mood after the intense session last night. Fight me. Otter drew the serrated greatsword from his back and pointed it directly at him. Sure. Ryu agreed easily. So the two headed directly to the training ground originally built by the Godako Hotel. 10 minutes later. Otter stood gasping for breath, leaning on his serrated greatsword, battered and bruised. His body was covered in fist marks, some even bearing burn, freeze, and electric shock scars. On the other hand, Ryu was also covered in wounds, but with the powerful regenerative abilities of his EX-class weapon, his injuries were healing before their eyes. Are you satisfied now? Otter remained silent. Sigh. Ryu knew why Otter is doing this, and started to walk away. Wait. Otter suddenly called out. Ryu slowly turned around, only to find Otter kneeling on one knee, solemnly saying, I'll leave the goddess in your care. After speaking, Otter stood up and walked away, his figure slowly fading into the distance. Ryu fell silent, fully understanding Otter's thoughts. When he first entered this world, he was just a small figure struggling to survive. To him back then, Otter was a powerful and imposing figure. Now, looking back, he had rapidly caught up and even surpassed Otter in every way. Watching as he was overtaken by a rising star, and even seeing the heart of his beloved goddess stolen away, how could Otter not feel bitterness? But despite all this, Otter still cared deeply for his goddess, embodying the ultimate devoted follower. Time passed quickly. After arranging the affairs of the Chaldea organization, Ryu began to prepare for his return. The first issue was manpower. To ensure absolute dominance over the gods, either Ishtar Rin or Skathak had to stay behind. Given the recent turmoil, he didn't dare take any chances and left both of them behind. As the controller of the Hanging Garden, Semiramis also had to stay. With that, nearly half of the people who could follow him back were gone. Moreover, both Freya and Seer refused to return with him. Not one to drag things out, Ryu quickly decided on his team and returned to the original Chaldea. Since his entry into the world of Damaaki was just a form of vacation, he didn't receive any rewards. After a few days of adjustment and fully adapting to his dramatically increased base attributes, Ryu decisively entered a new dungeon world. But what he didn't expect was the system giving him a big surprise. Ding! A new dungeon world has been detected. A special mutation caused by magical corruption has resulted in a large-scale alteration of the new dungeon world. Please be cautious, host. Hint 1. The magical corruption has dispersed into countless entities. 95% of these must be eliminated to count as a purification. Hint 2. This world belongs to a low-energy level world. All attributes, skills, and noble phantasms of the personnel entering it will be suppressed to C rank. Ryu was greatly surprised. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Especially the system's mention of grading the dungeon worlds by energy level. System, given the unusual circumstances, can you reveal which world we're heading to in advance? With a mindset of giving it a try, Ryu asked. Unexpectedly, the system responded. Ding. World, Cabannery of the Iron Fortress. World corruption rate, 35%. Warning. If the world corruption rate exceeds 50%, irreversible changes will occur in this world. Ryu was stunned again. This time, the system generously provided a lot of information. But such generosity from the system was not a good sign. He had, of course, watched Cabannery of the Iron Fortress. It's like an enhanced version of Resident Evil, where the zombies have become stronger, while human technology is only at the level of World War II. On top of that, the dungeon world restricts everything to C rank. The difficulty is at least nightmare level, if not outright hell level. System-san, do you think I've been having it too easy lately? Ryu couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. However, it seemed that the system wasn't done yet, adding another restriction. Note, in this dungeon world, only 2 contracted servants are allowed to accompany the host. Based on the first hint, Ryu deduced that in the world of Cabannery of the Iron Fortress, the entities most likely to be infected by the magical corruption would be the countless Cabane. After a brief analysis, he quickly identified the main challenges of this dungeon world. First and foremost was the energy level restriction, which capped at C rank. This was a significant limitation, as it prevented him from simply wiping out the area with a large-scale attack. C rank noble phantasms, even military-grade ones, would have limited range and destructive power. Since he couldn't rely on large-scale attacks, he would have to proceed carefully and methodically. But then came the second challenge. Over time, the world's corruption rate would continue to increase. As for how it would increase, based on his previous deductions, it was likely that every time a Cabane infected a human, the world's corruption rate would rise. In other words, Ryu had to quickly eliminate the Cabane while also protecting humans. It was essentially a race against time. There was no way he could complete this task on his own. The only option was to gather the surviving humans, increase their combat capabilities, and systematically eliminate the Cabane. In short, this time he had to abandon the solo RPG strategy and treat this dungeon world as a large-scale real-time strategy game. The mission objective was to gather all the surviving humans in the world and jointly wipe out the Cabane. Only by doing this could he hope to clear the instance. Ryu pondered for a long time and then chose Jean. Jean, you'll accompany me in this dungeon world. He then turned his gaze to the remaining servants. And as for the other one, I will go. Unexpectedly, Ace stepped forward and calmly volunteered. Alright, Ace, you'll come with me. Midia-chan, you and Atlanta will enter the other dungeon world. They immediately nodded in agreement. In his plan, Jean had a crucial role to play, and as for the remaining slot, it didn't matter who filled it. Since Ace offered to join, he wasn't about to refuse her goodwill. Both teams stepped into the teleportation array, and it immediately activated. At that moment, Ryu shouted to the other side. Midia-chan, you and Atlanta be careful. Even if the mission fails, your safety comes first. Atlanta acting tsundere as usual. Midia is under my protection. You should worry about yourself. By then, the teleportation had already begun, and Ryu had to temporarily give up the idea of scolding the haughty, little cat. Midia Lily tugged on Atlanta's sleeve and then softly said to Ryu, Master, we'll be careful. Please take care as well. My Midia-chan is so obedient and sweet, unlike a certain cat who's always on edge. With these thoughts, Ryu was fully enveloped by the light of the teleportation. As he started feeling drowsy, with his consciousness growing fuzzy, a gentle voice suddenly called out beside his ear. My lord. Lord Kenshu. Kenshu? Who is that? Are they calling me? With these questions in mind, Ryu abruptly opened his eyes. He was met with the sight of a traditional Japanese room, and he found himself lying on a tatami mat. Outside the paper sliding door to his left, a middle-aged woman dressed in a simple, traditional kimono was kneeling in a formal bow. Yes? He didn't directly ask about his doubts but instead responded with authority. Since he was in an unfamiliar place, he decided to speak as little as possible to avoid making mistakes. His cold and distant attitude was appropriate for dealing with a servant. If he had shown too much kindness or familiarity, it might have aroused suspicion. What is it? Ray asked with full authority. My lord, the lady is not doing well. His heart skipped a beat. The lady? I suddenly have a wife. Given that a wife is often the closest person to her husband, she would be the first to notice anything unusual about him. Luckily, this wife he had never met was on the verge of death. Ryu silently apologized in his heart. 3 days passed quickly. On the day Ryu arrived in this world, when he went to visit, his convenient wife seemed to have fulfilled her last wish and passed away peacefully. The house elders and servants of the Yamagawa family were all surprised to find that after the lady's death, the family head, Lord Kenshi Yamagawa, became much more silent and reserved. At the same time, his cold and dignified aura grew stronger by the day. But no one suspected anything, assuming that the Lord was deeply mourning his wife's death. Ryu had made all these decisions after carefully gathering information about the identity he had taken over. Indeed, the system had directly placed him in the role of Kenshi Yamagawa, a minor lord who appeared in 1 or 2 episodes of the original work and quickly died, and the father of a key female character, I Am Yamagawa. Moreover, the system irresponsibly only placed him into this world without transmitting the original owner's memories or even altering his appearance. The only thing the system seemed to have done was to replace people's perception of Kenshi Yamagawa's appearance with him. Thankfully, after careful probing, Ryu discovered that the current timeline was 10 years before the plot began. Iam was only 7 years old today, and he, in this identity, was just 24. Given Ryu's extensive battle experience and natural air of maturity, posing as a 24-year-old young lord was perfectly reasonable. His silent and stern demeanor was also a carefully considered choice. From the original story, it was known that Iam's mother died early, but Kenshi Yamagawa never remarried, leaving Iam as his only heir. In Japan, where male heirs were heavily favored, especially during the feudal era, it was unusual for a family head like Kenshi Yamagawa not to remarry after his wife's death and to have only one daughter. This suggested that Kenshi Yamagawa had been deeply in love with his wife, and it was well known. Thus, it was only natural for the lord to undergo a drastic change in personality after his beloved wife's death. A silent, stern, and authoritative young man. This was the image Ryu crafted to maintain his cover while he gradually learned more about Kenshu's past and relationships. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. As time passed, he gained a better understanding of Kenshu's past and his connections with others. And people began to grow accustomed to the Lord's new personality. However, one thing troubled him greatly. Father, I Am requests an audience. Outside the door came a soft, childlike voice. Yes, Nguyen Ryu, 18 years old and unmarried, now had a 7-year-old daughter. Chapter 100, FGO, 100. 2,212 words. A soft rustling sound echoed. A petite and adorable figure appeared behind the sliding paper door. With her hair styled in a cute Heim cut, her rosy little face, untouched by makeup, still glowed with a natural blush. Her clear, bright eyes shone, and she wore a small pink kimono, making her look like a delicate doll. Though still very young, Ayam already showed hints of the future beauty she would become, a classic beauty in the making. "Come in," Ryu said calmly, not looking at her but instead focusing on the official documents in his hand. Aside from being genuinely busy due to his wife's recent passing, funeral arrangements, and the backlog of official duties, he was also somewhat avoiding Ayam. Having unexpectedly gained such an adorable daughter, Ryu had no idea how to face her. Moreover, Ayam, aside from his recently deceased wife, was the person most familiar and closest to him. This also meant she was the one most likely to notice any discrepancies. Even though the words of a 7-year-old girl might not carry much weight, Ryu, to avoid any complications, chose to keep his distance and minimize contact with Ayam. Children are sensitive, and with her beloved mother having just passed away and now her father growing distant, the once lively Ayam had become increasingly obedient lately. "What is it?" Ryu asked indifferently, not pausing his work. A trace of sadness flashed in Ayam's eyes, but she still respectfully replied in her soft, sweet voice, "Father, this is the homework I did today." Ayam handed him a stack of papers filled with writing. "Not bad," Ryu said, glancing over the papers. "Yes," Ayam responded, her eyes lighting up with hope as she looked at him. After a moment of hesitation, Ryu reached out and patted her head. "Ayam, you did very well." "Yes, father," Ayam exclaimed joyfully. Soon, she left the room, understanding it was time to go. Watching her cheerful departure, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Being a father is no easy task. Though Ryuk had been busy these days, it wasn't due to handling official duties. With his modern perspective and decent intelligence, he managed official matters efficiently and with a unique vision. Under his management, Aragane Station quickly returned to its former peace. The reason Ryu was busy was mostly due to gathering information and devising a strategy to break through the current situation. Becoming a railway gorilla, like in the original story, was not a viable option for completing the task. Instead, he needed to follow the farming strategy, building up strength and momentum like a snowball. Aragane Station, however, was not the ideal starting point for this strategy. The area was too well connected and accessible. If he intended to overthrow the shogunate or even the rigid rule of the Japanese emperor, Aragane Station would be surrounded by potential enemies from nearby stations. Finding a defensible location to securely establish his base was essential. After carefully studying the map, he noticed an important detail: this world's Japan didn't have a city like Tokyo. Further research into this world's Japanese history revealed the key difference. In this world, during Japan's Sengoku period, the pivotal Battle of Sekigahara ended with Ishida Mitsunari's Western Army defeating Tokugawa Ieyasu's Eastern Army. Shortly after, Ishida Mitsunari changed his surname to Amatorai and was appointed Amatorai shogun by the emperor, establishing the Osaka shogunate for centuries. As a result, Edo Castle, which would have developed into Tokyo under the Tokugawa shogunate, remained a modest post town. At best, it thrived somewhat due to its excellent maritime resources, but it was nowhere near the scale of Tokyo. On the other hand, the former Osaka Castle, now renamed Kongakaku by the Amatorai shogunate, experienced significant growth. The emperor's family, which would have relocated to Tokyo, remained in Kyoto, known as the Heian Kyo, due to the Amatorai family's desire to keep the emperor under their control. Currently, Aragane Station, located near Edo, was too exposed as a potential capital or commercial hub. From a defensive standpoint, the area was like a sieve, vulnerable to attacks from all directions. It was the worst possible starting point for a farming strategy. After studying the map, Ryu identified a nearby station that perfectly suited his requirements. All he needed now was an opportunity to seize it. And that opportunity was soon to arrive. The family of Kenshi Yamagawa's late wife was coming to pay their respects. Among them was his father-in-law, Makino Masamune, who served as an elder in Kongakaku. From him, Ryu learned that the Okimasa Amatorai had decided to mobilize all the samurai and soldiers from every station in Japan, forming a 400,000-strong army. This army, led by his 12-year-old son, Biba Amatorai, was tasked with launching a decisive battle against the Kabane, who had landed in Kyushu. However, knowing the plot, Ryu understood that this was nothing but a trap set by the shogun for his son. The 400,000 troops would receive no reinforcements and even have their supplies cut off. The cold-hearted shogun's only aim was to weaken the pro-war faction while placing all the blame on his son. Facing such a treacherous leader, Biba Amatorai was destined for a life filled with tragedy. At this point, unlike 10 years later when nearly all of Japan, except for the fortified stations, would be overrun by Kabane, the Kabane had only just landed in Kyushu. But human arrogance had resurfaced once again, dividing them into pro-war and pro-defense factions. The pro-war faction advocated for an offensive strategy to eliminate the Kabane in Kyushu, while the pro-defense faction called for strengthening the stations and taking a defensive stance. Although the pro-war faction was initially dominant, the cowardly shogun, who naturally favored defense, doomed their efforts. Sending 400,000 troops to their deaths in Kyushu without any support was a bizarre move by the shogun, but it presented Ryu with an excellent opportunity. With the army destined for destruction, Japan would be left defenseless. Even if Ryu were to raise his flag and rebel, the shogunate would be powerless to stop him. He was already determined. As soon as news of the defeat in Kyushu arrived, he would immediately attack the station he had in mind. Then, he would continue to expand and eventually seize control of all of Japan. Lord Kenshu, 2 foreign women are requesting to see you outside the castle, a servant's voice came from outside the door. His trump card was finally here. Ryu was overjoyed, and his tone involuntarily rose with excitement. Bring them in quickly. Yes, Lord Kenshu. A few minutes later, Jin and Ace stood before him. You finally arrived. Looking at the still beautiful yet slightly travel-worn faces of Jin and Ace, Ryu couldn't help but smile faintly. The system wasn't reliable. Besides the issue of Kenshu Yamagawa's memories, it also separated him from the 2 women right after the transfer. If it weren't for the fact that the Kabane were still confined to the Kyushu region, it would have taken them much longer to reunite. Relying on the bond between a master and his contracted servants, along with mental communication, Jin and Ace finally managed to reunite with him after traveling 300 kilometers in 3 days. You've worked hard. I've prepared hot water and a meal for you. Go and wash up quickly. At the mention of hot water, a glimmer of joy flashed in Jin and Ace's eyes. Seeing this, a trace of guilt appeared in his eyes. They had first appeared in the middle of the wilderness and couldn't even take the steam trains unique to this world. They had been forced to endure the elements and travel day and night, and he could imagine the hardship they had gone through. Luckily, both of them had the bodies of servants, so other than physical fatigue, they wouldn't fall ill. Otherwise, pushing themselves like this would have made them sick long ago. Jin seemed to notice the guilt in his eyes and comforted him. Ryu, don't worry. I'm used to eating and living in military camps and have plenty of experience with long journeys, Jin said, placing a hand over her chest with sincerity. I'm used to expeditions, senpai, Ace added in a calm tone. Go ahead and wash up. We can talk over dinner. Very well, Ryu. We'll see you in a bit. As they reached the door, Ryu called out to them. By the way, I tried learning a few Japanese sweets recently. You can taste them later. Hearing this, they hesitated briefly before quickening their pace. Even the usually composed Ace couldn't hold back her excitement. 30 minutes later, Jin and Ace, now dressed in yukatas, entered the room after freshening up. During this brief respite, Ryu had been refining his earlier plans in his mind. After a simple wash, the dust of the road had been wiped away, revealing Jin and Ace's fair skin, which now had a slight flush from the bath. Jin's figure was full and gentle yet resilient, while Ace's tall frame exuded an aloof charm tinged with a touch of innocence. Wearing yukatas for the first time, their allure was undeniable. Moreover, after experiencing the pleasures with Freya and Seer, Ryu found his thoughts straying. However, he had strong self-control and quickly suppressed these inappropriate thoughts. Before him, a modified table was set, laden with an array of delicacies, as well as the Japanese sweets he had made, dango, daifuku, ryokan, and more. Jin and Ace, seeing the table full of food, especially the uniquely shaped and exquisitely made sweets, quickly moved to the table. After the feast, they had consumed more than half of the food. Jean patted her slightly bulging stomach and noticed Ryu's amused expression, which made her cheeks flush. As for Ace, her face was also red, her eyes bright, and she was giggling softly, having completely lost her usual cold demeanor. This was one of his discoveries of her hidden trait. Every time she finished a particularly delicious meal, she would show this side of herself. After the table was cleared, Ryu began to formally explain his plan. Huh? You want me to pretend to be a messenger of God? After hearing his plan, Ace had a look of whatever Senpai says, I'll do on her face. Jean, however, hesitated. As a devout Catholic, pretending to be one of the 4 archangels under God was a significant challenge to her beliefs. But since Catholicism worships a single God, he was confident he could convince Jean. Jean, think about it. I'm asking you to heal people's wounds and purify the bites of the cabane with the Holy Shroud. Isn't that exactly what Archangel Raphael does? And by invoking his name, you'll be spreading the teachings of the Catholic Church, gathering countless new believers in this apocalyptic world. Ryu gently placed a hand on Jean's shoulder and spoke softly. Compared to this, a minor sin of using Raphael's name, surely your Lord would forgive you. Jean pondered for a moment and finally agreed. I understand. I will follow your command, Ryu. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. Reaching an agreement with Jean was ideal, as she was not only a partner but also potentially a future wife. He didn't want to force her to do anything. But Jean's role was crucial to this plan. Thankfully, as a devout believer, spreading the teachings of her faith and increasing God's influence was her top priority. The rest could be set aside. And since the Catholic Church believes in a singular God, even the esteemed archangels are divine servants, not untouchable beings. With Jean's agreement, Ryu felt relieved. There's one more thing. At this point, Ryu uncharacteristically showed a shy expression. What is it, Ryu? Jean looked curious. Ryu cleared his throat and lowered his gaze as if he couldn't meet her eyes. Well, I was hoping you could take care of my daughter. Sure. Wait, what? Jean started to agree, but then she suddenly realized what he had said and gasped in shock. When she fully understood, her expression darkened ominously, and a shadow seemed to loom behind her. With a forced smile, she asked, Ryu-kun, could you please explain yourself? As she spoke, the sword at Jean's waist was halfway out of its sheath, as if it would be swung at him any second. Ace, on the other hand, just looked at him with a confused expression. Ryu quickly broke into a cold sweat and explained everything. 10 minutes later, after his repeated explanations, Jean finally believed that Ayam was a daughter assigned to him by the system and not some illegitimate child. Poor child. I understand, Ryu. I'll take care of Ayam. Jean placed her hand on her chest, her face lighting up with determination. With her mother deceased and her father effectively replaced by Ryu, the 7-year-old Ayam was essentially an orphan. Understanding the situation, Jean's sympathy was fully awakened, and her maternal instincts were triggered. I'll leave her in your care then. Ryu sighed in relief, as he had no experience in caring for children. My lord. Shinjiro Kanochi requests an audience. At that moment, a loud voice came from outside the paper door. Chapter 101, FGO, 101. 2065 words. Ryu couldn't help but frown slightly. Come in. Pardon the intrusion. With a swish, the paper door slid open. A man in his 30s, dressed in traditional samurai attire with a stern and rigid expression, bowed respectfully at the entrance before stepping inside. This was Shinjiro Kanochi, the father of Kurusu Kanochi, a significant supporting character in the original story. He was one of the elders of the Yamagawa family and the leader of its samurai, known for his unwavering loyalty, a vital right-hand man. Originally, he had been dispatched to Kyushu by the shogun to lead the Yamagawa family's samurai troops. However, since Ryu already knew that this great war was destined to be a one-way battle from which no one would return, how could he send his most loyal subordinates to their deaths? Not only that, but he had also recruited a group of elderly, sick, and disabled men from his territory, falsely claiming they were samurai of the Yamagawa family and sending them instead. If not for the intervention of his father-in-law, an elder of the Kongokaku, who suppressed the matter, Ryu himself might have faced the shogun's reprimand. However, he didn't care at all. As soon as the Kyushu battle ends in the destruction of the 400,000 troops, Ryu plans to raise the rebel flag immediately and attack the nearby station, preparing for the impending massive Kabane corpse wave. Since rebellion is imminent, who would still care about the timid shogun's thoughts, especially when his incompetence led to the death of his son? However, Shinjiro Kanochi, unaware of the inside story, obviously did not see it that way. As a stern and rigid samurai, Ryu's decision seemed like an evasion of a samurai's responsibilities. He had most likely come to offer his remonstrations. When Shinjiro Kanochi saw Jin and Ace in the room, he couldn't help but frown. But as a traditional samurai, he obviously wouldn't interfere in his lord's domestic affairs. After respectfully bowing again, he solemnly spoke. "My lord, why do you not allow me to go to Kyushu? The people of Kyushu are suffering, and the shogun has summoned an army to suppress the Kabane. This is the time for us samurai to serve valiantly, yet why does my lord avoid battle?" The use of ancient samurai accents made Ryu's head ache a little. He looked at Shinjiro, who had no intention of giving up until his remonstrations were successful. "Oh well, these matters can't be kept secret for long anyway. Bring Lord Makino here," Ryu instructed the maid at the door. The maid promptly followed his orders and left. His command only caused slight surprise in Shinjiro, who then continued to stare intently at him, his gaze unmistakably conveying one message. "My lord, even if you bring the elder, I will not give up." Ryu simply adopted a meditative posture, eyes closed and hands in a traditional gesture. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward. Fortunately, after a few minutes, a kindly-looking elderly man in his 50s walked in. "Father-in-law." Ryu greeted him calmly with a bow. Though his wife, the link between the two families, had passed away, this father-in-law had helped him a great deal out of respect for Ayame, earning his respectful bow. Makino Masamune smiled kindly. "My good son-in-law, what can I do for you?" Ryu sat upright, his expression deadly serious. "Then I will speak directly. I have reliable information that the shogun intends to sacrifice the 400,000 troops landing in Kyushu to weaken the pro-war faction." Ryu's shocking statement left Shinjiro Kanochi and Makino Masamune trembling. "Where did you hear such rumors? How can you believe such things?" Makino Masamune's smile disappeared, his face serious, with a hint of warning in his eyes as he glanced warily at Shinjiro, Jin, and Ace. As an elder, Makino Masamune's political acumen far surpassed that of Shinjiro. This matter was no small issue, and Makino Masamune's first concern was to prevent Ryu from being entangled in it, fearing it might even involve his dear granddaughter. They say affection skips a generation, and that was certainly true for Makino Masamune. As in the original story, when Aragane Station fell, Ayame immediately thought of seeking refuge with the Makino family. "Why is it impossible?" There wasn't a trace of a smile on Ryu's face. "That's impossible. Leading the army is the shogun's eldest son, Biba Amatorai. How could the shogun do such a thing? Who would send their only heir to their death?" Makino Masamune was the first to express disbelief. Ryu wasn't surprised by Makino Masamune's strong opposition. If he hadn't known the original story, even he might have been deceived. One had to admit that while the shogun was very timid, his cunning was not to be underestimated, as he exploited everyone's blind spots. Using his only heir as bait, the shogun had nearly deceived everyone. Moreover, his forward-thinking vision in introducing the steam engine and laying railroads across Japan was remarkable. If not for his extreme paranoia and timidity, he would have been a formidable adversary. Knowing the original story gave Ryu enough confidence to persuade his father-in-law. Ryu smiled faintly. "Do you recall the incident a year ago when an assassin attacked the shogun's residence, and the shogun mistakenly injured his son? That incident caused quite a stir, so of course, I remember." "Then do you know that there was no assassin?" The candle suddenly went out, startling the shogun, who then accidentally struck his son with his sword. This. Makino Masamune appeared deep in thought. Given the Makino family's influence, they had likely detected some clues at the time and vaguely knew some truth, which Ryu only brought to light today. The shogun's paranoia is so extreme that he fears his son harbors resentment and will seek revenge. So, he cleverly decided to strike first, planning to bury his 400,000-strong army alongside his son. Makino Masamune's face showed hesitation. Ryu's argument was convincing. Knowing this, what do you intend to do? Makino asked in a low voice. Since the shogun disregards the safety of the people for his selfish desires, perhaps it's time to consider a new leader for the shogunate. Ryu's resounding words shook both Makino and Shinjiro. They never expected their lord to be so bold. My son-in-law, you. My lord, this is. Both were shocked. Ryu raised his hand, silencing them. Are kings and lords born to be so? The position of the shogun isn't divinely ordained. If the Amatori family can hold it, why can't the Yamagawa family? In the end, Makino Masamune and Shinjiro were completely convinced by him. During their conversation, Makino Masamune expressed doubts about the identities of Jin and Ace. Ryu openly stated that everyone in that room was among those whom he trusted the most, which only barely alleviated their suspicions. However, Makino Masamune still seemed somewhat displeased when looking at Jin and Ace, possibly viewing them as foreign vixens who took advantage of his daughter's death to vie for the position of the Yamagawa family's matriarch. In some respects, his assumption wasn't entirely wrong. After some negotiation, Makino Masamune agreed that their families would officially sever ties on the surface, but secretly, he would relay covert information from Kongakaku to the Yamagawa family. Additionally, the Makino family would cultivate loyal followers within Kongakaku and recruit allies, waiting for the opportune moment to support the royal army's arrival at Kongakaku. The shogun's strategy of sacrificing his son seemed clever, but it also sowed the seeds of significant future troubles for his reign. By having his only son lead the army, the shogun created the impression that this was a golden opportunity to earn merit, and thus many samurai families sent their most capable warriors and heirs, or even participated themselves. If these forces were to be wiped out, the resulting turmoil would be nationwide. The shogun believed that pushing his son to the forefront would kill two birds with one stone, but he failed to realize the widespread impact and that others would soon uncover the truth. In the original story, even after Biba Amatora was exiled, many still followed him, and some even provided him with strategic resources like the costly Hayajiro fortress and personnel for Kabane research. This suggests that there were already significant forces within the country eager to overthrow the shogun's rule. What Ryu wanted Makino to do was to gather these forces and use them when the time was right. This was why he was determined to bring his father-in-law onto his side. As for the possibility of these forces turning against him, once his power was established, these threats would be negligible. After all, his goal was not to become a shogun, he aimed to unify the entire planet. To achieve this, he would need to transform into a god among men. By that time, those who opposed him would find themselves surrounded by his followers, making any attempt at rebellion futile. In exchange for helping to execute his plan, Makino Masamune made his request: his granddaughter, Ayame, should not become a pawn in a political marriage. Ryu laughed heartily and dropped another bombshell: my daughter, Ayame Yamagawa, will be the first woman in Japan's history to ascend to the position of shogun. Ryu harbored an even more ambitious plan, so shocking that he didn't reveal it to them. Being a shogun was nothing to him, he intended to make his daughter the first female emperor of the country. After sealing the agreement with Makino Masamune, Ryu turned his attention to Shinjiro. Given that Shinjiro had trained a son Kurusu, who was both loyal and skilled in swordsmanship, he ordered him to train the warriors in the station in preparation for the upcoming battle, as a massive defeat in Kyushu was imminent, and he needed to seize this opportunity. When Makino Masamune returned to his room, he suddenly laughed. Kenshi Yamagawa, you're truly a remarkable man. I'm starting to believe you can succeed. He then seemed to speak to an invisible presence. Shadow, follow Ayame. If Kenshi Yamagawa fails, bring her back immediately. At that moment, another voice responded in the empty room, understood. Then, the faint sound of footsteps gradually faded away. As a seasoned politician, Makino Masamune wasn't one to put all his eggs in one basket. He had left behind a contingency plan, a ninja who was loyal to the Makino family. If Ryu were to fail, this ninja would follow Makino Masamune's orders and bring Ayame back to Kongakaku. Meanwhile, Ryu also began his preparations in earnest. He sold off all his wealth to purchase large quantities of supplies, focusing mainly on gunpowder and firearms, and even acquiring 2 cannons. He also stockpiled food, medicine, and other strategic materials. If it weren't for everyone's attention being on the Kyushu campaign, his actions would certainly have drawn suspicion from Kongakaku, and the shogun would have ordered him to commit seppuku. In times of chaos, ambitious men find fertile ground for their ambitions. While Ryo was busy with affairs of state, Ace spent her days training in swordsmanship, leaving Jean with little to do. She decided to fulfill her promise to look after Ryu's daughter, Ayame. However, Ayame seemed to be wary of Jean's blonde hair and blue eyes, avoiding her at every turn. Jean, unwilling to force the issue, could only worry about the situation. Today, Jean finally managed to catch Ayame and was about to greet her when her expression suddenly changed. "Who's there?" she demanded, swiftly moving to shield Ayame. The hidden figure's pupils shrank, and they instinctively drew in a sharp breath. Jean's gaze followed the sound to the large, leafy tree in the garden. The figure realized they had been discovered. "Damn," they muttered, preparing to retreat, only to witness something astonishing. Jean stomped the ground with such force that it left a small crater, and in less than a second, she had crossed over 20 meters, appearing before them. A monster, the figure thought, fumbling for a smoke bomb while desperately retreating. But even while suppressed, Jean's C-rank abilities were far beyond what an ordinary human could handle. In an instant, she seized the figure's wrists and, like an eagle grasping a chick, dragged them into the open courtyard. "A child?" Jean exclaimed, shocked as the figure's appearance was revealed. Chapter 102, FGO, 102. 2,382 words. What Jean had caught was a 12-year-old girl, a petite lowly ninja. She had jet black hair tied into a single ponytail, a small oval face, and eyes as dark as the night sky. Even though her features weren't fully developed, it was clear that she was a budding beauty. She had a small, intricately designed shuriken-shaped hair ornament tied with a red string on the right side of her head. She only came up to slightly above Jean's waist and wore a small, red and black ninja outfit. Jean was momentarily stunned that the intruder she had discovered was such a small child. The lowly ninja, however, was fierce. Seizing the moment of Jean's surprise, she slightly parted her lips and bit down hard, revealing that her teeth were laced with deadly poison. However, to Jean, the movements of a human seemed like slow motion. Jean easily pinched the girl's cheeks, retrieved the small poison pill, and casually tossed it into a nearby pond. "Damn you, you big-chested demon. Now that you've caught me, go ahead and kill me or whatever. But don't think for a second I'll spill any secrets." Seeing her suicide attempt fail, the little lollo started hurling curses, which left Jean at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Not far away, hidden behind a pillar, Ayame watched the two of them with a curious expression, her big eyes shining brightly as if she were observing something novel. An hour later, in the Lord's meeting chamber, Masamune Makino was so embarrassed he could barely stand it. What was meant to be a precaution to protect his granddaughter, leaving behind a secret backup plan, had been discovered in just a few days. It was humiliating. Thinking about this, Masamune glared fiercely at the lowly ninja girl beside him, who was dressed in a ninja outfit. The lowly ninja, sensing her lord's gaze, turned pale. She had failed her mission, been captured, and hadn't even committed suicide on the spot. Such a failure, even if her grandfather was the clan leader, couldn't save her. Her fate would either be forced suicide by poison or becoming a lowly courtesan, selling her body for information. The thought of countless men using her body made her shiver, her future bleak. Sitting at the head of the table, Ryo glanced back and forth between Masamune Makino and the lowly ninja girl that Jean had caught, a smile playing on his lips. Particularly when his gaze fell on the lowly ninja, his eyes took on a peculiar glint. It wasn't because he had any inappropriate thoughts, but because when he casually had the system scan her, it revealed that this lowly ninja had a rare 4-star growth potential, only 1 star less than Ace. Right now, in the world of Cabaneri, he was acutely aware of the shortage of personnel. He only controlled one area, Aragane Station, which was about the size of a small county, and already he was feeling the strain. As his territory expanded, the problem of talent shortage would only worsen. The most critical issue was that in the rigid hierarchical structure, this was a significant problem. In Japan, only the sons of samurai went to school, while the sons of peasants only learned to farm. The people here seemed to have no concept that education could change their fate. Fortunately, with the introduction of the McRucky engine and steam technology, a large number of steam engineers emerged in Japan. From the original work, it was clear that these steam engineers could understand complex mechanical diagrams, so a basic education in mathematics and other subjects was undoubtedly part of their background. For the time being, it should be possible to promote a group of management personnel from among them. Afterward, when the territory expanded and stabilized, he would naturally think of ways to establish a complete education system. As for Masamune Makino sending a ninja to secretly follow Ayame, he wasn't surprised. After all, Masamune Makino was a seasoned politician, having been in the game for decades. Until Ryu achieved substantial results, it was impossible for him to fully trust him. Masamune Makino's affection for Ayame surprised him. With Ayame serving as a bridge between them, it was far more reliable than a relationship based purely on interests. Interest-based relationships are the most unstable. Once greater interests appear, such relationships immediately collapse. Seeing Masamune Makino forcing himself to remain calm and the utterly dejected lowly ninja girl, Ryo laughed heartily. I was just worried that Ayame didn't have a playmate her age. You've been very thoughtful, and I thank you for that. After saying this, he bowed. Masamune Makino, a master of understanding indirect speech, immediately understood that Ryu was giving him a way out of the situation. Touched by this, he couldn't help but admire Ryu's magnanimity. There's no need to be so formal. It's the least I could do. He then turned to the lowly ninja girl and said, Natsume. Hurry and pay your respects to your new lord. The lowly ninja girl showed a hint of reluctance, but still obediently performed a perfect kneeling bow toward Ryu and said, Sarutobi Natsume, elite ninja of the Sarutobi clan, pays her respects to the lord. Switching lords was still better than becoming a courtesan. Natsume quickly adjusted her mindset and spoke with utmost respect. Hearing this familiar name, Ryu instinctively echoed it, Sarutobi? Masamune Makino spoke with a hint of pride in his voice, that's right. Natsume is a descendant of Sarutobi Sasuke, the legendary ninja god of the Sengoku period. She's also the most talented ninja the Sarutobi clan has seen in 100 years, with a talent said to rival that of the ninja god himself. After saying this, Masamune Makino shot Natsume a fierce look, clearly conveying, is this the level of a once-in-a-century genius of the Sarutobi clan? The lowly ninja girl's face immediately showed a look of grievance. It was truly bad luck. On her first mission, she had run into Jin, a servant far beyond any normal human. This wasn't just hitting a brick wall, it was like slamming against a diamond wall at full speed. Ryu, after hearing Masamune Makino's introduction, fell into deep thought. It seemed he had been mistaken. This Sarutobi wasn't related to the Sarutobi clan from Naruto, which included the third Hokage. Sarutobi Sasuke was indeed a historical figure, the leader of the 10 Braves of Sanada under Sanada Yukimura, known as Japan's greatest warrior during the Sengoku period. The 3 great ninjas of the Sengoku period were Hattori Hanzo, the 5th generation Fumakotaro, and Sarutobi Sasuke. In history, Hattori Hanzo's exceptional judgment, coupled with good luck, allowed him to follow Tokugawa Ieyasu and surpass the other 2, becoming known as the God of Ninja. In Ryu's view, the 3 were likely evenly matched in skill, but history is written by the victors, so Hanzo's fame far outshines the others. However, in a parallel world like Kabaneri, where the Western Army won, Sarutobi Sasuke naturally gained more fame. What he valued was not so much her lineage but Natsume's 4-star potential. With the right training, she could easily surpass her ancestor. Getting caught by Jin was both Natsume's misfortune and her luck. If she remained in this low-tier world, how could she ever grow into a true god of ninja? Time passed quickly. Under the shogun's orders, Japan's entire military began gathering from across the country at the strait between Kyushu and Honshu. They boarded ships, crossed the strait, and set foot on Kyushu Island, which had been completely overrun by Kabane. Standing at the bow of the flagship, 12-year-old Biba Amatorai gazed into the distance at Kyushu Island. The sea breeze blew through his long red hair, making it look like flames dancing beside him. If any unmarried girls or married women were nearby, they would surely be screaming for Biba Amatorai. At this moment, Biba was full of youthful spirit, overflowing with passion and determination. Since that night, he had gradually distanced himself from his father, but now they were close again, with his father entrusting him with an important task. At this age, Biba did not yet possess the calm and composed demeanor he would have 10 years later. He was like a young man eager to gain the approval of his father and those around him, brimming with energy and passion. Unfortunately, he would never know the kind of despair that awaited him. As certain individuals with ulterior motives watched eagerly, the 400,000-strong army gathered from across Japan formally set foot on the land of Kyushu Island. At first, everything went smoothly, so smoothly that Biba could hardly believe it. This situation was to be expected. The population density in Kyushu was never as high as that of the bustling Honshu Island, and ordinary Kabane, lacking intelligence, only acted on instinct and had no concept of stopping a human landing. The army quickly occupied the coastal areas near Honshu. At this point, Biba demonstrated extraordinary strategic insight. His youth and newly gained power did not make him eager for quick success. He patiently built a large number of defensive fortifications along the coast, planning to steadily and methodically eliminate the Kabane. At that time, the population of Kyushu was only around 1 million. Even if all of them had turned into Kabane, they were spread across such a vast island that the number near the coast would be limited. If nothing unexpected had happened, Biba might have indeed won a glorious victory with minimal losses. But, unfortunately. What did you say? The supply ships didn't arrive on time? Biba grabbed the quartermaster by the collar and lifted him. At only 12 years old, Biba had already grown tall and sturdy. At 1.7 meters, he had no difficulty lifting the short quartermaster. I'm very sorry, my lord. Not only the supply ships, but even the ships that ferried us across the strait have already withdrawn. There are only a few emergency vessels left on Kyushu Island now. The quartermaster explained, sweating profusely. The implications of this were all too clear. The shogun's son, along with the 400,000-strong army, had been abandoned. Biba's face went blank as he let go of the quartermaster and slumped back into his seat, covering his face with his hand. He couldn't believe that his father, the father who had once held him closely on horseback, the kind and gentle father, could do this to him. But the facts were undeniable. Biba Amatori, the shogun's only heir, had been discarded like a piece of trash. My lord, may I leave now? The quartermaster asked cautiously. Biba weakly waved his hand in dismissal. The quartermaster, feeling as if a great burden had been lifted, turned to leave. But just as he did, Sahari, who had been silently standing by, suddenly showed a fierce expression. Without a word, he drew his sword, grabbed the quartermaster's shoulder, and plunged the blade into his back. The quartermaster collapsed to the ground, dead. Hearing the noise, Biba looked up in surprise. Sahari, what are you doing? Sahari discarded the sword and knelt in a formal bow before Biba. Please forgive me, my lord, but we cannot let this man leave alive. If word gets out, the morale of the entire army will collapse. Facing such a drastic change, the 12-year-old Biba quickly matured. You did the right thing. Take care of the body, and make sure no one sees it. Yes, sir. As Sahari was about to carry the body away, he heard Biba's voice, as if he were talking to himself or asking a question. Father, have you given up on me? A hint of pity flashed in Sahari's eyes, but he still offered some comfort. Don't worry, my lord. Perhaps, the supply ships were just delayed. Sahari spoke words he didn't even believe himself. After all, the shogun's only son was here. Without direct orders from the shogun, who would delay the supply ships? Leave me. I want to be alone. Biba slumped back into his chair. A month later. The 400,000-strong army that had landed on Kyushu Island was pushed to the brink of annihilation. Biba tried every possible means to keep them alive, even fighting on the front lines himself to boost morale. But without supplies, ammunition, medicine, and food were rapidly dwindling, and reinforcements never arrived. Outside the defensive lines was an endless horde of Kabane, seemingly impossible to kill off. Morale finally broke. Many soldiers threw down their weapons and jumped into the sea, but lacking food, they soon grew too weak and drowned. The loss of defensive forces allowed the Kabane to quickly breach the lines, leading to a gruesome massacre. Biba stood atop the highest point, staring blankly into the distance, his eyes empty and unfocused. The endless Kabane horde flooded the positions, accepting no surrender, devouring both the living and the dead they found. Many soldiers fought desperately, but without food or ammunition, they could only engage in hand-to-hand combat with the Kebane. Their last stand was futile. In their weakened state, they couldn't even pierce the iron-like membrane covering the Kebane's hearts. Countless soldiers were overrun, and when they rose again, they had become Kebane, attacking their former comrades. The number of human soldiers plummeted while the number of Kebanes surged. "My lord. We can't hold on any longer, we must retreat immediately." Sahari grabbed Biba and started running towards the reserved ships. Biba, like a puppet, allowed Sahari to drag him along. In this battle, almost the entire 400,000-strong army was wiped out, with fewer than 5,000 escaping. Among them were many who had been bitten by the Kebane. Soon, the Kebane spread across Honshu and Shikoku at a speed far faster than any plague. As news of the defeat reached home, the shogun, Okimasa Amatorai, who had been prepared for this, immediately broadcasted nationwide, announcing that his son, Biba Amatorai, was solely responsible for the disastrous defeat. He claimed he had severed all ties with his son for the greater good, and so on. Ryu, who had been closely monitoring the situation in Kyushu, received the news a step ahead. The time has come. Mobilize the entire army. The target. Chapter 103, FGO, 103. 2,353 words. Target, Yokosuka Naval Base. Ryu drew his katana, the blade gleaming sharply in the sunlight. Oh! Below him, countless arms raised steam rifles high in the air, shouting. While the shogun was broadcasting nationwide, he had already led 500 elite warriors from the Aragane station aboard a steam train. At this point, it was still 10 years before the start of the story, and the armored steam train Hyajiro Kotetsuju, capable of traversing through Kebane hordes, was still just a blueprint. However, Ryu despised this concept entirely. One small mistake could turn everyone in the station into a railway guerrilla. In his view, treating an armored steam train as a lifeline and a last resort would only shrink humanity's safe zones, an act he considered utterly foolish. Only by combining human wisdom with powerful industry could they defeat the Kebane, who were like wild beasts. With a long whistle, the steam train carrying 500 fully armed soldiers set off. The Aragane station, located in the Hinamoto area, was less than 50 kilometers from Yokosuka. With the powerful output of the McRucky engine, the current steam train could reach speeds close to 100 kilometers per hour. This meant that their target, Yokosuka Naval Base, would be reached in less than half an hour. As he watched the scenery speed by on either side of the tracks, Ryu was filled with emotion. The McRucky engine was a black technology unique to this world. By highly compressing steam and allowing it to cycle, it significantly increased the horsepower output of steam engines while drastically reducing fuel consumption. It was because of the McRucky engine that research on internal combustion engines had completely stalled. But it made sense, steam engines powered by McRucky engine not only had far more output than internal combustion engines but also consumed far less fuel. For example, the steam train Ryu was on needed only a little fuel to supply the boiler with steam for the first cycle, and the train could run all day. In the original story, Biba Amatorai even used Kebane as a power source, achieving a quasi-perpetual motion machine with the McRucky engine. The McRucky engine was utterly unscientific. As Ryu was deep in thought, Jean approached him, her face showing a hint of hesitation, as if she wanted to say something but held back. Ryu smiled slightly. "Don't worry, if everything goes as planned, there won't be a need to kill anyone." "Ryu, you don't think of me as an innocent girl who's never been to a battlefield, do you?" Jean showed a bit of dissatisfaction on her face. "My hands are already stained with blood, and from the moment I set foot on the battlefield, I was prepared for it." "You're reliable. I apologize for my earlier thoughts. I hope you'll continue to support me as always, Jean." "Leave it to me." Jean then happily tapped her chest lightly with her right fist. Crunch. On the side, Ace, munching on a biscuit like a squirrel, watched their interaction with a blank expression. "My lord, we're almost there." At that moment, Shinjiro came in. "Finally, I almost had my bones shaken apart. It seems the train's comfort still needs improvement." Ryu stretched, and in the next second, a sharp aura, like that of a blade, emanated from him. "Shinjiro, make sure everyone is ready for battle. Let's go." With Raya leading the way, Jean and Ace followed closely behind. As soon as they stepped out of the train, they saw a crowd gathered around a richly dressed fat man on the platform. Ryu was immediately pleased, everything was going according to his plan. He had chosen his timing well, right after the Shogun's nationwide broadcast. At this moment, the entire nation was in a state of panic. It was perfectly normal for a nearby lord to visit under the pretext of discussing countermeasures. Moreover, as the Lord of Aragane Station, Ryu's status meant that apart from Admiral Tsukimoto Hisao, who was stationed at Yokosuka Naval Base, no one else was qualified to meet with him. Given that Ryu's domain, Aragane Station, was strategically positioned in front of Yokosuka, and some supplies needed to be transported overland through Aragane, everything had gone as planned. Tsukimoto Hisao had personally come to greet him, just as Ryu had anticipated. I'm honored that Lord Tsukimoto personally came to greet me. I am truly grateful. Lord Yamagawa, you're too kind. My apologies for the inadequate reception. After exchanging some pleasantries, Tsukimoto Hisao, with a smile on his face, made a gesture of invitation. I've prepared a welcoming banquet. I hope Lord Yamagawa will honor us with your presence. But Ryu's face took on a strange smile. That can wait. I'd like to borrow something from you first, Lord Tsukimoto. What might that be? A look of confusion appeared on Tsukimoto Hisao's face. Why, your position as Admiral of Yokosuka Naval Base, of course, he replied with a smile. What? The samurai attendants behind Tsukimoto instantly glared, shouting angrily. The once friendly smile on Tsukimoto's face also disappeared. He squinted his eyes, his expression indifferent. Lord Yamagawa, that joke is not funny at all. Do you think I have time to joke around with a fat pig like you? Ryu scoffed. All right then. Guards, arrest this arrogant fool. As Tsukimoto shouted orders, he began to retreat. He wasn't an idiot. If Ryu say something like this to his face, he must be prepared. However, Tsukimoto wasn't worried at all. Yokosuka Naval Base was too important. There was no way the Shogun wouldn't station troops here. With nearly 2,000 soldiers on land, including the gendarmerie and logistics units, plus more than 10,000 naval personnel, Tsukimoto knew that the 500 men under Kenshu Yamagawa wouldn't stand a chance. As long as he could stall for time, reinforcements would arrive, and then this madman would meet his end. And after that, Tsukimoto could take Kenshu's women for himself, a delightful prospect. From the moment he laid eyes on Jean and Ace, Tsukimoto Hisao had been burning with desire. A flash of silver-white light streaked by. The next moment nearly made Tsukimoto soil himself. The steam guns in the hands of the 20 or so samurai guarding him were all cut clean in half. In the blink of an eye, Ryu crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, appearing right in front of Tsukimoto. The two guards beside Tsukimoto immediately drew their swords to strike at him. But Ryu, with a hand on each of them, disarmed them with ease. Monster. Humph. Ryu snorted disdainfully, grabbing Tsukimoto by the collar, yanking him close, and chopping at his neck with his hand. Tsukimoto immediately blacked out, collapsing in a heap. Caught in a dilemma, neither Tsukimoto's bodyguards nor the reinforcements that arrived later could withstand the elite warriors Ryu had brought, and they were subdued one by one. Just then, a soldier running from the port shouted as he approached. Lord, it's bad. The largest warship in the port is leaving. One of Tsukimoto's attendants, hearing this, smiled. Haha. You're finished. That ship is our pride, the most powerful warship in the world. You'll be blown to pieces. What's the name of that warship? Ryu grabbed the attendant by the collar, his voice trembling as he asked. His usually calm heart began to pound wildly. This might just be his lucky day. The captured guard proudly raised his head, wearing a look of self-satisfaction. However, little did he know that when he mentioned that name, the cold expression on Ryu's face nearly slipped. Yamido. Ryu couldn't believe it, it was her. Although he had never played the Kenkuli web game, he had seen the anime and related media. Among the shipgirls, 3 had left the deepest impression on him. Yamato, nicknamed the Lady with the Umbrella, Shimakaze, known for her distinctive outfit and veteran player's skills, and Kashima, one of the candidates for the new 3 light cruisers. Despite branching out into Asa Lane and Fate/Grand Order later on, his impressions of these three shipgirls had never faded. Now, seeing the real-life Yamato before him was enough to get him extremely excited. Knowing Yamato's history only made this encounter all the more surprising. In the history of Japan's Imperial Navy, the Yamato was built at the Kure Naval Arsenal between Kyushu and Shikoku and was assigned to the Kure Naval District after being commissioned. Ryu had never expected to encounter her so far away from there. This was fate. After calming down a bit, he quickly figured it out. Since the shogun had already decided to abandon the 400,000-strong army in Kyushu, the Kure Naval District, which was closest to Kyushu, also had to be abandoned. It made sense that the Kure Naval District's ships would be dispersed to other naval districts. Luck was on his side. But wait, someone was trying to steal the Yamato. You're asking for it. Ryu's expression instantly turned cold. Jean, stay here. Ace, you're coming with me. Before he finished speaking, he forcefully stomped on the concrete platform of the train station, creating a semicircular crater as he shot forward like lightning. Even with just sea-level agility, he was far beyond the limits of ordinary humans. Ace obediently followed without asking any questions, sticking close behind him. Wah! Jean tried to stop him, but he was already out of sight, only leaving behind a faint shout that baffled her. I'm coming, lady with the umbrella. For the sake of Yamato, he was willing to reveal his superhuman combat abilities. Of course, revealing himself had always been part of his plan, it just happened a bit earlier than he had anticipated. For Yamato, it was all worth it. On the way to the naval port, squads of military police in uniform and steel helmets patrolled back and forth. Some of them noticed two blurry figures flash by, like seeing ghosts in broad daylight, scaring quite a few of them. Stop. Who goes there? One of the military policemen finally sensed something was wrong and shouted a warning, pointing his steam rifle at the figures. Ryu didn't even pause. Even if the bullets hit, the steam rifle's power wouldn't be enough to break his skin. Damn it. Fire. Open fire, shouted the military police officer. Over 100 military police immediately raised their steam rifles and unleashed a volley at him. But it was all in vain, over 90% of the bullets missed him entirely, and those that did hit bounced right off. A monster. Some of the military police began shouting in terror. Ryu was focused on the Yamato and ignored these weaklings. In no time, he covered several kilometers and arrived at a massive dock. The enormous dock, stretching over 15 kilometers, was filled with over 100 ships of various types. Woo! An alarm sounded, plunging the dock into chaos. Disheveled sailors rushed out of bars and brothels, sprinting towards their ships. Ryu's heart leaped with joy, his luck today was off the charts. It turned out to be one of the Navy's rare days off, with many sailors ashore for fun. The ships likely had less than a third of their crews on board, meaning they wouldn't be able to sail. Heaven was helping him. Ryu quickly turned to Ace and shouted, Kohai, cut off their gangways. Ace gave him a blank, innocent look. Ryu smacked his forehead. Of course, her world didn't have ships like these. So he swiftly changed direction and dashed towards the nearest ship. Judging by its size, it seemed to be a destroyer. Some sailors who had gone ashore for fun were already returning to their ships, crowding the gangways. A flash of silver light streaked by. He didn't stop as he moved on to the next target. At that moment, the gangway suddenly snapped in two, sending the sailors tumbling into the sea with loud cries. Ryu continued his path of destruction, slicing through gangways. Within a minute, over 10 ships had fallen victim to his blade. On the ships and the dock, naval soldiers fired their steam rifles at him, but they couldn't even slow him down, helplessly watching as he severed gangway after gangway. Finally, Ryu glanced back at Ace, clearly asking, "You get it now?" Ace gave a barely noticeable nod. Ryu, reassured, picked up speed, dashing towards his target. There it was, just ahead. Beyond a battleship, about 100 meters out at sea, a massive ship was slowly making its way toward open water. Despite not being fully underway, the waves it churned up were so powerful that they rocked the nearby ships violently, even those weighing thousands of tons. Seeing the elegant and imposing figure on the sea, Ryu took a deep breath and then leaped into the air. Meanwhile, on the Yamato's bridge, Captain Sawa Zosei was observing the commotion on the dock through binoculars. Seeing the gangways of the ships still moored at the dock being cut down, rendering the ships helpless, he couldn't help but feel fortunate. As the captain of the Yamato, Sawa Zosei knew the immense responsibility he bore. The Yamato represented the country's pride and future, so he never let his guard down, not for a moment. He held his crew to the same standard, training them more rigorously than any other ship. Even during breaks, only a third of the crew was allowed to leave the ship, ensuring that the Yamato could always set sail at a moment's notice. Unexpectedly, this caution had thwarted the enemy's plans. As soon as the alarm was raised, Captain Sawa Zosei immediately ordered the boilers to be fired up and the engine to be started, preparing for departure. When he heard that the enemy had kidnapped the admiral, Captain Sawa Zosei decisively ordered the ship to set sail, feeling a quiet satisfaction at having foiled the enemy's plans. But when he saw Raya leap into the sea, he couldn't help but be amused. Arrogant fool, does he think he's the sea god Watatsumi? Yet the next second, what he witnessed left him completely stunned. Chapter 104, FGO, 104. 2,274 words. Ryu suddenly started sprinting directly across the sea. The surface of the water seemed to flatten beneath his feet as if it were solid ground. Whether it was the naval soldiers on the dock or the crew on the Yamato, they all watched in stunned disbelief as he dashed towards the Yamato as if walking on flat land. Great God of the Sea. This is the reincarnation of the Great God of the Sea. Some of the more superstitious naval soldiers shouted out in alarm. Captain Sawa was the first to react. He immediately issued a loud order. Idiots! Why aren't you shooting him? Use the 25mm cannons. Blow him to pieces immediately. Under Captain Sawa's command, nearly 125mm cannons on the Yamato began to rotate. However, with Ryu's current speed, it only took a few seconds to cover the distance of a few hundred meters. Before the 25mm cannons could even aim at him, he had already dashed into the ship's blind spot beneath the gunwale. Hen then stomped hard on the deck, launching himself into the air. He swiftly kicked off the side of the Yamato's hull a few more times. In an instant, Ryu leaped directly onto the deck of the Yamato. He's here! A soldier immediately shouted. Ryu's expression turned cold, and without hesitation, he drew his sword and slashed. A silver blade flashed in a perfect crescent arc. A head flew into the sky. The headless body of the soldier collapsed heavily onto the deck. Nearby soldiers, witnessing this scene, were instantly filled with dread, their limbs turning stiff with fear. Damn it! Monster, die! An officer with the rank of major pulled out his sword and charged at him. Ryu directly stabbed through the officer's shoulder with his sword, using him as a human shield, and charged towards the nearby soldiers. Bastard! Fire! Don't! He's got the major. The nearby Yamato crew, afraid of hurting their comrade, did not use their steam guns and instead drew their swords, shouting as they charged at him. A hint of amusement flashed in Ryu's eyes. They couldn't stop him with steam guns, and they wanted to engage in close combat. In just a few minutes, over 100 crew members in this area were slain by him. Yet Ryu didn't seem to suffer any injuries at all. Covered in blood, he looked like a demon returning from hell. He quickly scanned his surroundings and determined that he was near the number 3 main turret. However, Ryu found it odd that the iconic large smokestack was missing, replaced by a massive radar. Could it be that the Yamato was also using the latest McRucky engine mechanism at its core? Ryu immediately pushed this question to the back of his mind and, after briefly identifying the direction, started making his way towards the bridge. With the major as his shield, Ryu's killing spree was almost unstoppable. The broad deck of the Yamato was littered with corpses, and the blood had turned the yellow deck a vivid crimson. In less than 5 minutes, at least over 200 crew members had died by his sword. Ryu soon reached the area below the bridge. As expected, the watertight door below was tightly locked. Suddenly, a silver line appeared in the air. With a clank, the 100 mm thick watertight door was sliced diagonally in half amidst a shower of sparks. Just as he was about to step through the door, he immediately sensed a large ambush waiting behind it. Without a second thought, he threw the major, his human shield, through the door. Fire! Sure enough, a barrage of gunfire erupted from inside the room. The unfortunate major was instantly riddled with bullets. Seeing that they had mistakenly shot their comrade, many of the crew members instinctively lowered their guns. Fools! Don't stop. Keep firing. The lieutenant commander in charge, holding a sword, angrily shouted. However, just as the gunfire subsided, a dark figure leaped in from outside the door, shooting like lightning into the crowd. It was like a wolf, no, more like a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. Ryu's katana sliced through the air in arcs of sinister beauty. The silver lines extended through the crowd, turning crimson as they passed through flesh. In an instant, over 20 crew members around him were slaughtered. Fire! Keep firing! The lieutenant commander screamed in terror. Terrified of the grim reaper who had gotten too close, the crew members, in their panic, ignored the risk of friendly fire and frantically pulled the triggers in his direction. A cold smile appeared on Ryu's face. They were just ordinary people. Once he was close, they couldn't turn their guns fast enough to keep up with his movements. Amidst the chaotic gunfire, the steam unique to the steam guns filled the cramped cabin. But the only result they achieved was turning over a dozen of their comrades into Swiss cheese, without even touching a hair on his head. Soon, the gunfire became sporadic and finally stopped. All the crew members who had been lying in ambush had turned into corpses. The lieutenant commander was somewhat interesting, he even attempted a standard kneeling bow to beg for his life at the end. Ryu's response was simple and brutal, he drove his katana straight through him. With a splatter, he flicked the blood off his katana. A half-moon-shaped bloodstain appeared on the floor. It seemed this was the last of the resistance. Ryu slowly searched upward along the steel ladder. Any officers he encountered were swiftly executed. It wasn't that he had lost his mind in a killing frenzy. If he wanted to capture the Yamato and completely make this ship his, these officers were obstacles. They could incite the lower-ranked crew to rebel, or worse, to escape. If someone stole the Yamato, which he had fought so hard to take back, it would be a great loss. As Ryu's search continued, he nearly wiped out all the senior officers aboard the Yamato. Only one person remained, the captain of the Yamato. Seeing that his path was coming to an end, Ryu, with a hint of doubt, pushed open the door leading to the bridge. The well-maintained door hinges didn't make a sound as the heavy watertight door silently opened. As if expecting it, a middle-aged man with the insignia of a captain on his shoulder and dressed in a military uniform was calmly kneeling in the center of the Yamato's bridge. Hearing Ryu's footsteps, he raised his head and spoke in a calm tone. You're here. Are you the captain of this warship? Ryu toyed with the katana in his hand, asking with great interest. The man was just an ordinary person, without any heavy weapons that could pose a threat to him. Feeling secure, and with the Yamato finally in his grasp, Ryu was in a good mood and didn't mind seeing what tricks the man had up his sleeve. I am Sawa Zosei, with the rank of captain, temporarily holding the position of captain of this Yamato. Ryu nodded. If you hand over the core key, I'll spare your life. He was completely deceiving him. As the person with the highest authority on a battleship, if this man remained alive, he could rally the entire crew to revolt with just a single command. Therefore, he had to die. Unexpectedly, the man with the unique name, Captain Sawa, smiled. I have been entrusted by the Emperor to steer this battleship, which represents the glory and hope of Japan. While I have failed today, you will never obtain the key to the core mechanism. After saying this, Captain Sawa swallowed a finely crafted golden key right in front of him, showing a defiant expression. Ryu's face immediately darkened. You. With a powerful stomp, Ryu instantly crossed the dozens of meters separating them and appeared in front of Captain Sawa, raising his sword to strike. At that moment, Captain Sawa pulled out his other hand, which had been hidden in his pocket, revealing a hand grenade shaped like a melon. Smoke started to rise from the grenade, indicating that he had already pulled the pin. Then, Captain Sawa ripped open his military uniform, revealing dozens of similar grenades strapped densely inside his coat. Glory to the Emperor! Captain Sawa shouted fanatically. Almost instinctively, Ryu crossed his arms in front of his chest. Boom! As soon as he completed the motion, flames erupted from Captain Sawa's body, reducing him to ashes in an instant. The fire rapidly spread outwards, engulfing Ryu and extending another 10 meters before beginning to subside. Visible shockwaves tore through the bridge, shredding wooden furniture and charts into fragments. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the 30 thick bulletproof glass shattered into a snowflake pattern, and various instrument covers exploded. When the thick smoke finally cleared, the bridge was in ruins, with white paper scraps drifting like snowflakes. At the epicenter of the explosion, Ryu stood resolutely, like an unyielding pillar. The terrifying blast had merely turned his clothes to ash, leaving only slight scorch marks on his skin, with a few grenade fragments embedded shallowly in his arms. Under his rapid healing, the burnt skin quickly peeled away, revealing fresh, smooth skin beneath. Charred grenade fragments were pushed out from his muscles. Captain Sawa's kamikaze-style attack had achieved nothing beyond ruining a set of Ryu's clothes. Even with a sea-level durability, ordinary grenades couldn't harm him. Perhaps only a 100 mm or larger artillery shell could pose a threat to Ryu, and the Yamato's 460 mm equalizer cannon might have a chance of killing him outright. The only reason he had previously dodged steam gun bullets was because they caused an irritating itch when they struck his skin, so he tried to avoid them as much as possible. Glancing at his now bare body, Ryu immediately used the system to exchange for a new samurai's outfit, identical to the one that had been destroyed. He then focused his senses, scanning the surroundings, and bent down to retrieve a golden key from the pile of pulverized remains. Despite being covered in filth, the key still shone with a golden brilliance. Picking up the key, Ryu examined it closely. He couldn't tell what material the core mechanism's key was made of, but despite being so close to the explosion, it hadn't sustained any damage. Looking at the mangled remains of Captain Sawa, Ryu shook his head indifferently. A meaningless sacrifice. Leaving that remark, Ryu approached the control console. As expected, at the center of the console was a semicircular sphere divided into 4 parts, with a narrow slit perfectly shaped for inserting the key. This was exactly the core mechanism for controlling the McRucky engine, similar to what Ryu had seen in the original work. Seeing that the Yamato showed no signs of slowing down or stopping, Ryu inserted the key and shut down the core. With the McRucky engine powered down, the entire battleship quickly lost power. After drifting for several minutes, it finally came to a complete stop, floating quietly on the sea. Meanwhile, with the efforts of Ace Jean and the 500 elite samurai they had brought, the resistance at the dock was gradually subdued. When it came to handling large-scale prisoners, Jean had considerable expertise. She ordered the officers to be separated and detained while using her unique charm to calm the anxious ordinary soldiers. Under Jean's command, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. After seizing control of the Yamato, Ryu used telepathy to instruct Jean to remove the master keys from all the warships. Upon hearing of their victory, over 2,000 reinforcements, including 100 samurai and many trained foot soldiers, were dispatched to the Yokosuka naval base. Although most were just foot soldier, their numbers were sufficient to guard the disarmed Navy soldiers. After a full day of work, Ryu temporarily brought the entire Yokosuka port under his control. Fortunately, he was aware that the Kyushu landing operation had been a massive trap set by the shogun. He had sent only the old, weak, and sick, but had provided ample compensation afterward, minimizing the impact. There were some rumors in the city that the Lord had become even more ruthless, but that was necessary to preserve their strength. Fortunately, everything was still within manageable limits. Today, the advantage of Ryu's meticulous planning finally became apparent. Nearly 600 samurai and 2,000 food soldiers from the Aragane station had been preserved. Without this force, even if Ryu had captured Yokosuka through sheer strength, he wouldn't have been able to manage the massive naval base or the thousands of prisoners. However, a new headache arose for him. Although he had managed to stop the Yamato, he couldn't return it to the dock by himself. As for the Yamato's crew, the shogun had indeed assigned the best sailors in all of Japan to this legendary battleship. Faced with Ryu's blade, they displayed an unyielding resolve, refusing to cooperate even with a sword at their throats. Even if a few surrendered to save their lives, there were too few of them to operate the entire battleship. Just as he was growing frustrated and wandered back to the empty bridge of the Yamato, the system suddenly brought him an unexpected surprise. Ding! Detected that the host has gained control over a special entity. Battleship Yamato is available. Would you like to spend energy points to convert it into a special contract servant? Ryu quickly questioned the system. What is a special entity? And what is a special contract spirit? Chapter 105, FGO, 105. 2,397 words. Perhaps sensing a business opportunity, the system immediately provided the answer. A special entity, typically associated with a nation or race, carries the faith of most individuals within that group. It can be an object, a person, or even an idea or belief. Examples include famous warships, notable buildings, and renowned historical figures. Ryu instantly understood that this concept expanded the scope of heroic spirits beyond just humans. The system then directly answered his second question. A special type contract heroic spirit is a special entity transformed into a humanoid form. Unlike standard heroic spirits, these are not restricted by class but rather by battlefield conditions. Ryu understood immediately. For example, if he were to convert the Yamato into a contract heroic spirit, it would take on a form similar to that of a ship girl, gaining significant power on naval battlefields but becoming weaker on land. It seemed like some crossover between FGO and ship girl games had occurred, creating yet another money-draining scheme. After hearing the system's explanation, he felt a drop of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Nevertheless, possessing a special heroic spirit similar to a ship girl would undoubtedly make controlling the entire Yamato easy. At that moment, another message popped up from the system. Note: the attribute boost of a contracted special heroic spirit varies greatly depending on the fame or faith level associated with the warship. Currently, the Yamato faith under the host's control offers a 300% attribute boost and a 500% potential boost. Ryu couldn't help but gasp in surprise. As a spiritual symbol of the 11th district, the Yamato's enduring charm had led to a near unbelievable attribute boost. This was akin to turning a low-level heroic spirit into one capable of rivaling a top-tier hero like Karna. Regardless, he was determined to contract the big sister with the umbrella. Out of curiosity, Ryu casually asked the system another question. Do other countries have similar warships? To his surprise, the system provided an answer. America, the aircraft carrier Enterprise, also known as One Ship, One Nation. England, the battlecruiser Hood, known as the Royal Lady. Germany, the battleship Bismarck, known as the Iron-Blooded Queen. Ryu felt his collector's instinct stir. The idea of acquiring the iconic warships was incredibly tempting. It was fortunate that, in this alternate world, no world wars had occurred, and each nation's warships were still safely docked at their respective ports, giving him the perfect opportunity to collect them all. How many energy points are required to convert the Yamato into a special contract heroic spirit? Ryu asked, clearly intending to proceed with the transformation immediately. In a previous world, after slaying the god Dionysus, he had amassed a large number of energy points, bringing his total to over 5 million. Contracting with Natsum only cost him a few 100,000 points, surely the Yamato wouldn't cost much more. It couldn't possibly require the entire 5 million, could it? Ryu was confident, thinking that with enough energy points, he could do as he pleased. However, the system quickly reminded him of an important truth. Greedy devs. Converting the Yamato into a contract heroic spirit requires 4,999,999 energy points. Rounding up, the host needs to pay the full 5 million points. The smile on Ryu's face slowly faded. Would you like to proceed with the conversion? Yes. Ryu practically gritted his teeth as he responded. The conversion process will take 8 hours. Please be patient. Although he was about to achieve his goal of contracting with Yamato, he felt frustrated at being fleeced by the system's greed. He now had the urge to cut something down. At that moment, Ryu's expression suddenly turned cold. Those Yamato crew members who thought they could threaten him now had only one use left. Naturally, Ryu wasn't going to wait idly for 8 hours. During this time, he returned to the dock to assist Jean in handling the prisoners and organizing administrative tasks. Everyone who encountered him, whether his samurai or the captured soldiers, looked at him with reverence, as if he were a god. In this world, although there were advanced technologies like the McRucky Engine and the terrifying zombie-like Cabane, humanity itself had no supernatural beings. Therefore, to them, Ryu, who could run on water and single-handedly capture a warship, was already considered divine. Some more superstitious individuals even began to believe that he was the embodiment of the Japanese sea god Watatsumi. The 8 hours passed quickly amidst his busyness. As soon as the time was up, he rushed to the Yamato. Whether it was an illusion or not, Ryu suddenly felt that the Yamato, floating in the sea, had become more vibrant, almost as if it had come to life. As he stepped onto the bridge, white starlight began to gather into a human form. A gentle, mature voice filled with the warmth of a caring wife echoed through the air. Yamato-class battleship, first ship, Yamato, reporting for duty. Are you my admiral? Standing before him was a perfect woman exuding the elegance of a Yamato Nadeshiko. She wore a red and white sailor uniform, carried a strangely designed double-layered umbrella, had a long ponytail draped down her back, and a face as beautiful as cherry blossoms. Feeling a faint connection with the Yamato, Ryu suppressed his inner excitement and nodded with a smile. Yes, I am your admiral, Yamato. Then, admiral, shall we proceed with the first activation ceremony? With a smile, Yamato closed her umbrella, and without hesitation, she knelt gracefully on the dirty floor, holding her delicate hands together above her head. Golden light emerged from the void, gathering in Yamato's hands and forming a small, exquisitely crafted golden key. It was only then that Ryu noticed a brooch on Yamato's collarbone, shaped like the core mechanism of the McRucky engine, but 10 times smaller. The brooch also had a tiny keyhole in the center. Ryu took the key and instinctively touched the spot where the brooch was located. Is it here? Perhaps finding his actions a bit too intimate, a blush spread across Yamato's pale cheeks. However, the gentle-natured Yamato did not resist but instead shyly turned her body slightly. Why yes, Admiral, please insert the master key into the lock. Thinking her words sounded too suggestive, Yamato lowered her head slightly, unable to meet his gaze. Ryu nodded and slowly inserted the key into the lock, then turned it 180 degrees. During this process, an unusual flush spread across Yamato's fair face, her gentle and intelligent eyes becoming misty, and she let out a restrained yet heated breath. Click. A soft sound came from the lock, followed by the core mechanism popping open, revealing a round gem that emitted a dazzling golden light. The light immediately reminded Ryu of the McRucky engine's activation and the glowing hearts of the Kabane after they turned into corpses. The three emitted an almost identical radiance. This McRucky engine technology indeed hides a great secret. Without waiting for him to think further, Yamato gently exhaled a sweet, enticing breath, her eyes shimmering with a mix of reluctance and expectation as she looked at him, completely resembling someone who had just experienced an intimate moment with him. Admiral, Yamato has completely gained control over her body. Please give your orders. As she spoke, Yamato demonstrated her control by having the 2 massive main cannons at the front of the bridge rotate at over 5 times the speed and flexibility designed, without anyone operating them. If Yamato's chief designer were to witness this, he might not be able to stay in his grave. The main cannons of the Yamato are world famous, and known as the largest caliber naval guns in human history. The official name is the Type 9446 cm/45 caliber triple gun turret. A single volley from such a cannon is equivalent to a B-rank Noble Phantasm used against an army. Because of this, it's also the heaviest in the world. The entire main turret weighs about 1,700 tons. Even with Yamato's current core, powered by the mysterious McRucky engine and using high-pressure steam instead of hydraulic systems to drive the main guns, increasing the turret rotation speed to 2 minutes per full rotation was already impressive. But now, the turrets were rotating in just over 20 seconds. How is this even possible? This is downright unscientific. Ryu had thought the so-called attribute boost only applied to things like firepower, speed, and armor. He never imagined it would enhance everything across the board. To put it bluntly, the current Yamato could take on 5 of her previous self. Moreover, with the latest McRucky engine acting as the power core, similar to nuclear power, the fuel consumption of the Yamato has drastically decreased. She's powerful, visually pleasing, and cost-effective to maintain. The 5 million energy points spent to contract this umbrella big sister were well worth it. After Yamato's demonstration, she stopped, standing quietly, ready to follow Ryu's orders. With Yamato, all previous problems were solved. Ryu stroked his chin and immediately issued a series of commands. He ordered Yamato to lock all ammunition bays and gun turrets, close the sea valves, and shut all watertight doors, forbidding any personnel activity. Then, without any need for tug assistance, Yamato smoothly moved toward the shore under her power. Typically, such a large warship as the Yamato would require tugboats to dock. But since Yamato herself is essentially the ship, controlling her body comes naturally. Yamato docked effortlessly at the pier. Having a shipgirl is just this convenient. The samurai and foot soldiers waiting there immediately swarmed aboard and arrested all the crew members on the Yamato. At this point, Ryu had completely dismantled the resistance at the Yokosuka naval port. However, when introducing Yamato to Jin and Ace, a small issue arose. He explained everything about Yamato and her origins to Jin and Ace. Jin and Yamato exchanged greetings in a very friendly and harmonious manner. Everything seemed normal up to this point. But in the next moment, he was shocked to see black mist rising behind Jin, with faint flames burning within it. Simultaneously, Jin's class on her status screen was rapidly switching between Ruler and Avenger. Ryukuin, you are something, going out for a bit and bringing back another beautiful girl. Yamato and Ace stood nearby, looking as beautiful as flowers. Yamato maintained her serene, traditional Yamato Nadeshiko appearance, with a faint smile on her face as if Jin's words were not directed at her. Ace, meanwhile, was munching on a potato cake she'd found somewhere, looking on with a curious expression. Jin, please calm down. You must stay calm. Ryu hastily broke into a cold sweat, trying to soothe Jin. It took quite some effort for him to calm her down. After finishing his administrative duties, it was already midnight. Only then did Ryu remember that he hadn't had time to check all of Yamato's attributes. He quickly opened the system to take a look. After reviewing, Ryu had to admit that Yamato was indeed different from ordinary contract spirits. She didn't have attributes like strength or agility. Instead, she had attributes such as firepower, defense, and speed. Her skills and noble phantasms were all related to naval battles and warships. Once on land, she would be nearly half as effective. She also had two modes, a normal state with no consumption and a battle state. In her normal state, Yamato looked like an ordinary girl, aside from some unusual accessories. In battle mode, she had two further modes, a shipgirl state, where only her ship gear was summoned, and a full combat state, where her entire body was summoned. The full combat state had the most terrifying consumption rate. For example, if Yamato's consumption in normal mode was 0, then in the shipgirl state, it would be 1. But once she summoned her full body and entered full combat mode, her consumption would be 100. After becoming Ryu's contract spirit, Yamato no longer consumed fuel but rather magic crystals that had to be exchanged from the system. Moreover, Yamato required the highest purity magic crystals. A single magic crystal worth 100,000 energy points could only support Yamato in full combat mode for 1 day. Of course, simply summoning her full body without any activity wouldn't consume any energy. A gold-eating waifu. And this was with the energy-saving black technology of the McRucky engine installed, otherwise, the magic crystal consumption would be at least 3 times higher. Ryu suddenly felt like a salaryman working hard outside to earn money just to support his beautiful but extremely costly wife at home. And yet, this wife wasn't only beautiful and pleasing to the eye, but also exceptionally capable. It left him with no thoughts of divorce, only the desire to work hard to earn more. It was truly a feeling of both pain and pleasure. Early the next morning, Ryu was already immersed in a busy day. The most critical issue was dealing with the naval prisoners. He had about 3,000 loyal samurai and foot soldiers, but the number of prisoners from the Yokosuka naval port had reached nearly 20,000. This was an extremely unstable factor. He had kept these prisoners because training naval personnel was not easy. After all, like the Air Force, the Navy is a technical service, and it takes over 5 years to train a qualified sailor. But when the system provided him with another option, he realized he didn't need these naval crew members as much as he thought. Not to mention, these guys were all restless elements. So, he decided to solve this problem once and for all. Under his orders, all the prisoners, including the separately detained officers, were gathered at the pier. The samurai loyal to the Yamagawa family stood on the outskirts of the crowd, holding steam rifles, ready for anything. The safety on their steam guns was off, and the muzzles were pointed directly at the crowd. Any slight movement from the prisoners would be met with a bullet. Despite this, the prisoners still vastly outnumbered the guards. To maintain a deterrent effect, small-caliber cannons and the latest steam machine guns were also set up, their dark barrels pointing directly at the crowd. Once the prisoners were all gathered, Rayo made his entrance in a way no one could have anticipated. Chapter 106, FGO, 106. 2,305 words. Sacred sounds echoed faintly, and suddenly, a series of distant horn blasts resounded from the sky. Amidst countless feathers gently falling and glowing with white light, Ryu, with 6 large white wings of light behind him, descended to the ground. He appeared as if a seraph had arrived in the world. Witnessing this seemingly miraculous scene, the 20,000 prisoners and the samurai under his command stood dumbfounded. Seeing the shocked expressions of the crowd below, Ryu allowed a satisfied smile to cross his face. His relentless effort, continuous practice, and tireless study had finally paid off. Before entering the world of Kabaneri, he had elevated his primordial runes to grade D. Once raised to grade D, the effects of the primordial runes increased exponentially. This time, in front of everyone, he made such a grand entrance by using the primordial runes to create an illusion of a seraph's descent, complete with visions and sounds. From then on, Ryu became a man who could add special effects and background music to himself. Seeing that both the prisoners and his soldiers were utterly convinced by the spectacle, Ryu, who had previously engraved a sound-amplifying rune on himself, spoke in a voice that reverberated across the entire harbor. I am the leader of the 4 archangels under our Lord, Michael. The crowd was utterly stunned. According to the timeline of the Kabaneri world, this period corresponds to World War II. Countries had already begun frequent communication via telegraph, and the Catholic Church was no longer so mysterious. Furthermore, since the victors of the Sengoku period were the Western forces, Christianity was not severely suppressed or eradicated as it was under Tokugawa Ieyasu. Instead, it was heavily supported and competed with Japan's powerful native Buddhist forces. With the backing of the shogunate, Christianity made significant strides in Japan. Most naval officers came from well-off families and were well-educated, so they were familiar with Christianity and knew who Michael was. As they recovered from their shock, the relatively few Christians among the prisoners began to kneel and worship him. It was no wonder they so easily believed his lie. After all, his superhuman feats and today's awe-inspiring entrance had convinced them beyond doubt. Besides a divine being, who could so effortlessly run across the sea, seize a super battleship single-handedly, or descend like a true angel? The prisoners immediately gave themselves an excuse: we lost to a god. Unwilling to admit and thus avoid facing the fact that 20,000 people were lost to a single person, the prisoners increasingly believed and reinforced the idea that he was indeed a deity. This was precisely what Ryu had planned before entering the world of Kabaneri, disguising himself as the Archangel Michael. A mortal cannot unify all of humanity, but a god can. Even though the identity of Kenshi Yamagawa was already quite prestigious in Japan, it was still far from enough to unite the entire planet's human forces. So, he placed himself on a higher plane above humanity, making it somewhat more plausible. Jean promptly followed his earlier instructions, separating the Christian prisoners from the rest and removing their shackles on the spot. Seeing that everyone was completely overawed, Ryu's smile briefly flashed. The stage was set for a long solo performance. He fully embraced his inner actor, deeply embedding the image of the majestic, loving Archangel Michael, sent by God to save humanity, into the minds of the prisoners. If modern people witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly think it was some kind of elaborate theatrical performance. As the atmosphere reached its peak, he knew the time had come to move to the next step. He raised his arm and ordered all of the Yamato's crew to be separated. Ryu held a deep grudge against them. Over 300 officers and men of the Uryu would never trust the original crew of the Yamato, even if they had been brainwashed. An astonishing scene unfolded as the 20,000 prisoners automatically made way, isolating the 2,000 original crew members of the Yamato from the group. Just as he expected, even after witnessing such a miraculous display, many of the original Yamato crew still glared at him with deep hostility. Facing their murderous gazes, Ryu, with the air of a judge, declared from above. The Lord is merciful, but his mercy is not limitless. Do not take the Lord's mercy for granted. Rai is seen to fully immerse himself in the role of Michael, condemning the Yamato crew for their selfishness and greed, comparing them to the devils of hell, who were utterly evil and cared nothing for others. Gradually, even the other prisoners began to look at the Yamato crew with disdain, anger, and contempt, their eyes like arrows piercing through the original crew. Rai noticed all this and continued speaking as if nothing had happened. You are not as important as you think you are. Finally, he concluded. It was time to deliver the final blow and push this grand act to a new peak. He pointed his finger at the Yamato battleship at the dock and shouted. Our Lord is wise and loving. Even a battleship will bathe in the Lord's glory. Then, before nearly 30,000 pairs of eyes, the unmanned Yamato battleship began to operate on its own. The scene was like the appearance of a ghost ship. The main and secondary turrets of the Yamato moved by themselves, without anyone controlling them. Next, under the watchful eyes of nearly 30,000 people, the Yamato slowly sailed out of the port and fired a full broadside toward the open sea. When the 460mm shells hit the water, massive columns of water shot up into the sky, as if they were about to overturn the entire ocean. The sight also overturned the minds of everyone present. Especially the Yamato's crew. No one knew better than they did the power of the Yamato's 460mm equalizer cannon. Due to the lack of quality gunpowder, the 460mm equalizer cannon's power was slightly inferior to the original Yamato on Earth. Even with high explosive shells, known for their blast power, the maximum explosion could only create a water column equivalent to lifting a football field into the air. But what did they see today? A single high explosive shell detonated underwater, creating a water column twice the size of the Yamato itself. A standard football field covers approximately 7,000 square meters, while the Yamato's deck area is more than 10,000 square meters. The unmanned Yamato had tripled the power of its shells. Terrifying, simply terrifying. The enhanced version of the equalizer cannon indeed lived up to its name. But what terrified the crowd even more was that the battleship had done all this by itself. A super battleship that could understand human speech and operate independently. If this wasn't a divine miracle, what was it? Facing the nearly bulging eyes of the crowd, Ryu directly announced that the Yamato battleship, having been blessed by God, had gained a new soul and no longer required human control. This sequence of dramatic events earned him countless gazes of extreme reverence. He then proclaimed on the spot that due to the original crew's resistance, they must be punished. However, God is merciful and would not sentence them to death. Instead, they were to atone for their sins through hard labor. At the scene, other captives were allowed to convert to Catholicism. Those who converted would be released immediately, while those who refused would be punished alongside the original crew of the Yamato by engaging in hard labor. Of course, this only applied to ordinary crew members. As for officers, particularly those in positions of department heads or higher, they were all sentenced to hard labor without negotiation. Ryu weren't doing this out of kindness but rather for multiple strategic gains. The physical labor these punished naval officers and soldiers would be tasked with was building a city wall. Yokosuka, being one of Japan's best deep-water ports, is surrounded by the sea on three sides, resembling a boot extending into the ocean. It's an ideal location for defending against the Kabane. Ryu only needed to block off the inland side with a wall. Defending a single wall is far easier than defending on all sides. This strategic decision was one of the reasons he was determined to seize Yokosuka at all costs. If time permits, the wall could be built gradually. However, with the Kabane already having landed on Kyushu Island, they would reach the vicinity of Yokosuka in a minimum of 6 months and a maximum of a year, according to their pace. Therefore, to build a wall strong enough to fend off the Kabane within half a year, a large workforce was essential. Thus, the stubborn prisoners who remained resistant despite witnessing his extraordinary powers were put to use. Moreover, forcing the most rebellious captives to build the wall would exhaust their physical strength and minimize their chances of rebellion. As for any accidental deaths, illnesses, or exhaustion during the construction, that would not be his concern. This strategy achieved multiple objectives, proving far better than simply executing the prisoners. As for the soldiers who chose to convert on the spot, Ryu would not trust them immediately. For the first year, they wouldn't even have the opportunity to approach the battleships. Instead, they would undergo continuous indoctrination in Catholicism until 99% of them became devout followers. Regarding the original Christian naval officers, he assigned them positions similar to political commissars within the captives. These newly appointed priests would later become powerful tools for him in controlling the ideology of his military. This grand spectacle of religious manipulation elevated his prestige to new heights. Even though Ryu disguised himself as a non-native deity in Japan, in a country deeply rooted in superstition, an outsider god who could perform miracles was far more convincing than the elusive, unseen native gods. With Ryu's prestige soaring, neither the shogun nor the current emperor seemed untouchable in Yokosuka. The most direct consequence was that the once defiant prisoners quickly lost their fighting spirit. The samurai and foot soldiers of the Yamagawa clan were no longer filled with anxiety, as if following their lord in rebellion would soon result in execution. Instead, their faces were now brimming with confidence and pride, firmly believing that they were not acting out of selfishness but for the future of all of Japan, saving the people from dire straits as true saviors. If this were a game, Ryu would receive a notification indicating that the morale of his troops had significantly increased. This was precisely what he desired. As the saying goes, without legitimacy, one cannot command obedience. To overthrow the shogunate's centuries-old entrenched rule and even challenge the belief that the emperor's lineage was divine, Ryu had to elevate himself to a position equal to or higher than theirs. In peaceful times, his strategy would never have succeeded. Even if he occupied Yokosuka, the shogun could command the national military to subdue him quickly. But now, in an era ravaged by the Kabane hordes, even if the shogun issued a national decree to attack him, the northern regions might send a token force at most, while the southern regions, especially those near Kyushu and Shikoku, would likely ignore the order. With the Kabane sweeping north like a tidal wave, these territories were too preoccupied with their survival to heed a call to arms against Ryu. Even the shogun's stronghold at Kongukaku and the emperor's residence in Kyoto dared not act rashly. This gave Ryu ample time to strengthen his position. He had timed his moves perfectly. However, just as he was beginning to stabilize the situation in Yokosuka and was preparing to focus on development, trouble arose in Aragane Station. The issue was straightforward. To fully develop Yokosuka, Ryu decided to abandon Kongukaku Station entirely. Only a small contingent would remain as a forward outpost, while the families of the samurai and the civilians under the Yamagawa clan would all relocate to the safer Yokosuka. In peaceful times, Aragane Station, with its extensive connections, would have been a priority for development. But in the face of the impending Kabane horde, Yamagawa Station became a liability. Anyone who has played zombie tower defense games knows that the more territory you need to defend, the more likely it is for breaches to occur, leading to a catastrophic overrun by the horde. Moreover, the Kabane are far more dangerous than zombies, possessing no weaknesses and even greater strength and speed. If not for the lack of widespread aviation at this time, the Kabane's spread would be far faster, leaving humanity with little time to build defenses. The human race would have been wiped out many times over by now. However, some people, especially the elderly who were deeply attached to their homeland and extremely stubborn, would not leave unless a knife was held to their throats, no matter how persuasively they spoke, even if it was for their good. This was precisely the situation at Aragane Station. With the incitement of some ill-intentioned individuals, a large number of elderly people refused to leave Aragane Station, causing the entire relocation process to grind to a halt. No matter how Ryu's samurai pleaded or described the horrors of the Kabane, these stubborn old folks were adamant, they would not budge unless forcefully removed. When Ryu heard this news, his face immediately darkened. He had fought tooth and nail to give the people of Aragane Station a chance at survival, and now these old troublemakers were not only unhelpful but were also actively dragging him down. Ryu immediately drew the primordial rune symbols for wind and flight on his body. Whoosh! Under the odd gaze of the onlookers, he soared into the sky like an arrow, heading straight for Aragane Station. Chapter 107, FGO, 107. 2,278 words. Where is Lord Yamagawa? We want to see Lord Yamagawa. Why are we being forced to leave Aragane Station? My family has lived here since my great-great-great-grandfather. At this moment, inside the steam train station of Aragane, a group of elderly people dressed in various attire surrounded the samurai of the Yamagawa family, loudly protesting. Behind this group of elders, 6 men dressed in different styles stood with cold smiles on their faces. Among them were a rogue, a merchant, a monk, and a gentleman, seemingly representing all walks of life except the samurai. I have no idea what that fool Yamagawa is thinking. Instead of staying as the lord of Aragane Station, he went to attack Yokosuka, said the rogue with disdain. Well, you can't say that. If it weren't for him, how would we have the chance to control all of Aragane Station? The merchant said with a sly grin. Lord Yamagawa made a foolish move this time. Such blatant treason and rebellion, how could the shogun tolerate it? He will surely order the entire nation to hunt him down, said the monk, whose face lacked the compassion one would expect from a follower of Buddha, instead radiating an aura of bloodlust. With the Yamagawa family gone, Aragane Station will need a new lord. I'll be counting on you all then, said the gentleman, smiling with narrowed eyes. Don't worry. Just as we agreed, with us industry leaders backing you, you have a high chance of becoming the new lord. Once you do, you can return the favor by helping us, and together we'll control Aragane Station, the merchant said with a greedy smile. He didn't notice the fleeting contempt in the gentleman's eyes. The 6 schemers exchanged smiles as if Aragane Station was already theirs. But just then, the sky was suddenly filled with the sound of compressed air exploding. A figure then landed with a crash right before their eyes. When the dust settled, Ryu's figure appeared before everyone. Lord Yamagawa. The samurai of the Yamagawa family, recognizing the person who had arrived, shouted in relief, their expressions showing a clear sense of relief and admiration. These samurai, chosen to assist in the relocation of Aragane Station, were the elite who were loyal to the Yamagawa family. After Ryu displayed his extraordinary power, their loyalty skyrocketed. On the other side, the elderly troublemakers, who had been watching his entrance from a distance, now showed fear on their faces. They looked at each other, clearly wanting someone else to make the first move. But before they could decide, Ryu coldly addressed them. If you don't want to leave, that's fine. You can stay in Aragane Station. Then he turned to a samurai beside him and instructed, record the names of those who refuse to go to Yokosuka. They will be permanently banned from entering any territory under my control. Yes, Lord Yamagawa. The samurai responded loudly, clearly fed up with these old troublemakers. And as for the rest of you, why are you standing around? You must finish moving within 3 days. Ryu then loudly commanded the other samurai. It was as if he no longer acknowledged the existence of these old troublemakers. Yes. Under his orders, the samurai quickly took action, loading up the train with ammunition, food, and other essential supplies. The troublemakers were left standing awkwardly on the side, unsure whether to leave or stay. The 6 behind-the-scenes instigators, hiding nearby and watching the commotion, couldn't sit still anymore. They stepped out from their hiding spot. Lord Yamagawa, what you're doing is rather inappropriate. The gentleman, looking unhappy, was the first to speak, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. That's right. Lord Yamagawa, you've taken away all of Aragane Station's grain reserves, what will we eat? And with all the steam guns taken, how will we protect ourselves? Don't you all agree? The merchant raised his arm, rallying the elders. Encouraged by his words, the previously hesitant elders quickly joined in, shouting. That's right. Without food, what will we eat? The steam guns and ammunition must be left behind. Lord Yamagawa, you can't just abandon us. Enough. Ryu shouted coldly, grabbing a steam gun from a nearby samurai and firing a shot into the ground in front of the troublemakers. Bang. Dirt and stones flew, and the commotion abruptly quieted down. He turned and coldly stared at the merchant. He recognized who they were, those same scoundrels who, in the original story, tried to seize control of the Kotetsugus by pressuring Ayam, his child. Calling them the 6 chiefs was giving them too much credit. They were merely industry leaders in Aragane Station, like the heads of trade guilds. In the original story, these fools thought Ayam was soft-spoken and gentle, and since she was new to her position, they incited others to pressure her into handing over the Kotetsuju's master keys. Today, it seemed they intended to pressure him instead. Ryu smirked inwardly. Unlike Ayam, he had killed more people than he could count, and yet they dared to bargain with him. They truly didn't know what the word death meant. Ryu, without hesitation, coldly asked, "Do you want food and weapons?" "Yes." The merchant managed to say only one word before Ryu pointed at him. In the air, a character resembling an F flashed briefly, and then a head-sized fireball shot from his finger, instantly engulfing the merchant. "Ah!" The merchant screamed in agony, burning to a crisp in less than 10 seconds. "Who else wants food and weapons?" "I'll gladly oblige," Ryu said coldly, looking down at the crowd. His gaze swept across the gathered people. Everyone who made eye contact with him, including the remaining 5 chiefs, quickly lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze again. And just like that, the farce came to an end. The troublemakers, along with the 5 surviving ringleaders, slunk away in disgrace. Ryu, as if no one else existed, walked to a secluded alley. "Natsum," Ryu suddenly called out softly. "My lord." A surprising scene unfolded. A small figure slowly appeared out of thin air in the empty alley, kneeling on one knee behind him. The signature shuriken hairpin on her head identified her as Sarutobi Natsum, who had been captured by Jin and eventually transferred to serve the Yamagawa family. After a series of twists and turns, she now looked at him with eyes full of fervor, like a devout believer. "Go, kill those 5 chiefs stirring up trouble behind the scenes." Ryu gave the order coldly, not even turning around. "At once, my lord." The small figure vanished into thin air without a sound. The 6 chiefs were now down to 5. The 5 men grumbled and cursed back to their residence. "That madman Yamagawa. He did kill him." "Exactly. Just wait until the shogun's army arrives, he'll get what's coming to him. Doesn't he have a daughter? We should plead with the shogun to sell her to a brothel. I'll be sure to take care of her business." "Ha ha ha. Her name is Ayam, right? She's only 7 this year, you sick bastard. How can you even think about a child that young?" The 5 originally vented their anger towards Kenshi Yamagawa, but somehow their conversation gradually drifted into obscene topics, spewing filth like a sewer. Swish. At that moment, a faint sound was heard, and a kunai embedded itself in the forehead of the man dressed as a monk, piercing his brain. Before he even hit the ground, he was already dead. He was the one who had earlier suggested selling Ayam to the brothel. "Who's there?" The remaining 4 were immediately terrified, quickly drawing the daggers at their waists and looking around in panic. Suddenly, a blinding white light burst before their eyes. "Ah! I'm blind. I can't see. Help!" Slash. Several sounds of flesh being cut echoed. As the brightness faded, only 2 of the 4 were left standing. The other 2 had been decapitated, their bodies lying in pools of blood. The survivors were a gentleman and a thug. Before the flash, they had instinctively closed their eyes and wildly swung their daggers, narrowly escaping death. But this only bought them a few extra seconds. A child? They were horrified to see a small figure, dressed in tight-fitting ninja attire with a black veil covering her face. Judging by her size, she couldn't be older than 14. "Damn it. Die." Seeing the short blade in her hand still dripping with blood, the thug-looking guy's desperation turned into fury. He raised his dagger and slashed at her with all his might. "Don't." The gentleman, standing back to back with the thug, noticed his movement and shouted. But the thug, his eyes bloodshot with rage, ignored the warning and lunged forward. Natsum's eyes flickered as a blue light flashed around her waist. The next second, her small body shot forward like an arrow, crashing into the thug's chest. Before he could react, her poisoned short blade plunged into his heart. She tossed the thug's corpse aside and coldly turned her gaze to her final target. "Wait. Money. I can give you lots of money. More than you can ever spend." The gentleman cried out, drenched in sweat. Natsum didn't reply. She simply walked towards him with her blood-stained blade, her expression icy. As she approached, the gentleman slowly backed away. "As long as you serve me, no, as long as you spare me. The money is yours. What do you say?" Natsum's response was a swift stab with her blade. "Damn you." The gentleman raised his dagger in a final, desperate attempt, but Natsum easily deflected it, severing his arm in one swift motion. The gentleman fell to the ground, his face pale as he begged for his life. "Wait. You can't kill me, I'm. Before he could finish, Natsum's blade sliced across his throat. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering onto Natsum's face, leaving a single drop beneath her eye. It looked like a crimson beauty mark, as captivating and deadly as a blooming red spider lily. Mission complete. Natsum coldly uttered these words before her small body gradually blended into the air. To prevent further disturbances, Ryu decided to temporarily station himself at Aragane. With the current level of communication, any major event would be just a telegram away. At that moment, as if sensing something, Ryu, without looking up from his documents, softly asked, "Is that you, Natsum?" Swish. Just as she had appeared, Natsum materialized out of thin air, kneeling before him on one knee. "My lord, the mission is complete." Noticing the blood on her, Ryu realized that she had come to report without even cleaning herself up. "Well done." Ryu praised her, reaching out to pat Natsum's head. Her hair was smooth as if she could star in a shampoo commercial. It felt nice to touch, and he found himself enjoying the action more and more. Natsum, who had been cold as a blade during the assassination, now squirmed uneasily under his touch, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. She lifted her gaze slightly, sneaking a peek at him. "What's the matter, Natsum? Does it feel uncomfortable?" Ryu asked knowingly. "And no. My lord, you're so mean." Natsum was about to deny it, but when she saw the playful smile on Ryu's face, she understood and blushed even more, looking slightly flustered. At this moment, Natsum was no different from a 12-year-old girl acting coy in front of her father, nothing like the cold-hearted ninja who had just killed 5 men without batting an eye. To be honest, Ryu was surprised by Natsum's transformation. When they first met, he thought she was just a typical loli. Not foolish or innocent, but pure. She was a pure ninja, someone who would obey her lord's orders and prioritize her mission above her own life. In fact, during missions, Natsum was indeed just that, a pure ninja, despite being only a 12-year-old girl. Ryu, noticing the lack of an assassin-type servant with stealth and assassination skills among his ranks, saw great potential in Natsum. The world of Cabaneri was a low-tier world, with the only extraordinary beings being the half-corpse, half-human Cabaneri. But Ryu had no interest in them, they offered little power for too much risk, and their growth potential was limited. Whether it was becoming a creature like Cabaneri or activating some kind of ultimate ability like in the original story, neither path was particularly appealing to him. So, Ryu came up with a compromise. Having recently advanced his primordial runes to D rank, which increased the number of combinations possible, he used the system to acquire materials and personally enchanted them with numerous rune combinations. This allowed Natsum, despite being an ordinary person, to wield low-tier mystic code. Thus, Natsum was given a palm-sized circular obsidian stone engraved with many primordial runes. On it, Ryu inscribed invisibility, stealth, illusion, acceleration, and other traditional ninja techniques. That's right, he wanted to cultivate a true ninja, not a magus masquerading as one. Unexpectedly, after introducing Natsum to the world of mystery, he gained not only her loyalty but something more. It was no longer just loyalty, but a complex mix of reverence, fervor, and faith. It seemed this child had a troubled past as well. No surprise there, considering she came from a genuine ninja clan. In real history, ninjas were nothing like the fantasy versions. Their world was much darker, filled with killing, betrayal, and bloodshed, a hellish existence. What could be compared to it? Perhaps it was like rats struggling to survive in a sewer. Chapter 108, FGO, 108. 2,358 words. Natsum-chan, I want to ask you to do something, Ryu said with a somewhat complex expression. Just a moment ago, Natsum was acting like a pet cat being affectionate with its owner, but now she immediately sat up straight in front of him. My lord, please give me your orders. You don't need to be so serious. Ryu patted Natsum's small head and continued. I just want you to train a group of ninjas. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed that Natsum's eyes had turned red, as if she were about to cry. My lord, are you abandoning me? Ryu suddenly felt a headache coming on. After much effort to calm her down, he carefully explained in a gentle tone, trying not to upset her. You see, Natsum-chan, there's only one of you, right? But in my plan, I need my ninja forces to be everywhere in Japan. Besides assassinating key enemies, they need to gather intelligence on all hostile forces and even our people. Raya slowly laid out a grand blueprint for Natsum. History proved that the hidden group had certain advantages, which most of the country eventually adopted and transformed into what is now the CIA or FBI. Of course, Raya planned to use this group without giving it too much power, to prevent it from growing too powerful and taking control of the government. The quickest way to form this group would be to recruit ninjas and ronin en masse, as these individuals could quickly become combat ready. But Raya didn't trust those who would sell everything for money. Moreover, compared to the shogun, he was at a significant disadvantage, and it was questionable how many people would even accept his recruitment. In the blueprint he envisioned, the ninja unit had to be loyal to him. The best way to ensure this loyalty was through faith. Nothing instills loyalty better than faith. Money, power, and beauty all come with the risk of betrayal. Faith, though not foolproof, could raise the chance of loyalty from 50% to 90%. So Raya preferred to move slowly, ensuring the reliability of these two sharpest daggers. Since Natsum was already being cultivated as a key talent, signing a contract with her in the future would be inevitable, so she was the perfect choice to establish the ninja unit. Furthermore, to guarantee the assassination capabilities of this unit, Raya would also grant them supernatural powers. However, unlike Natsum's powers, theirs would be significantly weaker and would require regular replacement of magic crystals. These magic crystals could only be provided by Raya, who could claim they were a divine gift. Natsum, with her 4-star potential, was very smart. As he explained the importance of this task, she quickly understood its significance. Please leave this task to me. Natsum performed a perfect Dajisa, kneeling in front of him. Ryu's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he quickly helped her up. He felt no discomfort when the natives of Japan bowed to him, but when close people like Natsum and Ayam did so, he felt uneasy. He could only attribute this to an issue of trust. He had subconsciously started to consider them as his people. Then I'll leave it to you, Natsum-chan. Yes. I won't let you down. Natsum seemed a bit excited, her small hands clenched into fists. In her heart, she added softly, I won't disappoint you, my lord. The relocation plan, which was expected to take 3 days, was completed in just 2 days under Ryu's direct supervision. Aside from a group of troublemaking old hooligans, over 95% of the residents of Aragane Station obediently followed his orders and boarded the steam train bound for Yokosuka. There, thanks to the ample labor force, rows of neatly planned wooden houses were quickly built. Ryu had practically emptied Aragane Station, moving a vast amount of food, ammunition, fuel, steel, and other resources to Yokosuka. Although he had been away for 2 days, everything in Yokosuka port was proceeding smoothly according to the plan he had laid out before leaving. The prisoners, reduced to laborers, were forced by steam guns and whips to build housing for the residents of Aragane Station. Once the housing needs were met, Ryu would not hesitate to send them to designated locations to begin constructing the city walls. On the other side, Jean was appointed as the principal of the seminary. The Holy Maiden's theology classes had begun. Prisoners who chose to convert to Christianity started receiving daily theological education from the priests. Ryu was confident that, under the guidance of divine grace, these lost sheep would turn over a new leaf and contribute their small part to the Lord's work. Just as Ryu's plans were flourishing, it seemed his good days were coming to an end. After learning of his betrayal, Kongokaku responded quickly. The shogun immediately issued a manifesto condemning Kenshu Yamagawa for rebelling and declaring independence, vowing to mobilize the entire nation to eliminate this audacious traitor. But Ryu was not one to be trifled with. He immediately exposed the shogun's plot to murder his son and sacrifice 400,000 troops, along with a series of evidence and speculations. In his speech, the shogun was painted as the ultimate villain, willing to kill even his son to maintain his rule and to sacrifice 400,000 troops without batting an eye. Ryu argued that because Japan was ruled by such scum, divine punishment was brought down in the form of the Kabane to cleanse humanity. In summary, everything was the shogun's fault. Ryu, on the other hand, claimed to be sent by God himself to save the people. Under normal circumstances, with the shogun's prestige, no one would have believed such claims. But the shogun's betrayal of his son was a well-executed move that, unfortunately, involved too many people and left traces that even his authority couldn't fully suppress. Now that Ryu had exposed it, the cover was blown. Moreover, at the most critical moment, the shogun made a blunder by ordering all regions to ignore the traitor Kenshu's statements and attempting to cut off Yokosuka's external communications. However, as one of Japan's 4 major naval bases, Yokosuka had very advanced communication equipment, far superior to that of Aragane Station. The shogun's actions not only failed to clear his name but also revealed his guilty conscience to the entire nation. This turned into a huge spectacle. First, his son rebelled. This character, who had been a formidable hero in the original story, suddenly abandoned his low-profile approach, gathered a group of old subordinates and suppressed pro-war factions, and openly opposed the shogun, demanding his abdication and seppuku. Soon after, petitions and memorials from all over the country, calling for the shogun's abdication and seppuku, flooded the imperial court in Kyoto and onto the emperor's desk. The current Emperor Heisho felt a profound sense of joy. Since the era of the shogunate, the shogun had tightly controlled Japan's government, leaving the emperor's role as nothing more than a puppet and a ceremonial figurehead. This was the first time Emperor Heisho felt so valued. He couldn't help but recall the humiliation and fear of being dominated by the shogunate. A strong sense of malice and satisfaction welled up within him. In a moment of heat, Emperor Heisho almost followed the will of the people. "Your Majesty, you mustn't." A young girl, hidden behind a beaded curtain, interrupted him. She was dressed in an exquisite junahito. The long trousers were as pure and black as the night sky, while the outermost robe was white as snow, adorned with cherry blossom patterns. Her long, sleek hair was styled in the traditional Heim cut, cascading down to her waist. Her black eyes sparkled with a wisdom far beyond her years, resembling stars. With a delicate and radiant beauty, she was like a lotus blooming quietly in the night, serene and graceful. "Sister, what do you mean by this?" The emperor was puzzled. From the emperor's attitude, it was clear that this young girl held a very high place in his heart. It was an iron rule since ancient times that women should not interfere in politics, a rule even more stringent in Japan. However, this young girl by the emperor's side had broken that rule. Moreover, the noble courtiers, dressed in luxurious attire in front of the curtain, showed no signs of dissatisfaction. On the contrary, they were all ears, indicating that this wasn't the first time the young girl had participated in state affairs. Right now, the shogun's focus is on that rebel and his son, Amatori Biba. If you, brother, were to order the shogun to step down and commit seppuku. The shogun is a man deeply attached to power. He would never willingly commit seppuku. Your actions would only anger the shogun and turn his attention toward you. Wouldn't that be counterproductive? You must remember that Kongukaku and the imperial palace are very close. The shogun could march his troops here in no time. The young girl's logical analysis left the courtiers murmuring in agreement, nodding approvingly. "Then, according to you, sister, what should I do?" The emperor hastily inquired. "Brother, please be patient. Right now, you only need to follow the shogun's lead and issue an edict to calm the people. When the shogun has dealt with the rebellious rogue, his next target will be his son, Amatori Biba. When that happens, the situation will be chaotic and our opportunity will come." But the emperor hesitated, clearly unwilling to continue being the shogun's puppet in the face of such a rare opportunity. The young girl, seeing through the emperor's thoughts, spoke again. "Brother, you don't truly believe that a single decree will make the shogun bow down, do you? In the end, the world respects strength." Her clear, melodious voice struck the emperor like thunder. The root of the problem was that the imperial faction was too weak to be a significant force. Weakness was the original sin. "I understand. I will issue this decree." Though he agreed, a flash of intense reluctance crossed the emperor's eyes. He was also an ambitious man, who had longed for an opportunity like this. How could he easily give it up? The young girl's lips curved slightly into a faint smile. "Brother, there's no need to be so disheartened. We cannot openly defy the shogun, but that doesn't mean we can't do so in secret." Without any grand gestures, the young girl exuded a commanding presence that none of the courtiers or even the emperor could match. "Brother, simply send a private letter to Amatori Biba, promising to support him in becoming shogun if he defeats his father, Okimasa Amadir. When father and son are at odds, our chance will come. I believe the princess is right." "I second that." We all support it. The noble courtiers exchanged glances and found the plan sound and in line with their interests. Before the emperor could decide, they loudly voiced their approval. Their stance was almost pressuring the emperor to make a decision. After all, the courtiers in Kyoto maintained their lavish lifestyles only through the generosity of the nearby shogun. Of course, they viewed this as the shogun's tribute to maintain stability. Though they yearned to regain power, they were unwilling to openly antagonize the shogun without a guarantee of success. Cautious to the point of cowardice, they were the very reason the shogunate had controlled Japan's politics for centuries. A flash of anger passed through the emperor's eyes. The young girl subtly signaled him with a glance, calming his fury. Reluctantly, he said in a low voice. So be it, as you all suggest. Your Majesty is wise. The courtiers immediately erupted in a chorus of praise, kneeling in unison as if fearing the emperor might change his mind. After the council ended, the emperor stormed back to the inner palace, the young girl following behind him with graceful, measured steps. Damn it. The emperor couldn't help but roar, slamming his hand heavily on the small table beside him. A delicate teacup tumbled to the floor. Why are you so angry, brother? Since we were young, we've known these so-called noble courtiers and aristocrats are unreliable. The young girl gracefully picked up the fallen cup and placed it back on the table. But, Sakura, look at them. Look at them. Not a single one sees me as the true ruler. If it weren't for appearances, they would have long since run to curry favor with the shogun. They're all timid, sycophantic cowards. Thinking of the courtier's cowardice and how they had pressured him, the emperor nearly burst into rage again. However, Sakura made a simple gesture, and the emperor fell silent. She gently raised her flawless, jade-like finger to her lips, signaling for silence. The emperor immediately understood. Though they were within the inner palace, the shogun's spies were everywhere. His sister was reminding him that walls have ears. Seeing the emperor finally calm down, Sakura spoke. Brother, calm yourself. Now is the time for patience. Besides, I have a feeling that our turning point is not far off. Oh? You think that highly of Biba Amatorai? The emperor looked surprised. But Sakura showed a glimmer of disapproval. Amatorai Biba. I've met him. Though he has the makings of a formidable figure, his ambitions are too small. He may have a strategy, but his vision is limited. Until he kills his father, his focus will remain on him. But that just gives us an opportunity. You can't possibly be thinking of that rebel, Kenshu Yamagawa? The emperor's face showed a hint of uncertainty. No rational person believed that Ryu's rebellion could succeed. Taking on the entire nation with just one city was the kind of miracle that only happened in novels. Over 95% of Japan believed that Kenshu Yamagawa was mad. At most, he could only stir up trouble, acting as a pawn in someone else's game, a sacrifice for the true victor. However, Sakura did not laugh. Instead, a slight unease filled her heart. The timing of Kenshu Yamagawa's rebellion was far too coincidental. Chapter 109, FGO, 109. 2,430 words. The entire nation's military forces have been mobilized in one move by the shogun, and now the island of Honshu is about to face a surging tide of Kabane. Even if the shogun is furious, how much strength can he muster against Kenshu? This person is either a madman or a rare hero not seen in a millennium, akin to Oda Nobunaga, a figure capable of stirring up great storms. I want to meet this madman of a man. Perhaps only he is qualified to be my opponent, thought Princess Sakura, a direct descendant of the emperor, as she licked her lips, her eyes filled with deep curiosity. Little sister, how is that matter coming along? How many people have sided with us? The emperor suddenly lowered his voice and asked. Over 80% of the lords in the Shikoku region are willing to pledge their loyalty to you, brother. The entirety of Hokkaido, north of Hakodate, is already under our control, and all the post-station lords have been replaced by our people, Sakura spoke, her red lips softly parting, yet the words she uttered were enough to shock the world. Unbeknownst to many, the emperor's lineage had already gained control of so many regions. No wonder you are the jewel of our royal family. The emperor couldn't help but praise her. It turned out that all these lords who secretly pledged their loyalty to the emperor were the handiwork of Sakura. Faced with the emperor's praise, Sakura showed no emotion on her face. You overpraise me, brother. However, if the front lines cannot withstand the Kabane's tide, you may have to retreat to Hokkaido for safety, she said. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. Those who do not obey my command will be better off dead. It would be best if the entire island of Honshu were wiped out, saving me the trouble of taking action myself. Restoring our ancestors' glory is the mission given to me by Amaterasu. Anyone who obstructs me must die. Anyone. In just a few words, the emperor's ruthless, narrow-minded nature was fully revealed. However, Sakura showed no sign of surprise on her face. She had long been accustomed to her brother's cruelty and heartlessness. As long as it allowed the emperor's lineage to reclaim their lost power, she would even be willing to collaborate with demons and gods. Seeing that the discussion was nearing its end, the emperor said, I am tired now, you may leave, little sister. Yes, I shall take my leave, Sakura replied, bowing before turning and gracefully walking out of the palace. Shortly after, the sound of the emperor's laughter echoed from the palace. Ryu had no idea what was happening in Kyoto, far away from him, nor did he know that he had already caught the attention of a certain most legitimate royal princess. As soon as the shogun's proclamation was issued, he began preparing for war while simultaneously launching a verbal counterattack. This battle was inevitable, and he had long anticipated it. Since the Honshu Naval District had gradually been abandoned, the remaining three major naval bases, Yokosuka, Sasebo, and Maizuru, had gathered over 95% of the essence of Japan's navy. So, the shogun couldn't give up the Yokosuka Naval District. But Ryu couldn't just wait for the Kabane's tide to sweep across the entire island of Honshu before taking action. By that time, the entire Aragane station would be overwhelmed, struggling to deal with the endless Kabane, leaving no strength to attack Yokosuka. So, after careful consideration, Ryu concluded that now was the best time to act. It was foreseeable that any well-informed lord would be busy strengthening their own post station's defenses, with no time to heed the shogun's call to attack him. Moreover, after Ryu exposed the shogun's scandal, how many lords would still be loyal enough to sacrifice themselves for him? Thus, after a series of calculations and plans, he predicted that the forces attacking him would not be substantial. However, his only concern was that the shogun would definitely send naval forces from the remaining two naval districts, Sasebo and Maizuru, to attack. Although the navy's most elite forces were concentrated in Yokosuka, and the ships there were the most advanced and recently launched, Ryu could only deploy the Yamato. He couldn't utilize any other warships. If he were to forcibly deploy the captured soldiers, who had only undergone a few days of brainwashing, they might turn against him during battle. So now, the situation was Yamato versus half of Japan's navy. The only other ship to accomplish such a feat was the USS Enterprise, and even then, the circumstances were dubious. This time, the Yamato was facing half of Japan's navy with no room for error. Fortunately, Ryu's contract Spirit Yamato was a super-modified model and combined with the dense coastal defense guns deployed at Yokosuka, holding off the navy should not be a problem. Upon learning of his concerns, Yamato patted her chest and assured him that she would not disappoint her admiral. Seeing her chest bounce with every pat, Ryu assured himself that he was not disappointed at all. The course of events unfolded as he had expected. This time, it seemed that the shogun intended to make an example of someone. He dispatched over 100 naval vessels in one go, forming a massive combined fleet that advanced towards Yokosuka with great momentum. He had no intention of hiding his movements. Excluding the destroyers and cruisers, there were 7 major warships capable of threatening the Yamato. The 4 Kongo sisters, the former flagship of the Japanese Navy Nagato, and Mutsu. And the flagship, Musashi, Yamato's sister ship. To achieve the best deterrent effect, the great general had indeed spared no expense this time. Fortunately, in this world, the technological path seemed to have diverged. While the warships became more powerful, there were no aircraft carriers. The heavy focus on steam technology resulted in the neglect of internal combustion engine development. Although there were now small internal combustion engines capable of being mounted on motorcycles, their horsepower was far from sufficient to be used as aircraft engines. Furthermore, with Kabane rampaging across the globe, there was little opportunity to create airstrips needed for planes to take off. As a result, airplanes, a revolutionary mode of transportation, were never fully realized in this Kabane-infested world. Naturally, the mother of warships, the aircraft carrier, had no chance of being born. Even though the Yamato no longer faced its greatest threat, aircraft carriers, Ryu was still uneasy about pitting one ship against 100. He even considered taking matters into his own hands, planning to engage in close combat alongside Ace once again. However, this plan was vetoed by Yamato herself. To put Ryu's mind at ease, Yamato invited him aboard her main body and conducted a full demonstration of her combat capabilities, without concern for the energy expenditure. After witnessing Yamato's full power, he finally felt relieved and converted his remaining energy points into magic crystals, handing them over to Yamato. At this moment, on land, two enemy forces were advancing towards Yokosuka from the north and south, each consisting of multiple post-station armies. Besieged on three sides, Yokosuka was in grave danger. And in the face of such a crisis, Ryu was sound asleep. To be precise, he was completely immersed in a dream. Back when he launched a surprise attack to seize the Yamato because the battle took place in the relatively narrow confines of the battleship, Ryu used the descent card to ensure absolute success. Unexpectedly, after the battle ended, he received a system notification. Descent card, Sasaki Kojiro has met the minimum requirements for unlocking the second phase. Would you like to proceed with the dream trial? Note, completing the trial will officially unlock the second phase. Now, having entered Kabaneri, a low-tier world, all of Ryu's abilities, including his noble phantasm levels, were forcibly suppressed to level C. He urgently needed to increase his combat power. Unlocking the second phase of the descent card would allow him to use the noble phantasms of the servant he had descended into. And Sasaki Kojiro's noble phantasm, Tsubame Geishi, has no level restriction, meaning it isn't subject to suppression. Tsubame Geishi is more than just a noble phantasm, it's an exquisite sword technique, a divine skill that can break through space. This technique is exactly what he needs. Although he had learned many combat techniques from Scathach that allowed him to utilize his abilities effectively, Scathach never taught him the true techniques, especially the spear technique she was famous for, the causality-breaking magic spear, Gibalg. Scathach was blunt, Ryu had too many ideas. If he learned through conventional means, his chances of mastering it would be zero. Sasaki Kojiro developed Tsubame Geishi to cut down a swallow. Scathach developed Gibalg to ensure an unavoidable strike. So, does this mean he can't learn it because he isn't single-minded enough? After serious reflection, Ryu speculated that mastering these divine skills wasn't a matter of intelligence, but rather a matter of pure conviction. No wonder Scathach favored his Kohai so much, even personally improving Gibalg so she could release it with a rapier. A single-minded focus on becoming stronger. In this respect, Ryu felt ashamed of himself. But he had his methods. What even Scathach couldn't accomplish, the system could. To master Tsubame Geishi, all he needed to do was pass the trial for the second phase of the descent card. And it was guaranteed to succeed, no refunds if it didn't. With a major battle looming, Ryu naturally had to find ways to increase his combat power. Thus, a miraculous scene unfolded. Even though all of Yokosuka was thrown into panic upon learning of the shogun's massive military offensive, Ryu, as the supreme leader and embodiment of the divine, calmly fell asleep. Anyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but be awestruck. Lord Kenshi Yamagawa truly lived up to his divine reputation. His composure was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Such is the power of religious faith that even the smallest unintentional act can be magnified infinitely by the faithful. Seeing their lord so calm, the elders and samurai of the Yamagawa family also regained their composure and confidence. What's a shogun compared to our lord, who is a true god? We're going to win this war. This sense of calm and confidence spread like a virus throughout Yokosuka, quickly quelling the unrest and temporarily averting an invisible crisis. Immersed in sleep, Ryu naturally had no awareness of the outside world. In a daze, he found himself standing on a straight stone staircase leading upwards. At the top, he could vaguely make out the silhouette of a building. On either side of the staircase was pitch-black darkness, impenetrable even by the eye. It was clear that he had no choice but to walk up. After climbing about 100 steps, his view suddenly opened up. In front of him stood a very familiar Japanese temple. This is Ryudo Temple. Rya's eyes widened in surprise. The scene before him was almost identical to what he had seen in the original anime. So, are you the challenger here to take the trial? A voice filled with an ancient tone spoke, and a warrior dressed in a blue-purple kendo uniform appeared at the temple's main gate. On his back was a long katana, almost as long as he was tall. Sasaki Kojiro, Ryu muttered his name in a deep voice. That's right. What is this place, and who exactly are you? Rya's mind was filled with questions. But it seemed Sasaki Kojiro hadn't spoken to anyone in a long time. As soon as he asked a question, he immediately answered without hesitation. This place was chosen from your memory as the land most deeply connected with me, so it is the most suitable site for the trial. Hearing Sasaki's answer, he was taken aback. Indeed, anyone who had watched the original series would most remember the image of Sasaki Kojiro blocking the gate at Ryudo Temple. Even the magnificent divine skill Tsubamegeshi would come after that. Sasaki Kojiro continued speaking. As for me, I am nothing more than an illusion, not even a true spirit. My sole purpose for existing is to test whether you have the qualifications to learn Tsubamegeshi. Before Ryu could ask more questions, Sasaki Kojiro's demeanor became sharp as he reached behind him to grasp the hilt of his katana. It may sound a bit ungracious, but I am accustomed to communicating with others through my sword. With that, Sasaki Kojiro unsheathed his katana without giving him any chance to refuse. Ryu was astonished to find that Sasaki Kojiro seemed like a completely different person. Earlier, he had seemed like a weary, world-weary old man who had seen it all. But the moment he drew his katana, Ryu felt as if he could hear the ethereal hum of the blade itself, an expression of its sharpness. Sasaki Kojiro's presence became overwhelmingly intimidating, making him feel as though he might be sliced in half if he took even one step closer. Aside from Scat Hack, Ryu had never encountered anyone like this before. This was what people called a martial arts master. Someone who completely blends into their environment, appearing as ordinary as anyone else. But the moment they enter combat, their aura skyrockets. A bead of sweat slowly trickled down Ryu's forehead. This man, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sword Saint Miyamoto Musashi, was making it difficult for him to move just by his sheer presence. It was then that he realized something with absolute clarity. Every time Scat Hack sparred with him, she was holding back significantly. Otherwise, she could easily paralyze him with her refined aura alone, making even the slightest movement impossible. What's the matter? Do you plan to stand there until the end of time? Sasaki Kojiro smirked slightly, his tone teasing. Ryu suddenly felt the overwhelming aura recede. To be able to control one's aura at will, martial arts masters were truly terrifying. But he wasn't disheartened. He had only gained his powers less than a year ago, having been a powerless shut-in before that. A challenger should have the resolve to face challenges. Ryu quickly summoned a long katana identical to Sasaki Kojiro's. Without hesitation, he raised the blade and struck down at him. Too slow. And too many openings. 3 flashes of light flickered and disappeared. Chapter 110, FGO, 110. 2,406 words. Ryu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body, and then his consciousness gradually faded away. He felt as if he was falling endlessly into a bottomless abyss, and suddenly, his vision was filled with white light. When he regained consciousness, he found himself once again at the bottom of the stone steps leading to Ryudo Temple. Was I defeated in one strike? That was the legendary secret sword technique, Tsubamegeshi, wasn't it? Was that meant to be a warning shot? Ryu could hardly believe that Sasaki Kojiro would use Tsubamegeshi on him right from the start. Even though he had been slain, he hadn't been kicked out, which meant that failing once didn't count as failing the trial. With numerous questions swirling in his mind, he quickly ascended the steps back to the entrance of Ryudo Temple. As expected, the figure stood there like an unchanging statue, quietly waiting. The only difference was that the massive long katana previously on his back was now in his hand. You're back. I've been waiting for you, Sasaki Kojiro greeted with a smile. Ryu's expression was a bit stiff, who wouldn't be after being cut into pieces in a single strike? Moreover, the sensation of death was truly unpleasant, the kind of empty despair that could almost drive a person mad. As if sensing his many questions, Sasaki Kojiro began explaining without prompting, chatting away like a lonely old man before entering battle mode. You must be wondering why you didn't die and why the trial didn't fail. It's natural because this is a dream. As long as you don't admit defeat, you can revive infinitely and challenge me as many times as you like. If you manage to defeat me, you'll learn Tsubamegeshi. Of course, you can choose to give up, but that would permanently destroy the descent card. The choice is yours. As Sasaki Kojiro continued his long-winded explanation, Ryu suddenly interrupted him. In short, I just need to defeat you, right? Exactly. But you must have noticed by now that you cannot use any noble phantasms or skills here. Both of our base attributes are equal. Sasaki Kojiro once again unleashed the terrifying aura that only a swordmaster could possess. So to defeat me, you'll have to rely solely on the katana in your hand. Then let's get started, I don't have all day. Ryu raised his long katana and charged at Sasaki Kojiro again. This time, however, he was wiser. As he approached the range of Kojiro's attack, he no longer charged in a straight line but instead zigzagged in an S shape. It seems you've gotten a bit smarter, but such trivial tricks are meaningless. 3 flashes of light flickered, and once again, Ryu was effortlessly slain. Again. This time, as he approached, he threw his katana straight at Kojiro, following closely behind it with clenched fists, intending to engage in close combat. Ryu planned to force Kojiro into a brawl, then use his brawling skills to win. Seeing this, Sasaki Kojiro frowned slightly but said nothing. The plan might have been good, but it still depended on who the opponent was. This time, Kojiro didn't even use Tsubamegeshi, he simply struck Ryu's katana, sending it flying back with greater speed and piercing Ryu's throat. Damn it. Being repeatedly killed by Sasaki Kojiro only fueled his stubbornness. And so, Ryu experienced countless different ways to die. He tried every possible tactic, but no matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape those terrifying 3 slashes. After dying around 10,000 times, he started to feel numb. Suddenly, the system sent a notification. Today's challenge time has reached its limit. Host, please choose. Give up, permanently destroy the descent card. Save, continue the challenge tomorrow. Ryu unhesitatingly chose to save. Are you kidding me? After killing me 10,000 times, you expect me to give up? No way. I'm going to pass this second stage trial. When Ryu exited the dream trial, he immediately noticed that this trial hadn't been without gains. His basic cold weapon mastery, which hadn't improved in a long time, had increased by 1%. This was just a visible improvement. As Ryu recalled his battle with Sasaki Kojiro, he quickly realized that his opponent had been demonstrating various combat techniques in real time towards the end. Just as Kojiro had said, it's better to communicate with swords than with words. This was Sasaki Kojiro's unique teaching style. Recalling this, Ryu's expression turned a bit strange. Why do all the teachers I encounter prefer to teach through combat? Can't any of them teach in a more orthodox way? Damn it. Feeling somewhat frustrated, he finished washing up, only to find that as soon as he stepped into the office, Jean followed closely behind with urgent news. Jean, busy as always, had taken over Shinjuru's role as his deputy, managing the affairs of Yokosuka due to her extensive experience in her previous life. In addition, as the principal of the seminary, Jean sometimes had to give public lectures. It should be noted that Jean's public lectures were extremely popular, often drawing crowds so large that they spilled out of the classroom. Unable to cope with the crowds, Jean eventually chose to hold her lectures in open spaces like plazas. It's not surprising, given her stunning beauty and her natural C-rank leadership skills. Jean had once led the nearly defeated and demoralized French forces to victory against the formidable British invaders during the 100 Years' War. With just the wave of her sacred flag at the forefront of the battle, the demoralized French soldiers were instantly revitalized, transforming into fierce warriors. She's a natural-born leader. This phrase perfectly describes Jean. And despite her lack of formal education, her eloquence was enough to out-argue several theologically knowledgeable bishops. Ryu felt that bringing Jean to this world, where building and developing were crucial, was one of his best decisions. However, Jean's workload was rapidly increasing. Not that she minded, in fact, she was delighted to see more lambs convert to her faith. After hearing Jean's report, Ryu's face showed a look of surprise. The northern forces have accelerated and are expected to arrive 2 days earlier? Yes, Ryu. At 6:20 this morning, the northern attacking army passed the first observation point, Jean said with a serious expression. Ryu, who had traveled from the modern era, understood the importance of intelligence in warfare. Thus, he had taken the risk of sending reconnaissance units equipped with extremely expensive radio equipment to positions 200 kilometers from Yokosuka port. Now, this decision was paying off. What makes them so confident that they can win with just one army? Or is this a trap? Ryu still found it hard to believe. Although I hate to say it, it seems that the enemy we're facing this time completely underestimates our forces. They've hardly conducted any reconnaissance and have been charging straight toward Yokosuka by steam train, Jean said with a hint of exasperation. Are they stupid or something? Ryu exclaimed. Even a child knows that splitting forces during an advance is a grave mistake, as it opens up the risk of being defeated individually. Originally, I expected a tough battle, but I didn't anticipate the enemy would weaken themselves voluntarily. In that case, I won't hold back. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he quickly turned to Jean and said, I'm planning to do this. Jean's beautiful eyes immediately lit up, but then her face showed a trace of concern. If this strategy succeeds, it will greatly increase our chances of victory. However, it requires you to take a great risk personally. Why not let me handle this task instead? Ryu waved his hand dismissively. I've already captured a battleship before, this is nothing in comparison. Besides, I won't be directly confronting the enemy. You need to have confidence in me. And it's not a man's place to let his woman take risks while he hides in the back. Hearing Ryu's bold and masculine statement, Jean's face flushed red, and she quickly retorted, I never admitted to being your woman. However, her tone sounded less resolute and more like a coy protest. It's settled then. The main force is under your command, but remember, you must leave behind 100 samurai and over half of the foot soldiers. Ryu reminded her seriously. With her strategic acumen, Jean immediately understood his intention. Ryu, you're preparing for the possibility of the prisoners taking advantage of the chaos to escape? Ryu nodded. I'm certain they'll seize this opportunity to break out. With the enemy attacking, our defense will be at its weakest. That's one reason. They've already lost the critical base of Yokosuka, which is a grave offense. Even if the enemy wins, they won't escape punishment and will try to redeem themselves by disrupting our rear lines or even recapturing Yokosuka. If we win, this would be their only chance to escape. As long as the prisoners aren't complete fools, they'll grab this opportunity. And our task is to eliminate the uncontrollable elements among them. In a single statement, Ryu decided the fate of hundreds, possibly thousands of people, as the murderous intent around him shifted into a more terrifying aura of authority. Jean showed no discomfort in the face of his killing intent. Only dead heretics are good heretics. If Gillis were as quick-witted as you, Ryu, I wouldn't have had to struggle so much back then, Jean suddenly remarked. Ryu responded with annoyance, Bluebeard? He's just a useless fool who couldn't even protect the woman he loved. We were just comrades in arms, nothing more. Jean quickly explained, as if afraid he might misunderstand. Ryu was taken aback for a moment but then nonchalantly said, I don't care about your past. I only know that you are my woman now, and that's enough. He truly didn't mind at all. If he could marry other men's wives, what harm was there if someone else secretly admired or had unrequited love for his woman? If anything, it just proved how outstanding she was. Jean's face turned completely red at his assertive words, and it seemed like steam might start rising from her. In any case, I'll go gather the troops now. Ryu, the Lord will protect you, Jean said hastily before fleeing from the room. Shaking his head, Ryu followed her out. Then he used his primordial runes to inscribe the meanings of flight and wind. With a whooshing sound, he flew into the sky, rapidly heading toward the enemy's approach. At that moment, about 20 kilometers into Yokosuka port, a steam train was speeding along the railway. In the most luxurious car of the train, a burly man over 2 meters tall, dressed in splendid clothes, sat on a sofa. 2 young, stunning women, dressed in yukatas that exposed their smooth shoulders and delicate collarbones, were nestled beside him, feeding him fruits. Clang! A slight sound was heard, and the steam train noticeably slowed down. "Someone, come here." The man's face immediately showed dissatisfaction as he shouted, "Lord Kimura." The door to the car opened, and a guard holding a steam rifle entered, not daring to meet the man's gaze. "Go and find out what's going on. Why has the train slowed down?" "Yes, sir." The guard saluted and quickly ran out. Not long after, the guard returned to the car. "Lord Kimura, the steam engineer says that if they keep running at full speed, there's a risk the steam engine could explode, so they had to reduce speed temporarily." Before the guard could finish speaking, Lord Kimura picked up a wine cup and hurled it at him. "Useless fools. Can't even handle a simple task." The silver cup struck the guard's forehead, causing blood to trickle down, but the guard didn't dare to dodge. Lord Kimura pointed at the guard and roared, "You. Go tell those worthless engineers that I don't care if the steam engine explodes. We must reach Yokosuka before that southern bastard does. If anyone delays me, I'll have their entire family executed." "Yes, Lord Kimura." The guard knew well the brutal nature of his lord, who always followed through on his threats, and he rushed to relay the orders to the steam engineers and crew. "Useless fools." Lord Kimura sat back down, and the two seductive women giggled. "Lord Kimura, never mind them, come taste this." "Taste this? I want to taste you." Lord Kimura's face twisted into a lewd smile as his large hand slipped into one of the women's yukatas. Through the thin fabric, one could see his hand roaming over her body. "Lord Kimura." The woman blushed deeply, not only failing to stop him but adjusting her position to make it easier for him to toy with her. A short while later, the guards outside could feel walls starting to shake, accompanied by the man's heavy breathing and the woman's coquettish cries. Meanwhile, the train suddenly jolted and sped up again. 2 minutes later, the man's high-pitched shout and the woman's screams could be heard from inside, although the screams sounded somewhat unsatisfying. At that moment, the speeding train suddenly lurched and began to shake violently, tilting rapidly to one side. Raya hovered in the air, watching the derailed train plunge off the tracks, rolling like a dying giant snake, with debris scattering like bullets and dust quickly enveloping the area. "Idiots," Ryu scoffed. The enemy didn't even conduct any reconnaissance before the battle, clearly seeking their destruction. It was evident that the consequences of the shogun mobilizing 400,000 troops from across the country were starting to show. In theory, the combined forces attacking Yokosuka from the north and south should have been 8 or 9 times larger than Aragane's forces. In reality, the attacking forces from both directions combined were barely 4 times as large. Moreover, they lacked experienced officers, neglecting even basic warfare principles. After Ryu discovered their weakness, he quickly sabotaged a section of the track ahead of the train. The damage caused by a high-speed train derailment is terrifying. If it were a bullet train traveling at 300 kilometers per hour, half the passengers would be lucky to survive. Although steam trains aren't as fast, the casualties would still be significant, especially considering this train was loaded with fully armed soldiers and a massive amount of ammunition. Boom. Chapter 111, FGO, 111. 2,334 words. Less than a minute after the derailment, the locomotive began emitting a large cloud of white steam and exploded with a thunderous roar. Immediately afterward, 2 carriages at the rear burst into even larger flames. The sturdy steel carriages were torn apart like toys into countless fragments. Some surviving soldiers had just crawled out of the carriages when the burning hot fragments pierced through their bodies like bullets, riddling them with holes. Flames and thick smoke shot into the sky, forming a small mushroom cloud at the train's rear. This explosion of the locomotive and the rear carriages affected at least 5 or 6 carriages. Along with the casualties from the derailment, it would be fortunate if even 1/3 of the soldiers survived. Ryu's face revealed a cold smile as he watched the scarred, limbless soldiers crawling out of the carriages. He did not choose to fly down and finish them off because these guys had a more important use. After roughly estimating the number of surviving soldiers, he nodded in satisfaction. In this accident orchestrated by him, about 500 samurai and less than 1,000 foot soldiers survived, all of them injured, some with head injuries, others missing limbs. The once formidable Northern Army had been half crippled. Wright ceased his observation and flew away. Suddenly, a loud, angry voice came from the central carriages. Damn it. You fools, hurry up and get me out of here. The lecherous Lord Kimura had miraculously survived. His guards hurriedly and clumsily rescued him, while the two women who had been with him were naked and died tragically in the carriages. One of the women had her throat pierced by a protruding iron bar, while the other was covered in bruises from being crushed. It was clear that after the derailment, Lord Kimura had coldly used his bedside companion as a human shield, allowing him to survive. While Kimura was getting the wound on his head bandaged with the help of others, a guard approached. Lord Kimura, should we continue moving forward now? Bakayaro, you fool. Can't you see I'm injured? Continue moving forward? Are you trying to get me killed? Kimura yelled angrily, cursing the guard. The guard, whose left arm was missing below the elbow, hung his head and silently listened to Kimura's tirade. After a while, Kimura's anger subsided slightly, and he immediately ordered, retreat. Retreat immediately. Let those southerners fight for Yokosuka, we'll withdraw to the nearest castle station first. Yes, sir. The guard hesitated but said nothing. Thus, like a farce, Kimura's northern army, without even approaching Yokosuka, turned its tail and retreated. Ryu temporarily ignored these remnants of a defeated army and instead flew along the tracks in the direction the enemy had come from. Soon, he reached a junction. Since Yokosuka Port was the last stop on this railway line, the north and south tracks merged into one at this junction. After briefly confirming his position, he began flying southwest along the tracks. Along the way, he passed Aragane Station and immediately spotted his target. Compared to Kimura's northern army, the coalition from the south was much more cautious. They only transported their troops near Aragane Station and then marched on foot to occupy it. The group Ryu had stationed here to monitor the Kabane horde had already been notified to withdraw, leaving only those stubborn old rogues who refused to leave. With over 95% of the population evacuated, Aragane Station had become noticeably desolate, with almost no civilians in sight, only soldiers. Flying through the sky, he scouted openly. He found that, compared to the northern army, this southern force was much more careful. After entering Aragane Station, they didn't rush to rest but instead carefully searched the abandoned houses. They had done the same when entering Aragane Station. Trying to sabotage them by damaging the tracks again was impossible. They seemed to have realized that the enemy planned to use Aragane Station as a stronghold, advancing step by step, and overwhelming the Yamagawa family's forces with superior numbers. This kind of straightforward, overt strategy was almost impossible to counter. But unfortunately, they had a foolish ally. No matter how flawless a plan is, as long as it's executed by humans, there are bound to be flaws. If not, then create one. At that moment, a commotion broke out, and Ryu immediately flew over, hiding his presence and observing. Sir, please, this is the last bit of food our family has. An old man was clinging to a samurai's leg, while the samurai was taking a large bag of food from the old man's home. Many old people were crying out in despair, but the samurai ruthlessly took their food. Those who resisted were either beaten or shot. Scenes like this were happening everywhere as the Southern Army forcibly requisitioned food in Aragane Station. These stubborn old folks who refused to follow Ryu to Yokosuka had now met an even more brutal opponent. A well-dressed old man wearing reading glasses was pushed forward and voiced a feeble protest to the samurai. The samurai's response was simple. He kicked the old man to the ground. You traitorous rebels! Lord Sekiguchi has already shown you mercy by not having you all executed. This is wartime, and our army is requisitioning food. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. A samurai leader looked down at the old man and said angrily. Yes, sir, the samurai beside him echoed loudly, raising his steam rifle. Facing the samurai's brutality, the old people looked on with grief, too scared to speak, as they watched their food being loaded onto carts. Ryu watched this scene with an indifferent expression. Making a choice comes with a price. These old people didn't want a safer, better life and were determined to leave his protection. Today, they were just paying part of the price for their previous choices. Yes, just part of the price. These samurai only wanted food. When the Kabane horde arrived, they would want their lives. As he silently observed, time slowly passed. The leader of the Southern Army seemed extremely cautious, choosing not to march through the night but instead setting up camp at Aragane Station. Supplies were continuously transported to Aragane Station by steam trains. Raya couldn't help but smile coldly. Perhaps before the plan begins, he could give them a little gift. Meanwhile, in the temporary camp for prisoners at Yokosuka port. After a day of hard labor, the prisoners were herded back to their cells with aching bodies. Damn that stubborn Yamagawa Kenshu. Don't let me catch an opportunity, or I'll tear you limb from limb. Former Yokosuka Admiral Tsukimoto Hisao gritted his teeth as he forced down a piece of hard black bread. Feeling the emptiness in his stomach, Tsukimoto cursed bitterly. At this moment, he longed for a perfectly cooked medium-rare Kobe steak and thinly sliced sashimi. Admiral! Admiral! Just then, a whispering voice called out from behind him. Tsukimoto's body stiffened, and then he casually straightened up. A small piece of paper was quietly slipped into his hand. "Ah, I'm so full I could sleep." Tsukimoto yawned and lay down. The labor of building houses and walls was exhausting, and most prisoners lay down to rest as soon as they finished dinner. Tsukimoto's actions didn't arouse suspicion. Using the shadows of the bodies lying around him, he carefully unfolded the paper. Written on it were a few small words. War was imminent. At midnight, they would break out of prison. Tsukimoto's eyes gleamed with intense hatred. He quickly crumpled the note into a ball, shoved it into his mouth, and swallowed it. Time flew by, and soon it was midnight. The guards watching over the cells were leaning against the bars, yawning from exhaustion. Suddenly, a strong hand reached from behind, covering the guard's mouth with one hand and choking his neck with the other. With a crisp snap, the guard's neck was broken. The lifeless body slid down along the bars, and the hand immediately searched the guard's pockets. With the faint clinking of metal, a set of keys was retrieved from the guard's body. Soon, the cell doors were unlocked, and a group of ragged figures filed out. Similar scenes were unfolding across the entire prisoner camp. Tsukimoto was rescued from his cell. "Admiral, you've suffered," one of the officers greeted him. You've done well," Tsukimoto replied, trying to maintain a dignified demeanor. However, with a few straws on his head and dressed in tattered prison clothes, he hardly looked the part. Despite this, the former naval officers around him dared not laugh. The Tsukimoto family held considerable power in Kongokaku, even more than the Makino family, who served as the shogunate counselors. Tsukimoto's sister was married to the shogun as his wife. So despite knowing that taking Tsukimoto along during the prison break would be a burden, they didn't dare leave him behind. "Please follow me, Admiral," one of the officers, a lieutenant commander, said obsequiously. Tsukimoto responded with a grunt, his official attitude resurfacing as he found himself with followers once more. "Prisoners are escaping," a shout suddenly rang out from outside the cell, causing everyone's faces to change. "Baka, idiot." Tsukimoto spat out angrily. "We need to leave immediately, Admiral Tsukimoto," the lieutenant commander urged, his face pale with fear. "Lead the way quickly." Tsukimoto dropped all pretense of dignity. The group hurriedly rushed out of the cell, which was located one level below ground. The alarmed shouts had woken the entire prisoner camp. Foot soldiers ran around in panic, while some prisoners who hadn't been freed yet either begged for help or cursed those who had escaped, hoping Tsukimoto's group would open their cells. However, Tsukimoto and his men were too scared to pay attention to them. As they emerged from the corridor and reached the cell entrance, their view suddenly widened. Corpses of foot soldiers and prisoners were scattered together, and not far off, the sounds of fighting and gunfire filled the air, throwing the entire camp into chaos. Seeing the chaotic scene, Tsukimoto and his group smiled with relief. The more chaotic it was, the easier it would be for them to escape. They hurriedly dashed toward the main gate, but before they could get far, the power was suddenly restored, and enormous floodlights illuminated the camp as if it were daytime. Tsukimoto and his group were immediately caught in the spotlight. Their eyes, adjusting from darkness to light, forced them to shield their faces with their hands. Then, the sound of numerous rifle bolts being pulled back echoed in the air. They looked up to see that the camp walls were lined with hundreds of foot soldiers armed with steam rifles. "You fools, you've been tricked," a mocking voice rang out. It was Shinjiro. His voice was dripping with scorn. Realizing that they had been deceived, Tsukimoto and his men saw the black muzzles pointed at them. What's going on? Are you working with them? Tsukimoto angrily grabbed the lieutenant commander's collar. Admiral Tsukimoto, I swear I don't know. The Yamagawa family's main forces had already left this morning. How could there still be so many soldiers left? The lieutenant commander was trembling with fear. Baka! Useless fool! Tsukimoto roared, throwing him to the ground. You don't need to blame him. Everything you've done was predicted by Lord Kenshu. Yes, our main forces left, but half of them returned halfway through, Shinjiro said, his face filled with reverence and fanaticism. All right, enough talk. It's time to send you on your way. With your sins, I'm sure only hell will welcome you. Shinjiro raised his right arm as he spoke. The foot soldiers on the walls immediately aimed their steam rifles at Tsukimoto and his group. Seeing Shinjiro's murderous face, Tsukimoto finally grasped the reality that they intended to kill him. He shouted desperately, Wait! Wait! You can't kill me. I'm Tsukimoto Hiso. The shogun's wife's. Before he could finish, Shinjiro's arm dropped without hesitation. Open fire! The night air was suddenly filled with the thunderous sound of gunfire, like a string of firecrackers going off at once. The open ground was soon filled with screams and the spray of blood. A minute later, the gunfire ceased, and no one was left standing on the open ground. The area was strewn with corpses riddled with bullets, their bodies unrecognizable, and the ground beneath them soaked in blood. Half of you, go down and check for survivors. If you find any, execute them immediately. Shinjiro coldly issued the second order. A large group of foot soldiers rushed onto the field. Occasionally, the sounds of bodies being turned over and the occasional gunshot echoed across the open ground. Amidst the pile of bodies, Tsukimoto was somehow still alive. In the first moments of gunfire, he had grabbed the lieutenant commander's collar and used him as a shield, buying himself an extra minute of life. Yamagawa Kenshu. You'll die a miserable death. Tsukimoto shouted into the sky, his voice filled with endless venom. The foot soldiers, discovering a survivor, immediately surrounded him and riddled him with bullets. Thus, the Navy officers captured at Yokosuka, from the admiral to the lowest lieutenants, were nearly all dead, effectively eliminating the possibility of rebellion among the lower-ranking naval officers. Meanwhile, Ryu moved like a ghost through the Aragane station, his target clear, the supplies of ammunition and provisions brought by the Southern Army. When he reached the warehouse perimeter, he immediately noticed that the Southern Army was indeed cautious. He saw at least 100 foot soldiers patrolling the area, with even some samurai inside the warehouse armed with short swords at their waists. But no matter how tight their security, they were still ordinary men. Ryu stepped out from the shadows without hesitation. Sasaki Kojiro's sword was a demonic blade, a tool made for killing. And nothing honed its edge better than cutting down living people. Chapter 112, FGO 112. 2,278 words. What? A patrol of foot soldiers immediately noticed Ryu's figure. The leading soldier shouted, trying to alert his comrades. Unfortunately, they were facing death incarnate. Ryu suddenly crouched low, his feet digging into the ground, creating a small crater. He shot forward like a black lightning bolt. Before the soldier could finish his sentence, a silver-white arc of light flashed under the moonlight, cold and beautiful. Slash. A head flew into the air. Enemy attack. The remaining 9 soldiers were thrown into chaos, but before they could even cry out, the silver-white blade flashed repeatedly. 5 slashes, 9 lives. Ryu realized that the long katana, over 1.5 meters long, was surprisingly effective in group combat. Before the distant soldiers could react, he had already annihilated an entire 10-man squad. As the remaining soldiers came to their senses, they immediately began shouting, their high-pitched voices almost tearing through the night sky. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Their voices were filled with terror. Many soldiers raised their steam guns and fired wildly at him. Ryu quickly moved left and right, swiftly closing in on the soldiers. Don't come near! Don't come near, you monster! One soldier screamed, frantically pulling the trigger. This irrational behavior did not harm Ryu but instead caused several soldiers to be hit by friendly fire, collapsing to the ground and groaning in pain. Slash. Ryu's figure swept past him, a silver line flickering and disappearing. He continued without slowing down, charging toward the remaining soldiers. The soldier froze as if someone had pressed a pause button. A red line appeared on their neck, and their terrified heads slipped to the ground. Blood spurted several meters into the air like a fountain. The fighting strength of these soldiers was already inferior to that of the samurai. Their morale and courage were even lower. After Ryu charged into them like a tiger among sheep, the soldiers quickly collapsed, dropping their heavy steam guns and scrambling away on all fours. He ignored the fleeing soldiers. The commotion had already attracted attention, with shouts and the light of torches rapidly approaching from the distance. Strangely, the samurai guarding the warehouse seemed deaf to the commotion, remaining completely still. The entire warehouse was eerily quiet. How unoriginal, Ryu amused, walking up to the warehouse door without hesitation. He raised his katana and struck, slicing the door in half. Fire. Inside the warehouse, 2 rows of samurai stood facing the door, one row standing and the other kneeling, steam guns aimed squarely at the entrance. As the door shattered, revealing Ryu's figure, the leading samurai immediately gave the order. A volley of gunfire erupted, and amidst the white steam, dozens of dark gray bullets shot toward him. As the bullets hurtled toward him, Ryu's pupils dilated, and he focused intently on the projectiles. In that split second, a thought flashed through his mind: perhaps he could slice the bullets with his katana. Ryu was fearless. Even if he failed, the bullet's power wouldn't be enough to pierce his skin. As his resolve solidified, his concentration reached a peak. Suddenly, the world seemed to slow down. This is the moment. Ryu's wrist flicked, and a silver-white thread appeared before him. Unfortunately, the blade's edge barely missed the bullet, striking sparks off it instead of cutting it. The world returned to normal speed, and the bullets hit his body, then bounced off with a clatter. Ryu's eyes gleamed even brighter. He seemed to have found a rhythm. Unbeknownst to him, the intermediate cold weapons mastery skill on his system panel had suddenly jumped, its proficiency increasing. Ryu felt an urge to continue, while the dozens of samurai opposite him were horrified. They had never faced an enemy immune to bullets. Monster! A samurai cried out in terror, dropping his steam gun and trying to flee. A dagger immediately pierced through his body. Suppressing their fear, the samurai leader shouted, "Don't just stand there. Keep firing." As a professional warrior, the samurai had far better psychological resilience than the foot soldiers. Sweating profusely, they frantically pulled the triggers of their rifles. Ryu, eager to master that special state, didn't rush to kill them. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. Dozens of samurai fired repeatedly at a figure that swung a long katana as if trying to cut through something invisible. Ryu found it difficult to slice through the bullets. His physical abilities were more than sufficient, but his timing was off. His swordsmanship was too crude, always either too early or too late. The shouting and torchlight drew nearer, clearly indicating that time was running out. Despite this, Ryu only grew calmer. Failure. Failure. After several more failures, a sudden flash of insight struck him. This time, it would work. Unaware that the intermediate cold weapons mastery on his system panel had reached 100%, Ryu focused intensely. The words flashed with a golden glow, ready to evolve at any moment. The gunfire erupted once more, and his concentration reached unprecedented levels. The world slowed down more than ever before. Now. Ryu's eyes shone brightly. Without any visible movement, his sword shot forward like lightning. A perfect silver arc appeared in the air. Sparks flew as the bullet was flawlessly sliced in half, the pieces flying past him on either side. On his system panel, intermediate cold weapons mastery had evolved into advanced cold weapons mastery. Ryu suddenly felt as if the katana in his hand had become an extension of his arm, moving with effortless precision. "I let you live long enough, it's time to send you off." Ryu smiled warmly at the samurai, his mood as bright as his expression. But the samurai felt as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss. Fire! Don't stop. Reinforcements are almost here. The samurai leader shouted desperately. The samurai instinctively pulled the triggers, only to find that their target had suddenly appeared at the front of their formation. A slash, a silver flash, and blood splattered everywhere. In less than 10 seconds, dozens of highly trained, fierce samurai were decapitated one by one. Surveying the warehouse filled with food, bullets, firearms, and even artillery shells, Ryu smiled in satisfaction. Yokosuka was in a critical phase of development, and every bit of material was extremely valuable. And he happened to have an immense storage space at his disposal. 5 minutes later, when the reinforcements arrived, they found only a field of corpses and an empty warehouse. The next morning, Ryu soared high in the sky, looking down at the warehouse below, which was tightly surrounded. Under the heavy protection of a group of samurai, a middle-aged man wearing a black swordsman's uniform arrived at the warehouse district. He had a square face marked by a scar and exuded the aura of a battle-hardened soldier. It seemed that this middle-aged man was the commander of the Southern Army. So that's it, a veteran of the battlefield, Ryu nodded slightly. This made sense. The commander of the Southern Army was the main force sent by the shogun to suppress the rebellion. As for the Northern Army's commander, it was obvious he was just some desperate fool trying to make a name for himself in front of the shogun. The shogun was counting on this veteran below. To ensure the success of his plan, Ryu suppressed the urge to fly down and kill him in one stroke. It wasn't the right time yet. Meanwhile, there was a change in the situation below. A man, clearly a foot soldier leader, knelt on the ground, explaining and pleading. However, the Southern Army commander said something that made the leader lower his head in resignation. Then the commander swiftly drew the sword from his waist, took a clean step forward, and beheaded the man. Ryu's expression became serious. Cautious and decisive, with rich combat experience, he was indeed a formidable opponent. Without extraordinary means, in a situation where he was outnumbered, Ryu might not have been able to take down such a seasoned veteran. He thought that after such a blow, the enemy army would at least rest for a day, waiting for reinforcements. But unexpectedly, shortly after sunrise, around 8:30 a.m., the Southern Army quickly began to advance towards Yokosuka. They think I'm just bluffing and stalling for time, so they're planning a quick march to catch me off guard? Ryu immediately understood the opponent's intention. But unfortunately for them, while the Southern Army commander was indeed a veteran, his opponent was no ordinary man like him. Extraordinary methods were beyond his imagination. He couldn't even guess Ryu's true intentions. One wrong step leads to more mistakes. The only thing waiting for him is a one-way ticket to hell. This Southern Army commander named Sekiguchi was indeed competent. Under his command, both samurai and foot soldiers alike carried their heavy gear without complaint, marching towards Yokosuka at a speed of over 5 kilometers per hour. At this pace, they would reach the outskirts of Yokosuka, 50 kilometers away, by tonight. In comparison, the Northern Army's march, having left the trains behind, slowed drastically to less than 10 kilometers a day, a world of difference. Ryu's face broke into a cold smile, and he turned and flew directly along the railroad tracks. What the Southern Army couldn't see was that about 60 kilometers ahead of them, a defeated remnant of troops was retreating along the railroad from Yokosuka. The day quickly passed as the Southern Army marched on. This veteran was indeed cautious. He maintained the marching speed at the highest rate that wouldn't impact combat readiness. That way, even if they encountered an ambush along the way, they could immediately engage in battle. His tactical planning was nearly flawless. Ryu grew increasingly impressed. If this commander were to become a heroic spirit, his leadership would at least be at a D level. Don't underestimate that F level is the level of an ordinary person, E level is that of an outstanding elite, and D level is already the level of famous generals in history. As the sun slowly set, the Southern Army just crossed into the outermost boundary of Yokosuka. This area happened to be where the coastline met Yokosuka, the very spot where Ryu had planned to build a wall. After the Southern Army finished eating their dry rations in batches, leaving enough personnel to patrol, the entire army immediately began to rest. Just 5 kilometers away, a completely disorganized group of soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, resting. Night fell, and the sky was covered in dark clouds, making it so dark that you could hardly see your hand in front of you. A dark and windy night, the perfect night for killing. Sekiguchi Shoichiro, the Southern Army commander, was carefully studying the map under the dim light of an oil lamp. Years of battlefield experience had given him an unusual sense of intuition. He had a nagging feeling that he was being led by the nose, which made him extremely uneasy. But he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Just then, a sharp, piercing sound suddenly came from directly above him. Sekiguchi Shoichiro instinctively looked up at the sky. It was the last thing he ever did. A beautiful, silver crescent of a blade descended from the sky. Sekiguchi, despite his large and sturdy build, was effortlessly cleaved in half. Sorry, Yuriko, it looks like I'll have to break my promise. In the final moments of his fading consciousness, Sekiguchi Shoichiro couldn't help but think. An assassin. Lord Sekiguchi has been killed. The nearby guards instantly fell into chaos, and soon the entire encampment was in utter disarray. At that moment, some guards noticed Ryu's figure. After killing Sekiguchi, Ryu didn't immediately leave. Instead, he calmly wiped the blood off his blade. Who are you? A guard immediately spotted him standing beside Sekiguchi's corpse. Seeing the bisected body and the over 1.5-meter-long great katana in Hai's hand, it was clear who the assassin was. It's him. He killed the Lord. Get him. Several guards shouted, drawing their swords and charging at him. Then, within seconds, several heads flew into the air, one after another. Kill him. Kill him. Facing such a terrifying enemy, no one spoke of capturing him anymore. All around, the sounds of rifle bolts being pulled echoed. Ryu smiled, beckoned with his hand, then quickly darted away into the distance. The night was so dark that only the faint light from the campfires could be seen, and with his speed, no one could even aim at him. But with Sekiguchi gone, the entire Southern Army was leaderless, panicking and shooting wildly at every shadowy figure. Screams of pain rang out incessantly as many were injured by friendly fire, falling to the ground in agony. The entire Southern Army camp was in complete chaos, almost entirely losing its combat effectiveness. Ryu moved through the crowd, swinging his great katana, cutting down anyone who stood in his path, leaving a trail of blood and carnage. In his wake, a thick fog of blood slowly dispersed. As he slaughtered the enemy, his mind remained extraordinarily calm. Estimating that the time was right, he began to fight his way towards Yokosuka. As the Southern Army floundered like headless chickens, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the darkness. Ryu had used a primordial rune to light up his position. The panicked Southern Army instinctively looked towards the light, only to see a figure standing with his back to the light source, facing them, making a throat-slitting gesture. It was Ryu himself. With old and new grudges combined, the entire Southern Army, 1,000 samurai and 2,000 foot soldiers, exploded with rage. He's there. Kill him. Chapter 113, FGO, 113. 2065 words. Ryu was not done yet. He made a thumbs-down gesture and then turned and disappeared into the darkness. He ran that way. Chase him. Someone shouted, and over 3,000 furious men, without thinking, grabbed their steam guns and gave chase. Ryu didn't speed up, he maintained just the right pace, enough for them to see him but not catch him, leading the 3,000 men behind him on a continuous run. When the distance increased, he even slowed down, waiting for the troops to catch up. And so, a strange scene unfolded in the pitch-black night, one man running ahead, followed by 3,000 people gnashing their teeth and chasing after him. Night running with inadequate light is extremely dangerous, and people in the group of 3,000 were constantly tripping and falling. The unlucky ones were trampled by the crowd, with some even being crushed into pulp. Despite the occasional person falling or the occasional scream, not a single person stopped. If their commander, Sekiguchi, were still alive, he would never have allowed such a thing to happen. Therefore, to avoid failure, Ryu killed him at the first opportunity. The 5-kilometer distance passed in no time. Ryu could see shadows moving in the North Army's camp in the distance, clearly alarmed by the commotion. But in the dark of night, their leader, Kimura, didn't dare act recklessly. He just ordered everyone to stand up and be on alert. Seeing things develop as he expected, a cold smile spread across Ryu's face. He took out a steam gun from his storage space, aimed ahead, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A samurai fell to the ground. He then tossed aside the steam gun, raised his large sword, and shouted, "Kill!" At this moment, the 3,000 men following him began to emerge from the darkness. Enemy night attack. This was the first thought that sprang into the minds of the North Army. There's an ambush. The South Army, following Ryu, had similar thoughts when they suddenly saw a large crowd in front of them. With the dim light only revealing silhouettes, they couldn't make out the other side's uniforms, leading to a wonderful misunderstanding. A guard beside Kimura instinctively felt something was wrong, but before he could speak, Kimura shouted, "Damn it! Open fire! Shoot them down!" Kimura drew his sword and swung it forward. Already tense, the North Army immediately fired their guns at the crowd. The South Army didn't back down and frantically shot back. The sound of over 1,000 steam rifles firing shattered the peaceful night sky, which was already tense with the crackling of gunfire. Initially, a few people might have stayed clear-headed, but when they saw their comrades falling beside them, their eyes filled with hatred. Both sides completely lost their minds, shooting wildly at each other. When the chaotic and bloody night finally passed, the ground was littered with corpses riddled with holes, and the earth was stained dark red with blood. Out of nearly 5,000 troops combined, less than half were still standing, and even fewer were unharmed. As the first rays of sunlight appeared on the horizon, even with his limited intelligence, Lord Kimura realized they had been tricked. "Cease fire. Everyone, stop shooting." The gunfire gradually subsided, and as they looked at their comrades on the opposite side, the troops from both sides were on the verge of tears. They had spent the entire night fighting each other. At that moment, a loud bugle call rang out from behind the North Army. A spirited army appeared behind them. At the forefront was Joan of Arc, the Holy Maiden of France, holding the sacred flag. "Fellow Christians! For the glory of the Lord, charge!" Jean waved her flag fiercely, and the sunlight bathed her, making it seem as though she was wearing golden armor. Jean looked like a Valkyrie descended to earth, heroic and awe-inspiring, even women would bow down to her. The soldiers behind her, invigorated as if filled with adrenaline, shouted, "Charge! With the Lord above!" The troops of the Yamagawa army, filled with an overwhelming fervor and fearlessness in the face of death, charged towards the enemy. Though the Yamagawa army had only 550 soldiers and 1,000 foot soldiers, far fewer than the enemy, their unmatched fervor and readiness to die made them more fearsome than a 1,000-strong army. Moreover, they had rested well overnight and were in top condition. In contrast, the South and North armies, after a night of fighting each other due to Ryu's machinations, were now exhausted, hungry, and utterly confused. On one side, morale was high, on the other, they were tired, confused, and disoriented. The outcome of the battle was sealed from the start. The combined South and North armies were quickly routed. Many soldiers threw down their weapons and surrendered. The battle was lost in minutes, with victory decided in no time. Through Ryu's meticulous planning, the Yamagawa army, having taken advantage of the situation, achieved a brilliant victory. Glory to the Lord! We have won! Jean raised the sacred flag high. Oh! The Yamagawa army raised their steam rifles and cheered loudly. Seeing the scene bathed in golden sunlight, Ryu, hovering in the air, couldn't help but show a look of admiration as if gazing at a priceless treasure. So radiant! I knew I was right. My dear wife Jean, you are a woman fit to lead 10,000 soldiers. This was a glorious victory. Out of nearly 10,000 soldiers from the South and North armies, under Ryu's extraordinary power, the Yamagawa army suffered only a few dozen casualties and annihilated the enemy, capturing nearly 2,000, including Kimura, the lord of Hayatani Station. With the combined strength of Ryu, Jean, and Ace, they could have easily crushed the attacking enemy forces with just 3 people. Even though all abilities were suppressed to C rank, it would have taken just a bit more effort to kill nearly 10,000 enemies. But doing so would have defeated Ryu's purpose. His mission was to clear the world of Kabane while ensuring a certain number of humans survived. With billions of people, even if only half turned into Kabane, the number would be so overwhelming it would drive one to despair. How long would it take to kill them all alone? So, he had to build up human forces capable of standing up to the Kabane. That's why Ryu went to such great lengths to orchestrate this brilliant victory. In the future, this army will be his main force, helping him conquer cities and eliminate the Kabane. The battle on land had ended in a great victory, but the war was far from over. At this very moment, hundreds of warships were heading toward Yokosuka port. While Ryuan Jin achieved a brilliant victory on the land battlefield, at the same time, in a seaside villa in Yokosuka port, Yamato was wearing a charming apron and softly humming a tune as she prepared breakfast. Ace sat obediently at the dining table, waiting for Yamato to serve the food. Perhaps due to the historical stories about the Yamato Hotel, Yamato had an unusual bonus to her domestic skills. She was especially good at making Japanese home-cooked meals. Just as she brought the fragrant and delicious fried eggs and bacon to the table, Yamato suddenly removed her apron with a serious expression. In an instant, the gentle Yamato Nadeshiko transformed into a valiant general. Ace-chan, the enemy is here, 100 kilometers offshore. I must go meet them. Ace quickly devoured the fried eggs and bacon, then quietly stood up. You want to come with me, don't you? Yamato asked in surprise. Ace nodded gently. Yamato frowned slightly but quickly recalled the admiral's instructions. All right, then, come with me. 3 minutes later, the two figures boarded the majestic and powerful Yamato. 5 minutes later, the Yamato, fully prepared for battle and navigation, skillfully left the dock without the help of any tugboats. The Yamato quickly accelerated to a terrifying speed of 50 knots, surpassing the fastest destroyers of World War II by a large margin. And this wasn't even the Yamato's top speed. With the boost of faith, the 200% increase wasn't just for show. If pushed to its limits, the Yamato could reach an astonishing speed of 60 knots. This speed was comparable to modern speedboats. From above, the waves were crushed by the massive bulbous bow, splitting to the sides as the Yamato sped forward like a giant sword slicing the sea in half. Due to the relative motion of both sides, after about half an hour, a large fleet appeared in Yamato and Ace sight. Yamato closed her eyes to sense, then rattled off a series of data. 7 battleships, 25 cruisers, 71 destroyers, average speed 20 knots. Quite the grand display. Hearing the string of data, Ace had a look of admiration on her face, as if saying, "You're amazing." Facing such an overwhelmingly stronger opponent, Yamato, usually gentle and calm, now showed a face full of battle intent. Do you need me to do anything? Ace asked softly. Yamato tapped her finger on her chin, thinking for a moment. Could you handle the destroyers? Ace tilted her head, looking adorably confused. Yamato immediately knocked on her head, producing a metallic clang. She remembered that this girl came from a high-magic, low-tech world and had no idea what a destroyer was. Then, could you take care of the smallest ships? Ace nodded. She understood now, as the difference in size between the ships was obvious. Yamato battleship, engage. With Yamato's command, the Yamato instantly accelerated to its maximum speed. At such terrifying speed, the heavy bow lifted slightly, and the stern sank significantly. The distant Allied fleet also noticed the rapidly approaching Yamato, almost flying over the sea. The entire fleet began to panic. Don't panic, it's just one ship. We can easily sink it. As both sides approached within the main gun range, Yamato, with precise adjustments, targeted a battleship and fired first. Boom. 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 6 glowing shells flew from the long barrels, drawing a perfect arc toward one of the battleships, clearly identifying it as one of the Kongo-class sisters. With just the first probing volley, the Yamato, boosted by the power of faith, achieved remarkable results. One armor-piercing shell grazed the bridge, wiping out the senior officers, while another drilled under the main gun turret, directly hitting the ammunition magazine. A few seconds later, intense flames shot skyward, and the massive turret was blown into the air. Continuous explosions followed, tearing the ship into 2 parts. In just a few minutes, the 10,000-ton battleship sank into the sea. Yamato had scored a one-hit kill. The turret launched high into the sky and took a dozen seconds to come crashing down, landing squarely on the smokestack of another Kongo-class battleship, severely damaging it. With just 6 shells, Yamato had caused 1 fatal and 1 severe casualty. Watching the awe-inspiring display from the Yamato, Ice's eyes sparkled, her fair cheeks slightly flushed, as if she had awakened some dangerous trait. A true virtuous wife must be skilled in household affairs and help relieve the admiral's worries. Yamato casually brushed her black hair back, fully entering the battle mode, seemingly transforming into another person. Meanwhile, the Allied fleet was nearly paralyzed with fear. Admiral Yamamoto, the Kirishima has been completely sunk. Hai is lightly damaged, but her speed is reduced and will affect combat. In the fleet's command center sat a short, stern-faced admiral who resembled a certain actor. Don't panic. That was just a fluke. The enemy has only one ship, and we have the absolute advantage. Order all battleships to turn hard to port and form a battle line. Destroyers and cruisers, flank the enemy and prepare for torpedo attacks. Despite Yamato's devastating first strike, the admiral remained calm, issuing orders steadily. His composure seemed to reassure the other officers. Yes, Admiral Yamamoto. Orders were quickly relayed, and the well-trained Allied fleet rapidly adjusted its formation. The remaining 6 battleships turned hard to port, forming a line with their right broadsides facing the Yamato. Meanwhile, the destroyers and cruisers split into 2 groups, flanking the Yamato like a massive pincer. From above, the entire fleet resembled a slowly blooming flower, beautiful yet deadly. Chapter 114, FGO, 114. 2,232 words. In a parallel world, Yamamoto Isoroku, the commander-in-chief of the combined fleet, has the battleship Yamato as his flagship. Today, by a twist of fate, Yamato's opponent is none other than Yamamoto Isoroku. Once close comrades, today they face each other as mortal enemies. Everything is a matter of destiny. Ace, intercept all approaching ships. Yamato shouted, then focused entirely on her intense operations. She had to control both her weapons and her own body, and to avoid making any mistakes, Yamato had to devote all her attention to the task. Upon hearing Yamato's words, Ace nodded obediently. Wind. Ace's voice called out, and a blue hurricane immediately enveloped her body. Ace, driven by a relentless desire to grow stronger, was no less diligent. Her progress was equally rapid. With her unique wind magic, which once allowed only short glides, she could now fly freely and effortlessly in the air. Swoosh. Before the destroyers could approach, Ace ran to the observation platform outside the bridge and flew into the sky like an arrow, rapidly aiming at her target. Such an impatient girl, Yamato smiled and shook her head at the sight. Then I mustn't fall behind either. With a swift movement of Yamato's massive hull, she aligned with the combined fleet's battle line. Facing off in the same direction, who would be afraid? In the battle line exchange of fire, Yamato wasn't intimidated at all. It's worth noting that Yamato's armor was originally designed to withstand its own 460mm guns. Now, as a contracted heroic spirit, with the added power of faith, her defense had doubled. It could be said that no main gun, including Musashi's, could penetrate her armor. The only thing that posed a threat to her was torpedoes. The famous Type 93 oxygen torpedo was a masterpiece of the Japanese Navy. During World War II, the Type 93 torpedo was the world's fastest, had the longest range, and carried the most explosive power. To counter Japan's former pride, the Yamato, the combined fleet unleashed an even more terrifying weapon. Fire. As the battle lines were drawn, Yamato's enhanced advantages immediately became apparent. While the enemy's main turrets were still slowly turning, Yamato had already completed a series of actions, turning, loading, aiming, and firing. Boom! A sound louder than thunder exploded, and under the immense recoil, Yamato's massive hull suddenly lurched back several meters. 9 armor-piercing shells, glowing with brilliant white light, flew out of the barrels straight toward their target. Enemy ship has opened fire. The lookout on Musashi exclaimed in shock. How could it be so fast? Yamamoto Isoroku stood up in surprise, unable to sit still any longer. He knew Yamato's every detail by heart, as it had once been his flagship. But today, it felt as if he was facing not Yamato, but a monstrous demon wrapped in Yamato's shell. Both sides turned at the same time, reducing speed and aligning their courses. For Yamato, hitting her target was even easier than before. The 9 armor-piercing shells quickly reached their target, crashing down hard. This time, it was Mutsu that suffered. 3 of the 9 armor-piercing shells hit directly. 1 shell passed through beneath the bridge, causing the entire structure to collapse into the sea, killing all the senior officers on board. Another shell blew off the number 3 turret. The most fatal blow hit the engine room. The thick armor, as fragile as paper, was easily penetrated by the armor-piercing shell, which then exploded inside. Flames erupted, even bursting out of the smokestacks, making it look as if Mutsu's smokestacks were spewing fire. The explosion ignited the engine room, setting it ablaze. Coupled with a damaged boiler, the high-temperature, high-pressure white steam spread, instantly turning the engine room into a hellish inferno. Many naval officers and sailors were scalded to death by the steam before they could escape. The explosion also severely damaged the McRucky engine, drastically reducing its output. Mutsu's speed dropped from 26 knots to just 4 to 5 knots, barely faster than a crawling turtle. On the flagship Musashi, the lookout reported to Yamamoto. "Mutsu has signaled, our ship has lost power. Do not concern yourselves with us. We will fight to the last. Over." After delivering this message, the lookout's eyes were red. Yamamoto Isoroku sighed. "Signal back, may you have good fortune in battle." "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Yamamoto erupted in anger, striking the floor with his sword, and producing a loud banging sound. "What is the weapons crew doing? Why haven't the main guns been aimed at the enemy yet? Do they want to undergo hellish training?" Hearing Yamamoto's outburst, the entire bridge crew trembled. The executive officer in charge of the weapons crew instinctively stood at attention, deeply bowed, and said, "My deepest apologies. The hydraulic pressure of the main guns is at its maximum, it can't go any faster. Damn it. Once the turrets are in position, have them immediately aim at the enemy ship and fire the first salvo." Fuming, Admiral Yamamoto slumped back into his seat. A sudden sense of foreboding crept into his heart. This naval battle, the combined fleet might lose. It was the intuition of a top gambler honed over many years. What kind of monster are we facing? Yamamoto couldn't help but mutter under his breath. On the sea, the now slowed Mutsu had become a sitting duck for Yamato. Before the other enemy ship's turrets could finish turning, Yamato fired 2 more rapid salvos at an incredibly terrifying rate. Of the 18 armor-piercing shells, 5 hit their mark. The most lethal one struck below Mutsu's waterline amidships. The armor-piercing shell passed clean through, leaving a 10-meter diameter hole. Seawater flooded into the ship at a rate of hundreds of square meters per minute. Despite the acting captain's efforts to close off the compartments, Mutsu continued to sink slowly. With no other option, the acting captain ordered an immediate evacuation. 20 minutes later, Mutsu sank slowly into the sea. Meanwhile, the other battleships finally got their turrets into position. A deafening barrage of gunfire erupted. A total of 41 armor-piercing shells, glowing brightly, were hurled toward Yamato. However, the shells fell into the sea before reaching Yamato, with the closest landing still 500 meters away. By normal standards, this would be considered a world-class performance. But compared to Yamato's precision strikes, it was a dismal showing. As a result, Admiral Yamamoto flew into another rage aboard the flagship. But Yamato was not to be underestimated. Changing targets, she fired 2 more salvos, scoring a crossfire with the first and hitting 3 times with the second. This time, it was Haruna who bore the brunt of the attack. A shot severed the mast of the Haruna. Another shot struck the bow, piercing through to the other side, leaving the bow looking as if an invisible beast had taken a huge bite out of it. The final shot was more devastating, hitting the underwater section at the stern, severing the rudder and propellers of the Haruna. With its legs cut off, the Haruna's speed sharply decreased, leaving it a floating target on the sea. Yamato then fired 2 more salvos, sending the little angel Haruna to the bottom of the ocean. At this point, 3 of the combined fleet's main forces had been destroyed, leaving only 4 ships remaining, including the flagship Musashi. Meanwhile, in the sky, Ace had already approached the first enemy ship. Her target was the ship known as the Heroine, the Fubuki. Seeing Ace flying in the air, the crew of the Fubuki panicked. The Navy is known for being the most superstitious branch of the military, and this supernatural sight almost scared them to death. Finally, the captain snapped out of it and ordered an attack. However, in a world where even airplanes hadn't been invented, the ship naturally had no anti-aircraft weapons. So, the crew picked up their rifles and fired at Ace, though their accuracy was pitiful. Ace glanced at them, seeing that they posed no threat, and then aimed at the middle of the Fubuki's hull. She raised her sword, Despair, and struck. With a grating noise, the wind element gathered at the sword's tip, drilling a hole through the destroyer's thin outer shell. Ace then quickly slipped inside. She found herself in the engine room of the Fubuki. The air inside was foul and stifling, and the sailors on duty in the engine room were mostly shirtless. Ace glanced dispassionately at this unpleasant sight, then focused on the McRucky engine, the ship's power core. She had seen it before when Yamato had shown her the power room of the Yamato, especially the golden glow emitted by the McRucky engine when it was running, which had left a deep impression on her. The sailors in the engine room were dumbfounded when they saw a beautiful girl enter through a hole in the wall. When the girl turned her gaze toward the ship's power core, the chief engineer suddenly felt a sense of impending doom. Stop her! But there was no way ordinary men could stop Ace. Having locked onto her target, she launched her attack on the McRucky engine without hesitation. In an instant, Ace moved so quickly that she left a trail of green light behind her, appearing in front of the McRucky engine in less than a second. Even Ryu couldn't match her speed. She raised her sword, Despair, and several silver lines appeared in the air, piercing through the McRucky engine. Having done this, Ace turned and left. Behind her, the McRucky engine exploded into a pile of scrap metal. The resulting blast sent sailors flying, sticking them to the walls like pancakes. Ace, meanwhile, walked away unscathed, her hair fluttering in the wind, forming a sharp contrast with the sailors' miserable state. Ace quickly exited the Fubuki's engine room and flew toward her next target. Meanwhile, the now powerless Fubuki lay motionless on the sea, like a beached fish. Flying high above, Ace targeted another destroyer. Driven by their strategic doctrines, the destroyers of various navies tended to have different specialties. The British and Americans, needing to counter Germany's Wolfpack tactics, typically enhanced their sonar and anti-submarine capabilities. Japan, on the other hand, favored using destroyers for high-speed torpedo attacks, so they emphasized speed and torpedo armament. Under Yamamoto's command, the destroyers on the flanks were speeding ahead, leaving the cruiser-class ships far behind. Ace was relentless, swiftly disabling the McRucky engine of 10 destroyers in just a few minutes. A flurry of distress signals was sent to the flagship Musashi, but even the cunning Admiral Yamamoto felt at a loss when faced with such a supernatural enemy. No matter what he tried, whether ambushing her or firing a barrage of shots, Ace's wind elemental shield remained intact. Were they supposed to use human wave tactics like the army? Even then, the effectiveness of such an approach was doubtful. But Yamamoto, an experienced strategist, quickly devised a cunning plan. A message was sent to the destroyer fleet. Unaware that she was being lured into a trap, Ace continued to disable the destroyer's power cores. To her credit, Ace was almost entirely untainted by the corrupting influences of adulthood, thanks to the protection of both Loki's Familia and Ryu. For example, if it had been Ryu, he would have aimed directly at the ammunition store, blowing the entire ship sky high. But Ace chose a much gentler approach, only disabling the power core. After disabling a few more destroyers, Ace entered yet another engine room, only to find it deserted. The floor was littered with crates, filled with sawdust and short, cylindrical metal objects. If Ryu were there, he would have recognized them as propellant charges for artillery shells, some of the most dangerous and volatile items on a warship. At a distance, an officer holding an old-fashioned detonator watched the wires stretching into the engine room. Blowing up my ship. I must be crazy to follow such an order, he muttered. Captain, she's inside, the lookout suddenly shouted. The captain's eyes flashed with sorrow. 5 years aboard a ship was enough to grow attached, even to a ship, let alone his beloved vessel. But a soldier must follow orders. Without hesitation, he slammed down the detonator. 2 seconds later, the entire ship shook violently as flames began spreading from the engine room. From the outside, the ship seemed to swell in the middle, like it was suddenly pregnant, before the immense pressure tore through the hull, releasing a fiery blast. Captain, the lifeboats are ready. Please abandon ship immediately, a young sailor said, saluting as he approached the captain. The captain patted his shoulder. This is our ship, our home. Someone needs to see her through to the end. You all go. Captain. The sailor tried to protest, but his comrades quickly pulled him back, shaking their heads. Go now. The ship is sinking fast. The captain waved them off as he walked toward the bridge. Yes, sir. The sailors, their eyes filled with tears, saluted and ran toward the lifeboats. With the ship's central structure critically damaged, water began to flood in, and the ship started sinking rapidly. Thanks to careful preparation, the crew safely evacuated, leaving only the captain behind. Back on the bridge, the captain locked himself inside, waiting as the ship slowly sank beneath the waves. Chapter 115, FGO, 115. 2,351 words. Time rewinds to the moment the bomb exploded. Just as Ace was about to destroy the McRucky engine, a strong sense of danger triggered within her, a result of her long experience hunting alone in the dungeon. Almost instinctively, Ace channeled all her magic into strengthening her defenses. Just as she finished her preparations, the pile of wooden crates suddenly burst into a brilliant light. Boom! Explosions echoed continuously. Ace quickly crouched down to minimize her exposure and shielded her head with her hands. The immense force blew her away, slamming her hard against the bulkhead. Her internal organs shook violently, causing Ace to cough up blood. Fortunately, her wind magic, honed and strengthened through constant training, held strong. Despite the intense explosion, her defenses remained intact. Aside from the shock to her internal organs, Ace suffered almost no injuries. The explosion nearly obliterated everything within the engine room. Seeing that her goal was accomplished, Ace swiftly escaped from the ship's interior. Meanwhile, the officers aboard the lifeboats watched in horror as the beautiful yet nightmarish figure reappeared in the sky, coldly gazing down at them. How can she still be alive? A lieutenant groaned in despair. A ghost. She must be an evil spirit risen from the depths of the underworld. Some of the Navy sailors clutched their heads in terror, shouting frantically. But the evil spirit seemed uninterested in them. After confirming they posed no threat, she flew away. 10 minutes later, aboard the Musashi of the combined fleet. Report. Admiral Yamamoto, the kamikaze operation has failed, and the target is continuing to damage our ships. Admiral Yamamoto sighed deeply. Forget it. Order all ships to stop resisting once they are targeted. Facing a supernatural enemy, even self-destruction was futile. Yamamoto had no choice but to abandon any further attempts. Besides, he could barely protect himself at this point. In less than half an hour, 2 more battleships had sunk, the Kongu and the Hai. The family had finally been reunited, as all 4 Kongo sisters now gathered on the seabed. The Yamato showed no mercy and had already begun shelling the Nagato. On the combined fleet side, after 3 salvos, they finally scored a hit on the Yamato. But it was in vain. As the Yamato sent both the Kongu and Hai to the ocean floor, the surviving Musashi and Nagato fired over 200 shells, scoring 25 hits. However. Report, Admiral. We scored a hit, but it failed to penetrate the enemy's armor. This was the most frequent message Yamamoto Isoroku heard after the initial hit. The much-vaunted new Type 1 armor-piercing shells, which the country had placed so much pride and hope in, were completely ineffective against the opponent. Any shell that struck the main armor or main turrets was either shattered or deflected without achieving any significant damage. A few grazing hits managed to knock out some secondary guns and antennas on the Yamato, but these were insignificant results. When the first shell hit, there was much jubilation on the Musashi's bridge, but now, even when scoring hits, the observers reported to Yamamoto with a sense of numbness, as if it were merely routine. Was this the same Yamato he had commanded before? Or had he been on a fake Yamato all along? Facing this monstrous warship that seemed to be wearing the Yamato's skin, Admiral Yamamoto began to question everything. The Nagato has been hit. The number 1 turret is destroyed. Engine power is dropping. At that moment, a voice snapped Yamamoto out of his daze. A gambler's mindset took over once again. Either lose everything or win big. This was Yamamoto Isoroku's life philosophy. Suddenly, those on the bridge noticed that the small figure sitting in the command chair radiated a powerful and commanding aura. Signal. Nagato and Musashi are to turn hard to starboard and charge the enemy. Load the main guns with high explosive shells and the secondary guns with smoke shells. The entire fleet is to cover the shimikes. Once we close in, deploy the decisive weapon, the experimental Type 99 steam torpedoes. The entire bridge was filled with Yamamoto Isoroku's rapid-fire commands. The core of the plan was simple. The fleet would act as bait, covering the fastest ship, the Shimikase, allowing it to close in on the Yamato and deploy Japan's secret weapon, the Type 99 steam torpedo, an even more powerful successor to the Type 93 oxygen torpedo. Despite its name, the Type 99 steam torpedo wasn't an old-fashioned World War I steam gas torpedo. It was powered by a scaled-down version of the McRucky engine, a black tech torpedo still in its experimental phase, designed as a superweapon. With the McRucky engine's powerful output and low energy consumption, Japan's Naval Research Institute had pushed the torpedo's performance to new heights. The Type 93 had a maximum warhead of 780 kilograms and a top speed of 50 knots with a range of 22,000 meters. But the Type 99 doubled these numbers. It had an astonishing warhead of 1,200 kilograms, a top speed of 65 knots, and a range of 40,000 meters. Of course, its cost was also astronomical, 20 times that of the Type 93. The Type 99 was Yamamoto's ace in the hole, the key to winning the war. Everyone. The fate of the empire rests on this. Yamamoto Isoroku raised his arm high in a rallying cry. Tenno Haika. Banzai. The officers and crew responded in unison. Because the destroyers and cruisers were divided into two wings for a pincer movement, Ace only managed to stop the left wing. The right wing fleet rapidly closed in on the Yamato. The Yamato, of course, was not one to back down, unleashing a barrage from its 155mm triple secondary guns, 127mm twin guns, and 25mm anti-aircraft guns. With a twofold amplification, the 155mm guns now had the firepower of the Kongo-class's main guns, and their rate of fire had reached a terrifying 15 rounds per minute, like a machine gun. One battleship's barrage was equivalent to that of an entire fleet. For the destroyers, it was instant death if hit, and severe damage if grazed. Even the cruisers, which could withstand a bit more, were still no match for the Yamato's insane firepower and were quickly reduced to scrap. Under such overwhelming firepower, not a single ship could get within 20,000 meters of the Yamato. This distance was exactly the maximum range for the Type 93 torpedo, meaning any chance of hitting the target was purely down to luck. In just half an hour, the destroyers had suffered the loss of 18 ships, and 3 cruisers had sunk. Some captains, in a desperate final act, as their ships sank, launched a last-ditch torpedo attack. But the Yamato elegantly dodged over 95% of these torpedoes, as if dancing on a knife's edge. The few it couldn't dodge were shot down by the anti-aircraft guns. Out of more than 100 torpedoes launched, not a single one hit. However, with Yamamoto's all-or-nothing order, the tide of battle began to shift dramatically. The surviving Musashi and Nagato altered their course, changing from a parallel line to a T formation, even positioning themselves at the disadvantageous side of the T. Facing the enemy head-on, only the turrets in front of the bridge could fire, and the lead ship blocked the firing line of the ship behind it. However, this T disadvantage was the best formation for a reckless charge. Not only did it reduce the area vulnerable to enemy fire, but the rear ships could use the front ships as shields. As the two battleships charged forward with reckless abandon, the Yamato couldn't just sit idle. It unleashed a relentless barrage on the Nagato ahead. Yet, for some unknown reason, it seemed as though fate smiled on Yamamoto Isoroku that day. In 3 consecutive volleys, the Yamato nearly swept the Nagato's forward deck clean, penetrating 2 main turrets, tearing a large hole below the bridge on the port side, and gouging out a significant chunk of the bow. But it failed to strike any critical hits on the Nagato. The Yamato had no choice but to focus more of its attention on the 2 advancing battleships. The precision of the barrage from the secondary guns decreased by about 20%, allowing the destroyers and cruisers to advance like sharks smelling blood, all while deploying smoke screens. Combined with the smoke screens fired by the Nagato and Musashi, the battlefield was soon shrouded in a mix of white and black smoke, severely limiting visibility. Although the Yamato's firepower remained formidable, its hit rate significantly dropped. As the reckless charge continued without regard for losses, the 2 battleships, along with the destroyers and cruisers, closed in to within 15,000 meters of the Yamato. At this closer range, the Yamato's hit rate and the power of its guns increased significantly, leading to heavy losses for the combined fleet. The distance between the two sides shrank to 14,000 meters, 13,000 meters, 11,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In just 5 kilometers, the combined fleet paid a terrible price, with the area between them and the Yamato seemingly paved with blood. Only 9 destroyers and 3 cruisers remained. The Nagato's upper deck was nearly leveled, and the ship had taken on a staggering 10,000 tons of water, leaving its deck almost level with the water. Despite this, the crew refused to abandon the ship. On the Musashi, which had moved past the Nagato, Yamamoto Isoroku's face showed no emotion, but the bulging veins on the hand gripping his sword betrayed his tension. The officers on the bridge took off their hats in respect. Yamato sighed softly at this scene and aimed its main guns at the Musashi, its sister ship. The Nagato was beyond saving. Even if left alone, it would sink within 10 minutes. Yamato had no habit of mercilessly slaughtering an enemy with no chance of resistance. 10 minutes later, the Nagato sank. By then, the combined fleet had closed the distance to about 8 kilometers. This was a dangerously close range. The Musashi's armor-piercing shells, though still unable to fully penetrate the Yamato's armor, had begun to leave deep grooves in it. The Musashi itself was in bad shape, with its number 1 main turret blown off and its number 2 turret jammed, unable to rotate and requiring the ship's hull to be adjusted for targeting. Fortunately, the Musashi was charging directly at the Yamato, so the impact wasn't too severe. The remaining 6 destroyers, except for the Shimikes, launched all their torpedoes at the Yamato, then positioned themselves as shields in front of the Shimikes. By now, even the most naive would understand the plan. The Yamato's engines roared to life. Having previously reduced speed to ensure the accuracy of its main guns, the Yamato now ramped up its engines to full power, accelerating to an incredible 60 knots. Then, with a deft maneuver akin to a seasoned captain's drift, the Yamato veered sharply, fleeing at breakneck speed while maintaining the same course as the combined fleet. Seeing the Yamato outpace the fastest destroyer, the Shimikes, by 50%, the combined fleet's officers, including Yamamoto Isoroku, were stunned. Was this a 70,000-ton battleship and not a speedboat? Damn it. Aim for her rudder and fire. Don't let her escape. Admiral Yamamoto was the first to react, immediately issuing orders. At 8 kilometers, battleships didn't need targeting equipment to hit, direct fire would do. Soon, the Musashi adjusted its gun barrels slightly downward and unleashed a barrage at the Yamato's stern. At this point, the torpedoes fired by the 5 destroyers proved their worth. Over 50 Type 93 oxygen torpedoes spread out like a massive net, slowly closing in on the Yamato. The Yamato had no choice but to flee at full speed, making minor course corrections along the way. It seemed the heavens were either favoring the combined fleet or showing special favor to Yamamoto Isoroku, the supreme gambler. A high-velocity armor-piercing shell landed in the water near the Yamato's stern, hitting the port side propeller and turning it into twisted metal. The Yamato's speed visibly dropped. The enemy ship has been hit. Its speed is decreasing. Banzai. Yoshi. The Musashi's bridge erupted in cheers, and even Yamamoto Isoroku breathed a sigh of relief. Had the Yamato managed to pull away again, the combined fleet would have stood no chance at all. When the Yamato's propeller was hit, the ship's bridge groaned as if in pain, and a large gash opened up on Yamato's left ankle, blood pouring from the wound. What a disgrace. It seems I'll be troubling the Admiral, Yamato sighed, glancing at the injured area. With half of its power lost, the torpedoes gradually closed in on the slowing Yamato. But thanks to Yamato's exceptional maneuvering skills, the ship narrowly avoided the torpedoes. One by one, the torpedoes passed within 3 meters of the Yamato's hull. However, as the Musashi took its revenge, it did not escape unscathed. An armor-piercing shell grazed the Musashi's bridge, turning the once jubilant atmosphere into a scene from hell. Shrapnel tore through the bridge like bullets, riddling many officers with holes. The shockwave left the survivors, including Yamamoto, with blood streaming from their ears, and their eardrums ruptured. The brutal chase continued. The combined fleet managed to close the distance to just 5 kilometers. But the cost was steep, except for the Shimikes, tasked with the final mission, the entire squadron had been wiped out. The Musashi's forward main turret was destroyed, and the bow, including the foredeck, had been gnawed away as if a giant dog had chewed on it, leaving it unrecognizable. The bridge had been half sheared off, forcing Yamamoto and the remaining officers to command the battle from the exposed deck. Die, you demon! With a shout from the Shimakei's captain, Masao Sugiyama, the Shimakeis made a sharp turn. Plop! 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 15 heavy objects splashed into the water. The Type 93 oxygen torpedoes, in which Yamamoto had placed his last hopes, shot towards the Yamato like arrows loosed from a bow. Chapter 116, FGO, 116. 2,176 words. These ultra-modern torpedoes, though significantly faster than similar models, left almost no visible wake. Combining speed, power, and stealth, they were practically the ultimate assassination tool. However, the usually hyper-aware Yamato seemed entirely oblivious, as her main and secondary batteries continued firing without any evasive maneuvers from the ship itself. The torpedoes quickly closed in on Yamato, 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 1 kilometer. Yet, Yamato appeared to remain completely unaware. As the torpedoes neared the 500-meter mark, nearly enveloping Yamato, even the most skilled helmsman would have been at a loss. The joy on Captain Sugiyama's face became uncontrollable as he envisioned the Pride of Japan slowly sinking under his torpedo barrage. The torpedoes sped closer, now less than 100 meters from Yamato. Some crew members even began to celebrate early. But they didn't notice the faint smile playing on Yamato's lips inside her bridge. 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. As the torpedoes closed to within 50 meters, a soft white light enveloped Yamato. Before everyone's eyes, a 70,000-ton super battleship transformed into a beautiful girl floating on the water, equipped with strange gear and holding a double-layered red umbrella. In this situation, if Captain Sugiyama managed to hit her, he might as well buy a lottery ticket. He'd be guaranteed a win, and not just once, but for 3 consecutive jackpots. The jaws of the combined fleet crew almost dropped to the floor. Where had the massive super battleship gone? It was just gone. Yamato now stood gracefully on the sea's surface, the tracks of the 15 torpedoes gliding past her. With her fierce and imposing ship gear, the scene formed a strangely harmonious picture. This was what Yamamoto Isoroku saw through his binoculars. Sensing his gaze, Yamato turned gracefully, her ship gear's gun barrels swiveling. Fire! The deafening roar of gunfire rang out as 9 miniature shells, shrunken to 1/100th of their original size and resembling toy shells, shot out as white streaks, directly striking the stunned Musashi. It seemed that Admiral Yamamoto had used up all his luck in the previous battle. The shells easily penetrated Musashi's bow, striking the magazine beneath the first turret. Boom! The mighty Musashi swelled like a balloon being burst, flames spewing from every crack. What a beautiful sight! Yamamoto Isoroku murmured this last admiration before being consumed by the inferno. Within a minute, the flagship of the combined fleet and Yamato's sister ship, Musashi, was lost. Admiral Yamamoto! Damn it! You monster! Captain Sugiyama roared in anger, and the once quiet Shimakeis opened fire once more. But how could a 70,000-ton super battleship in her maiden form possibly be hit? Shells fell harmlessly 500 meters from Yamato, splashing water but doing no damage. Seeing Shimakei's futile resistance, Yamato frowned slightly, her main guns subtly shifting to target the hapless destroyer. Just then, a blue figure swiftly cut through the sky, diving toward Shimakei's. In Captain Sugiyama's horrified eyes, the blue figure plunged into the water near the ship's stern. A dull thud echoed from beneath the waves, and the previously fast-moving Shimakei's jerked to a halt, its speed plummeting until it finally stopped, like a dried-up fish. The blue figure emerged from the sea, curiously examining Yamato. It was the adorable Ace. Since being tricked once, Ace had learned to target the propellers, the core propulsion of any warship. Thus, the rest of the division had also fallen victim to Ace. As she prepared to cripple the final warship of the division, she noticed Yamato's predicament and rushed back to assist. Even Ace hadn't expected Yamato to pull off such a slick maneuver, diffusing the crisis entirely. Incidentally, the last surviving ship of the division was named Yukikeis. Meanwhile, Shimakei's became Yamato's prize. As a ship girl with a keen eye, Yamato quickly recognized Shimike's uniqueness. Her speed and firepower far exceeded her peers. The dignified and graceful Yamato would never admit that she was harboring a grudge against Shimike's for being forced into her ship girl form by the destroyer's new torpedoes. Absolutely not. Captain Sugiyama, however, refused to surrender and even tried to scuttle the ship by opening the sea valves. But he was horrified to discover that Shimike's was being effortlessly lifted out of the water by a pair of slender, delicate hands with the power of 150,000 horsepower. Far away in Yokosuka, where he was dealing with a new batch of prisoners, Ryu received a system notification. Congratulations, host, on achieving a glorious victory. The enemy force was 400% stronger than yours, upgrading your rewards by 2 levels. With a casualty ratio of less than 1%, your rewards have been upgraded by 1 level. The host has directly acquired the inherent skill Leadership, Master Exclusive. Your contracted special heroic spirit, the battleship Yamato, has achieved victory in a large-scale naval battle. The battleship Yamato has reached maximum proficiency and can now undergo refit to enhance its technological level. Note, refitting requires a large number of energy points, so the host should prepare accordingly. As the battle stats came in, the host earned a total of 5 million energy points. Ryu, who had just opened the system panel, was immediately bombarded with a stream of data. The various rewards dazzled him. What he didn't expect was that a single battle could earn him the inherent skill Leadership. In games, this skill was quite powerful, but its actual use in past Holy Grail wars had been disappointing, even almost useless. Jean had a leadership skill of C rank, but he found that, aside from making her words more persuasive and making soldiers more obedient and effective in following orders, it didn't directly enhance their attributes. Almost all heroic spirits' leadership skills manifested in their control over troops. But the leadership skill he acquired, marked as Master Exclusive, might be different from other heroic spirits. Ryu quickly examined it in detail. Leadership, Master Exclusive, slightly increases morale and destructive power, affecting up to 10,000 individuals. Indeed, it was different. Moreover, while the E-rank leadership only provided a small increase, about a 5% to 10% boost, the skill's range was vast. It could affect up to 10,000 people, which could decisively influence the outcome of a battle in the age of cold weapons. Moreover, this skill didn't just affect soldiers, even his contracted heroic spirits would be influenced. In other words, this was a unique, aura-type skill just for him. Ryu began to look forward to how this skill would perform when upgraded to a higher level. But soon, he also began to worry. Just one naval battle was enough to max out Yamato's proficiency, which shows how intense the fight must have been. He needed to quickly enhance Yamato's strength. Ryu hurriedly asked the system how many energy points were needed for Sister Yamato's first upgrade. Modernizing Yamato for the first time would require 4 million energy points. Seeing this number, his eye twitched. Luckily, he was still left with 1 million points. But soon, he would realize that this wasn't going to be enough. When Yamato returned with the captured Shimike's, Ryu, out of curiosity, asked the system how many energy points it would take to contract Shimike's. 950,000 energy points. Ryu started to twitch uncontrollably. Before he could even react, the system popped up another message. Detected that Yamato is in a lightly damaged state. Would you like to repair her? A full repair would cost 50,000 energy points. Note, the composition of shipgirls is different from regular warships. Self-repair may cause irreversible damage. What else could he do? He was desperate. He had no choice but to reluctantly hand over all the energy points he'd just earned to the system. After giving up and paying the points, a golden beam of light engulfed Yamato. The minor wounds on Yamato began to heal at a visible rate. Then, Yamato's ship equipment was forcibly ejected, and sparkling light points started to converge on her, making it seem as if she were an angel bathed in holy light. Ryu had a sudden idea and decided to bring the prisoners who were receiving education to witness this event as a live lesson. People usually only believe what they see and hear themselves. The pillar of light created by the system was spectacular, and coupled with his usual mystique, the prisoners' faith in him surged dramatically. This live demonstration was highly effective. Some prisoners, who initially converted just to survive, became devout believers. Those who were already devout kneeled and called out God's name, showing signs of becoming fanatics. As the reincarnation of Michael, Ryu gained a wave of prestige and faith. The upgrade would take a full 48 hours. He couldn't wait around for that long. Ryu ordered the captured crew of the Shimikes to be taken to the prisoner camp and then decided to convert Shimikes into a special contract spirit. Perhaps because it was a destroyer, converting Shimikes only took 1 hour. An hour later, a golden light descended from the sky, enveloping the docked Shimikes. It was as if time had reversed. The heavily damaged Shimikes suddenly transformed from head to toe, looking brand new as if